Welcome to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting of May 31st, 2022, reconvening after May 18th, 25th, and 26th, 2022. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. And as such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. Committee members participating by electronic means are reminded that in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, video must be enabled in order to confirm quorum. Members are also asked to please advise the clerk if you need to leave the meeting. If a committee member loses connection during the voting process, staff will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. Staff information contact information has been circulated to you. Let me start by acknowledging that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of City of Vancouver staff who work exceedingly hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have a roll call, please?
Councillor Carr in the chair. Mayor Stewart.
Sorry, present.
Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present. Sorry, I was on mute.
No worries. And Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Chair Cart.
Great, thanks so much. So let's go over the plan for the day. Before we begin, I just want to note that the City of Vancouver has a long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. And I remind Council, when you address speakers and staff, please avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by first and last name or role or title. Today, we will continue hearing from speakers on the Broadway plan, starting with Speaker 163. Speakers can follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so you don't miss your turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items could be sent to Council using a web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on at Van City Clerk. As a reminder, this meeting is scheduled for 3 to 10 p.m. today. Should the business not be completed this evening, the meeting will reconvene Thursday, June 9th, 2022 at 3 p.m. Scheduled also to go to 10 p.m. that day. Today, we will recess at 5 p.m. for dinner and reconvene at 6. If we complete hearing from speakers this evening, I'm reminding the committee that on May 18th, we approved a third round of questions to staff after hearing from speakers. And also that staff working on this project have actually also got summary comments and I believe a PowerPoint presentation prior to hearing from that third round of questions to speakers. Finally, I want to just remind council members if amendments are brought forward, please submit them to the city clerk in final written form before you introduce them. And please ensure the clerk has received your amendments by using council meeting amendments, DL. So this is the Broadway plan in continuation. Before we begin, I want to remind all speakers you have 5 minutes to make comments. Should state whether you are in support or in opposition of recommendations and may only speak once. Committee members, in committee, you have only 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. You know that speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list, we will go back through the list for those who were not present when the name was called, and I'll do that review once. So we will now continue hearing from registered speakers, starting with Speaker 163, Cheryl Webster. Cheryl Webster, are you on the line?
Yes. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Cheryl Webster, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I thank you for hearing us all speak. I'm sure by now you've heard many points on both the for and against sides of this plan, but I would like to emphasize a few against. I oppose this plan for the following reasons. I oppose because I agree that this plan will create increase unaffordability. The land lift and increase in taxes of existing buildings will force many people out of the neighborhoods while causing new construction to be at a higher per square foot cost. Plus, pegging some future units below market rentals as affordable is nowhere near affordable when the market is off the charts. Affordability needs to be pegged to salaries in which Vancouverites have notoriously low earning potential compared to other expensive cities. Plus, the measure of success seems to be the number of units. This is a race to the bottom, in my opinion. This creates smaller and barely livable units and thus creates a more transient community when people leave for larger units, usually out of the city. I know too many families who are desperate to get out of newly constructed buildings and into three-story walk-ups due to their more spacious floor plans and closet space. I oppose the tower-style development because it will be unsustainable both environmentally and socially. Environmentally, because of the embodied carbon in the construction of towers, not to mention the subway, as noted in the Toronto Star article, that a newly constructed line there will take 33 years in use to offset the carbon from construction alone. And socially, because again, of the tower-style development is not conducive to creating community. I want to note that the displaced tenants being offered a place to go and right of first refusal to come back perhaps pencils out financially, but probably at a much smaller unit for the same price. But the heartbreaking part is the tearing of the social fabric, severing years of social capital and affecting people's mental and physical health. This is socially unsustainable. But today I'm here representing a family perspective. Many people with families don't have time to know what's going on in civic politics and planning. The public engagement process that the city provided for this plan seriously overlooked families. Families are too busy living their lives, barely getting by to even know that there are these elaborate plans going on in the city affecting their lives. I ask of you to please pause the Broadway plan, revisit what community engagement means, allow time for people to learn about it, find new and innovative ways to be in touch with all stakeholders in the community to create unique, inspired, and diverse neighborhoods that Vancouver is known for. This also goes for the Vancouver plan, but I will talk to that at that related hearing. What is the plan for creating complete communities in this corridor? Or is the plan to push families out farther? For example, there are a few public amenities noted in this plan, as well as placements for schools. Currently, most schools north of 16th are full, while south of 16th, there is room in schools. And some of the south of 16th neighborhoods would like some more density so that their schools are not in constant threat of closure. I feel that density should not be clustered in just one corridor. I feel that this density should be diversified and spread throughout many neighborhoods, perhaps with a more diversified transit network as well. There was a recent map I saw that showed that families do leave areas with higher density and towers with mostly condos as options. Families, pet owners, gardeners, etc., would prefer ground-oriented units. There are far too few of these options in Vancouver. There are many ways that the city can grow and absorb density. I really fear for the livability of our city with this plan. If we look at this plan through the rich tradition of neighborhood-based planning that has made Vancouver a livable city with unique and diverse neighborhoods, allowing a place for all, families, seniors, and all in between, the Broadway plan would override approximately 8 of these successful neighborhood plans. This seems like a big box approach to urban planning. For example, the current day Fairview Slopes has been praised for the fact it looked at multiple variables in consideration. The result is a stepped approach to buildings on a north aspect slope, which provides both views and light for most buildings and for the pedestrian experience, both within the neighborhood and areas south of Broadway. However, the Broadway plan does not seem to take into account sunlight or views for citizens. Views are now being privatized and essentially blocked for many south of Broadway. This will affect both residents and pedestrians alike. In a city that dearly needs all the sunlight one can get, the proposed plan is going to create dim areas and potentially shade parts of public parks and amenities. We do not live in a flat city that is full of sunlight. Slopes, views, and sunlight should be taken into consideration. I understand that density is required for the subway. If the subway is still the smartest move, I would approach the route like the other SkyTrain routes and focus on the nodes and leave the corridor to neighborhood-based planning, which would plan for the diverse needs of each neighborhood. I do hope you can revisit the plan with a more diversity and inclusion lens. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time to speak to us. There are no questions to you. It's very clear. Again, thank you so much. Oh, sorry. There is maybe a question, but I'm seeing that Councillor does not have. Yes, Councillor Kerber-Young. Yes, there you go. You are on the queue now. Go ahead.
Okay.
I also don't, oh, thanks, Chair. Are you not showing me on the queue? Because it showed on my panel. Is there a panel?
No, it did not show on my queue.
Oh, okay. Maybe the clerks can check that because I've been on for some time, just FYI. Thanks for speaking to council. I appreciate it. You had mentioned that you knew a number of folks who were wanting to move from sort of taller buildings to three-story walk-ups. And I guess my question is this, is if the three-story walk-ups are not affordable to build today, what do you see in terms of some of the options or paths forward, given the challenges around, and you also alluded to construction costs of building, because we're at a different time today
Well,
when those three-story walk-ups were built, right?
well, would the construction cost of concrete towers not be more expensive than wood frame buildings? I don't know. I'm not in the construction world, so just from like a model of development, it would make more sense spreading diversity out around the city, perhaps using the existing buildings, existing vernacular, and suiting out. I mean, when the city turned every lot into a duplex, that increased land value, but perhaps buildings could be made into 2 units or 3 units and not for sale but for rent. That might decrease the pressure on sale, like land value sales, because they would be rentals. I don't know. I don't know if everything has to be brand new all the time.
Would you like to see 3 stories, for example, across the city then as an alternative?
I think 3 stories is much more livable. It depends on the floor plan. I just know that the older buildings have better floor plans, and everyone's busting out of the seams of these new buildings, and there's no storage, there's no room for nightstands, nightside tables, and people much seem to prefer the floor plans of the other buildings. So
Okay.
maybe it's a square foot, like maybe it's just not do number of units, but measure success through square footage, and then floor plans can be made more spacious. I don't know if that's even possible.
Okay, so
That it's the floor plan.
no, I hear what you're saying, and just reflecting back, so I want to make sure that I'm clear. Like, for you, it's more about the build form than rather than where they are in the city. So, for example, if we had them in all neighborhoods across Vancouver, west to east, north to south, you'd rather see lower 3-story forms throughout the city. Is that a fair comment
I think,
or no?
I that is a fair comment. I think people even accessing being more ground oriented and be able to have their kids go to a little yard or their pets or garden. I think people really are desperate to feel connection to the ground, is from what and are leaving the city because they can't find that.
Okay, and is that your experience? Like, do you have access to? You don't have to answer my questions, but I'm just curious in terms of do you live in a multi-story or do you have access to outdoor space?
I live in a multi-unit house and have access to yard space, yes. And many of the families that we know through schools do not, and they all want to leave. They all do leave. My son's friends are. This is the thing. My son's friends are all leaving the city. He's gone through multiple friends, and then the ones who are staying are looking to go into other
And
rooms,
that,
and then the schools are
yeah,
full.
sorry,
Schools
that
are
is,
full, and he.
I'm sorry
Oh,
I have
sorry.
to interrupt you, but Councillor Kirby-Young's time is up by a long shot.
Okay.
So,
Point
yeah,
of
but
privilege.
that's great.
If I can just finish this one point, there's like 5 families with kids on our block, and none of them go to the same school because the schools are full, and we all have to drive everywhere. So
Thank you so much.
that's not community. Yeah.
Thank you. Point of privilege, Chair. I think there might be something funky going on because my timer is also not going. So maybe.
Oh, that maybe IT can take a look at that.
Thank you.
That would be because I didn't see your name to begin with, and certainly the timer that I have is going. But yeah, we'll see if they can't help with that. Thank you. We're on to Speaker 164, Alison Bealey. No, sorry.
Yeah, I'm on the line.
Oh, sorry. We'll stay on
Hello?
the line. You can. Other councillors are.
Point of privilege, there are 2 other counselors on the queue for
Okay.
questions.
I'm going to have, sorry. Thank you for that, Councillor Weep. I have nobody on my screen. Yeah, we're going to have to take a short break. I'm so sorry. Please do stay on the line, Cheryl, because
Okay.
you have other speakers, other councillors wishing to question you. We have a bit of an IT
Okay.
problem. I can't tell who is on the line to ask you questions. So it'll take, I think, just a few minutes. But thank you very much for holding on.
No problem.
Mr. Hardwick, were you on the list to ask questions? Councillor Hardwick?
Yes, I was.
Okay,
And I thought I
could
saw.
you add yourself now just to make sure? I just want to make sure that you're going to pop up. Yes, I can. It seems to be fixed now. Sorry for that, Cheryl. But
That's okay.
I'm just going to move forward with Councillor Weeb, up to 3 minutes to ask questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Cheryl. Just one question. You talked about the only success you saw in the plan was the metrics on number of rentals, and that doesn't help build complete communities. Can you talk about what other neighborhood metrics you think should be utilized to support families in the plan?
Sorry, what was that? The number of
You talked about the only metrics really used in the plan was the number of rentals, but you said that we should be looking at more metrics, like more opportunities to look at things that you believe would help support families in this plan. Like
yeah,
access
I think
to
it was the
schools.
number.
Like, what are things that you think we should be looking at as successes of this plan?
Yeah, definitely schools, since they're all seem full with lottery waiting lists, even if you live a block away. You know, daycares, community centers, parks. I mean, parks are packed all the time in my neighborhood. I'm in Kids, and I did live on Commercial Drive for years too. Same thing went for there. Just yeah, I think more access to services and amenities for families.
Okay, so you believe that while we do these planning, we should make sure that all those metrics are part of our decision making?
Definitely, or else you're going to bring them all in, and then it's going to be even worse than it is now.
Okay, thanks a lot, Cheryl. Appreciate that.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Hardwick, over to you for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Cheryl. Just to confirm, because I've asked other speakers this question, the subway's going through. That's happening no matter what, and it's going to affect housing. So your response in terms of what you'd like to see is the towers that would be around the subway stops and ground-oriented multifamily along the corridor. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I think neighborhoods still doing neighborhood-based planning, and if you have to design around stations to make them viable, do that. I just hope the whole subway doesn't disrupt the whole fabric of the way Vancouver functions from a neighborhood perspective.
Have you considered population growth projections and historical norms of population growth in your assessment? One of the other councillors asked about having similar distributed density across the city. Have you looked at the population projections at all and considered whether that they're consistent or excessive or what might be driving them?
Well, I've heard Vancouver's had pretty consistent growth in the last 30 years and is projected to kind of stay on that trajectory, but I don't know much other than that.
Okay, great. Those are my 2 questions. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. And thank you, Cheryl, for not only
Thank you.
speaking, but answering the questions for councillors.
Okay, thank you.
Speaker 164, Allison Bealey.
Yes?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, up to
Oh,
5
good.
minutes.
Okay. My name's Allison Bealey, a renter in Vancouver for 36 years. I'm opposed to the Broadway plan as it stands. Well-informed speakers, many with relevant professional training and established careers, have spoken eloquently of flaws in the process and the plan. I can only say what I feel. I'm sorry so many future residents may have no choice but to live in towers of 20, 30, 40 stories, or even more as land values escalate. Why must the forecast needed density be so concentrated along Broadway? Why raise neighborhoods 8 blocks either side of Broadway, where we already have dense, vibrant neighborhoods, people of all ages and incomes, renters and homeowners? It's no wonder a previous speaker commented on the advertising flavor of the renderings. Renderings always show only the ideal picture. What's eventually built is often quite different. There's talk of neighborhood character and walking to everything you need. Where's the character when everything is new and all more of the same? Small businesses in every high street have struggled as land values and taxes increase. How will that change? The plan talks of new housing and employment opportunities. With more jobs being done remotely, I wonder where all this employment will come from. The current market rents are not affordable for many, even those with good full-time jobs. Many cities build transit to get people from where they live to where they work, suburbs to downtown. But we want to build housing to pay for the transit? A subway to UBC where ridership has definite peak hours and is seasonal? Why was an extremely expensive subway the only option when other areas are underserved? As for legitimate public consultation, survey questions craftily worded are vague, subject to misinterpretation. Example, are you in favor of increased density? Yes. Must this mean we're in favor of towers? Or could it mean yes, but would like to determine what building types residents of a neighborhood need and prefer? Consultation that tells us what you are doing as opposed to asking what we think should be done is not true consultation. I'm saddened by the continued disregard for Vancouver residents. Yes, I mean renters and homeowners. Those who've made homes here, who connect with and contribute to their communities, disregarded in favor of developers and all those who will come in the future. This can't be right. Many citizens took part in neighborhood plans, spending countless volunteer hours to help shape livable communities. I'm disappointed this is no longer considered useful. I'm outraged that someone with no connection to, no lived experience in Vancouver blithely says those plans are outdated. Those plans are no longer relevant. Shame on them. We've been told for years to expect the incoming 1 million, whether to Metro or Vancouver proper, is a bit fuzzy. Why does the number of homes needed never diminish, no matter how much is already underway or approved? The mayor wrote in the Daily Hive, quote, "It's not surprising debate over the plan has heightened those feelings of anxiety for many renters living along the new subway." He adds, "It's even less surprising that a handful of well-to-do homeowners are preying on those fears to stop much-needed affordable housing to pull up the drawbridge and make Vancouver a city only for them and their wealthy friends." Yikes. I wouldn't say it's homeowners preying on those fears. All renters throughout the city are anxious now, not only those in the Broadway corridor. Why are homeowners made to feel unwelcome, guilty of some wrongdoing? And they're certainly not all wealthy. I don't know of anyone in any neighborhood who says no to increased affordable density. The article goes on, imagine you're a longtime renter in Fairview. You love your neighborhood, don't ever want to leave. Your apartment's in poor shape, maybe even unsafe. The developer will have to offer you comparable housing, and in a few years you return to a new, safe apartment. These comments insult good landlords and those who are happy in their homes. There are plenty of well-maintained low-rise rental apartments in Fairview and other areas. They're safe with decent-sized rooms, are well set back from the sidewalk, allowing for green space. It seems livability was of greater concern in the past. I question whether displaced renters would want to come back to the changed neighborhood after a period of 3 or more years. They might finally feel settled wherever they landed. People they knew have moved, shops they frequented are gone, no longer the neighborhood they love. More and more speculation, great for investors and developers, will not lower prices. It hasn't so far. Land values in Vancouver continue to rise at an alarming rate. Certainly some are happy in concrete high-rises, but not all. Even developer Michael Geller doesn't think they're good for families. Why apply one approach to such a range of neighborhoods? Why are high-rises the only option? Why not develop to existing zoning? Why not build more low-rise courtyard-style buildings, including co-ops? Arbutus Walk is very livable. Many units enjoy cooling from shade trees rather than air conditioning. This development was lauded. Build more like that for renters and homeowners. With all the building rezonings approved to date, adding densification to existing zoning on high streets throughout the city, we can accommodate future growth in more livable human-scale dwellings. The need for more purpose-built rental housing should not allow or require displacement of existing rentals or co-ops. As a renter, I've been happy in 3 to 5-story garden apartments with trees outside my window and a place for children to play safely. I think all families deserve that. We must demand the schools, community centers, and parks be planned from the outset. I'm not comfortable believing they will be built, that all will be well. Are you? Parks promised 20 years ago, still a
I'm
promise.
sorry.
Schools
I'm
and yet
sorry. Just Allison, I'm going to have to interrupt you. You've gone over your 5 minutes, well over. But you still have questions from Councillor Hardwick. So perhaps
yes.
you can get your points there. Councillor Hardwick, over to you for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you very much for your remarks. I just would like to confirm what I think I heard from you. We know the subway's coming. You know that you're suggesting that you would expect density around around subway stops and ground-oriented housing typologies along the corridor. Is that accurate?
Yes, there in Kitts, West Kitts, in the last 5 or 6 years, there have been rental buildings that are 4 to 6 stories. The developers could afford to build those. Why now we can't afford to build anything under 20 stories?
Okay, thank you very much for confirming that. And if you were to characterize this, do you see this as something that's promoting growth or managing growth?
Which? The plan?
The plan.
The plan's promoting growth and speculation.
Great, thank you
I
very
mean,
much.
I don't know
Appreciate
why
it.
Vancouver's now supposed to be a growth place, not a livable place.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it for your questions. Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. And thank you very much, Allison, for speaking to council and answering those questions. Speaker 165, Julian Gallner.
Speaker 165 is not on the line.
Speakers 166, I'm not sure if this is accurate. Michael Weeb.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Michael Weeb. I'm a renter in Vancouver, and I'm calling to support the Broadway plan. I want to ask, what is the goal of this plan? Is it to protect the interests of incumbent homeowners, or is it to solve the housing crisis? If you care primarily about street parking, mountain views, concrete canyons, or wall-to-wall towers, then you're promoting the interests of incumbent homeowners. But if you care about people being able to live close to their jobs and families, then you need to allow housing supply to respond to the massive increases in demand that we've seen over the past decades. The reason we are considering such drastic changes to the Broadway corridor in the first place is because zoning regulations have prevented incremental densification from occurring. After decades of rising demand and limited increases in supply, we face a crushing affordability crisis. That's why we face the problem of renters being displaced for several years while renter protections allow them to return. If we had legalized fourplexes and apartments across the city decades ago, we wouldn't be facing this problem. But we didn't, and here we are. Continuing the status quo or delaying this plan will only perpetuate the housing crisis. Blocking densification to prevent displacement is a head-in-the-sand short-term response. We should indeed try to avoid displacing renters through redevelopment. We can do that by focusing new developments in single-family neighborhoods, and the Broadway plan should do more upzoning in low-density regions. And that comes back to what you prioritize, protecting the interests of incumbent homeowners or supporting the 50,000 new residents that will move to the area. But some apartments are cheap because they're old and low quality. People deserve to live in modern buildings with new appliances, to sleep without fear of an earthquake collapsing their apartment. That means redeveloping. We can mitigate the harms of redevelopment by including strong renter protections. If we had upzoned and legalized apartments decades ago, there would be plenty of housing for displaced renters to move into. But we didn't do that, and now we face a situation where some people have to lose. It's important to recognize that blocking new development is what caused the problems we now face. Moreover, blocking development won't stop demand from continuing to increase, with tech workers moving to the city and millennials coming into home buying age. More people bidding over the same stock of housing is a recipe for skyrocketing housing costs, and that's exactly what we've seen happen in Vancouver. If you block new development, you'll just be continuing this process, and people will be displaced by unlivable housing costs, which is an even more important form of displacement. And again, if we want to prevent renters being displaced by redevelopment, we should legalize apartments in single-family neighborhoods so that old, cheap apartments are not targeted for redevelopment. To solve the housing crisis, we need more of every type of housing, more social housing, more market rate housing, combined with strong renter protections. We can't get stalled quibbling over the precisely optimal amount because that just means perpetuating the housing crisis. Finally, this plan aims to add 50,000 more residents to the Broadway area. How many of them have been consulted? How many of their voices have you heard? Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time. There are no questions, but thank you for speaking to council. It's really appreciated. Speaker 167, Liam Begley.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Great. Hello, councillors. I appreciate the number of speakers, so I'll try to keep my comments brief. I am speaking in support of Mayor Stewart's proposed expanded tenant protections. I would also urge the council to go further, setting up enforcement mechanisms to ensure tenant protection policies are followed, and to explore building and administering social and co-op housing, as well as implementing rent control tied to the unit. I've been renting housing in Vancouver predominantly on the east side for 15 years. Lived in 6 different apartments in that time with 6 different landlords, and roughly doubled my rent with each move. At the moment, rents are rising so quickly in the city year to year that the BTU's rental survey report, the Renter's Plan, found that within buildings, the landlord could expect to increase rent by as much as 25% once a long-term tenant moved out. I expect this will only get worse as rents continue to increase, so Mayor Stewart's proposal that the right of return will occur at the same rent or lower will help reduce profitability and therefore attractiveness of eviction. If the right of return is not guaranteed to be the same or less, and instead is 20% of the city average, as currently suggested in the Broadway plan, many long-term tenants will be priced out anyway, as the rent gap, as found in the BTU's Renter's Plan, found a roughly 60% gap between the median reported rent paid by tenants and the median market rental. It can also be expected that the city average rents will rise, arguably as a direct result of the potential for development driving up housing costs in the area. I have concerns over enforcement and interpretation by city staff and would suggest to council that an overseeing body or inspection service of some kind be implemented at a city level that tenants being relocated from development can bring their concerns to. As an example, it is technically possible to fulfill the current TRPP relocation policies by sending 3 Craigslist ads to the tenant of available units anywhere in the Metro Van area. I would further like to suggest that vacancy control attached to the unit and not to the tenant would be the best and most direct way to keep rents affordable in the city. And further, the direct development of non-market, social, public, and co-op housing, rather than commodified housing, would also directly address this issue by creating housing, the rent of which is not driven by the need to turn a profit. This will also provide more units for interim housing while development is occurring, and produce a bottom to the rental market, as a public option will compete with private landlords and hopefully reduce the ability to profiteer. It's important to remember that when we talk about the profits of developers and landlords, we are talking about revenue provided by tenants. It is not passive income. It is my income, my wages, my labor, and the labor of other tenants. We are the ones paying my landlord's mortgage, property taxes, utilities, and also providing them with an attractive profit margin. If tenants are being asked to shoulder the burden of paying for these development proposals, I believe that the protection of tenants should be of primary importance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. You're very clear. There are no questions to you, but again, thank you very much for speaking to council.
Thank you, Councilor.
Speaker 168, Sam Garagozolu.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Sam Garagozolu, and I'm calling in today speaking in support of the Broadway plan, specifically the creative district around Great Northern Way. Let me just say I'm really excited about the new plan. I grew up here in Vancouver. I run 2 companies here in Vancouver. Professionally, I'm co-founder and president of Axioms and Dapper Labs. We're 2 homegrown, rapidly growing tech companies employing more than 600 people all around. Our head office right now is at Great Northern Way, right next to the Emily Carr campus. When we were looking for our future headquarters, we had so many options and so many areas where we could choose from, but we ultimately decided on the area around Great Northern Way because of its massive potential to become an area key to Vancouver's economic growth and also become a future tech and community hub. We wanted to relocate to a place where we could see our team growing, working together and building a community while at the same time feeling safe and comfortable doing so. We wanted to be a part of an ecosystem that had, creatives, innovators, learners, and makers all around. In the Broadway plan, it references the high-tech and creative sector tenants that would be attracted to this area because of the large office floor spaces and the potential that it has for creative collaboration with other organizations. The one thing missing, I would say, and something that our employees struggle with daily, is the lack of daily needs and amenities in the area. So this would be a great opportunity to build new housing, to amplify the job space, while also building local and community-serving retail, and also retaining the industrial job space around it. We're growing at an extremely fast pace, and we have access to a lot of complementary spaces nearby. But I feel like more retail space, more hospitality space, and especially more housing would let itself further developing and bringing more people into the area. This plan has the potential to make this area more than just where people come to and commute for work, but it could make it a place where people can call home and hold pride in knowing that it's a vibrant part of their city. The area is well poised to leverage on this existing transfer infrastructure with the Broadway subway already underway, and to add density at transit. For us, we need this housing to retain our jobs here and the talent here in Vancouver. There's already a lot of competition all around for smart and bright people. We have a very walkable city, and with this new subway and the potential for new housing, we could really have something special in our hands. Thank you for your time and taking the time to listen to me in support of this plan.
Yeah, thank you so much. You do have some questions, so if you want to just hold on the line, that would be great. Councillor Weeb, over to you for up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, two questions. There's been talk about putting in a integrated water management creek through that area to really connect that area to the land and waters. Do you think that's something that the staff that work with you is something they would want and be kind of a way to entice people to a headquarters, is really recognizing that it's on the waters?
Definitely, for sure. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, and quick second one. They've talked about a 24-hour, like really making this a district that works kind of all hours of the night. It's kind of creative district. Do you think that's something that a city of our size should kind of focus on, is not just the 9 to 5, but the different techs and the different communities that work kind of through the night?
Yeah, I really like that point. I think something we should work towards. I mean, especially with a more globalized workforce and most people being able to work remotely now. Not most people, but like people in our industry being able to work remotely. I think it would be very helpful for them to have an environment where, things just don't turn off at like 5 o'clock or 7 o'clock or even 8, 9, 10, whatever it is. But a place where, other people are around, they can talk, they can collaborate and build together.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming in, what you do for the city.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb, and thank you, Sam, very much for taking the time to speak to us and answer those questions. Great. We're on to Speaker 169, Jay Taylor.
Hi, thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jay Taylor. I'm the President and Chief Operating Officer of Mountain Equipment Company, also known as MEC. We're located in the South Creek Flats area on Great Northern Way, and we've been here for a number of years. We recently moved buildings, and we had a choice as to where to go in the city. The reason why we chose to remain in the South Creek Flats area and in the Broadway corridor is over the past number of years, our staff have sort of built their lives here. Their daycare, their housing needs close access and proximity to the transit system on the SkyTrain. And echoing the previous speaker, we would like to see more amenities that extend further into the evening here, as well as more food and beverage opportunities that come along with it. We feel it's important as part of our brand ethos and business ethos to reduce the amount of carbon footprint we put into the world. And in doing so, we try to encourage our staff to live close to where they work, and in most cases, we're able to do so. So adding more affordable housing, or adding more housing in general, will certainly help us do that. There are some concerns around, schools and social amenities, and I think with the thought that's gone into the Broadway plan, hopefully those things are being addressed on a go-forward basis. Personally, I live in the area as well. I live a few blocks up the road from our home office area, and it's convenient for us to walk back and forth to work. Our retail store is right in the second and main area as well. So we support the Broadway plan and all that it brings to the table in terms of housing and bringing more people into the area. We certainly see a demand for jobs here in Vancouver, and one of the rate limiting factors for us is cost of housing and the availability of housing. So anything we can do to continue to attract talent, make sure we've got a deep bench of people that are willing and able to work at MEC as well as to get outside, we're all in support of. Thank you very much.
And thank you. You do, if you don't mind staying on the line, you do have questions? Councillor Weeb, over to you for 3 minutes.
Yeah, I have a quick question. Recognizing that the MEC building was the first salmon-safe building on the False Creek Flats, now Nature's Path is following suit, do you think we should be utilizing elements of salmon-safe design on the flats, recognizing that this growth that will happen in that area still needs to be in harmony with the traditional lands there and the water lands that used to be there?
Yeah, that would be ideal. I mean, the building that we used to occupy definitely has a creek that flows through the bottom of it and around it, and any kind of that design aesthetic that we can continue would be ideal.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Those are for your questions. I really appreciate, Jay, you taking the time to speak to us.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Speaker 170, Emma McClem.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Emma Macklem, and I'm speaking in favor of the Broadway plan today. I'm a born and raised Vancouverite, and until very recently, I lived near commercials of Broadway. I'm very familiar with the 99 bus, having taken that route daily during my four-year degree at UBC. This area has obviously long been one of the centers of rapid transit in our city, and the Broadway plan acknowledges that and factors it into the city's future thinking. Having lived in the area since I was born, I'm intimately familiar with the increase in density that East Vancouver has experienced as of late. I support the additional density, and so I'm not complaining at all. In fact, I'd actually say that the new foot traffic and new retail has added vibrancy to the neighborhood. What I like about the Broadway plan is that after years of hard work and planning and engagement undertaken by staff, the vision spreading the density along one of the most major arterials in the city, all while addressing many city priorities and alleviating the housing crisis. I really believe that multifamily living is the way forward. So many of us renters are used to living in high rises with smaller floor plates already. I was excited to see that the plan proposes more density in the west, in the Kitts area specifically, because that area is comparatively very underdeveloped. If we accept that density along transit is best practice, then why shouldn't Kitts be subject to the same increases in density that I've seen basically my whole life in East Van? I know that people are upset at the prospect of the city changing, but frankly, it's already changed. We've seen massive growth in population, and we need to start growing together, not increasing any divides that already exist. So in short, I'm fully supportive of the plan as it's presently contemplated, and I encourage Council's expedient support as well. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. You have questions? Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick, up to 3 minutes. You may be on mute.
Sorry about that. Just trying to get a handle on, you've grown up and you went to UBC, and you now work in what industry?
I work in, I'm a young professional in the public affairs industry.
Thank you very much. That's it.
That's it, Councillor Hardwick. Oh, okay. Great. Thank you. That's it for your questions. Emma, appreciate you taking the time to speak to Council. Speaker 171, Catherine McCauley.
Speaker 171 is not on the line.
Speaker 172 has withdrawn. Speaker 173, Gordon McCauley.
Not on the line.
Speaker 174, Sarah Cranston.
Not on the line.
Speaker 175, Ted Ogbenson.
Not on the line.
Speaker 176, Stephanie Smith.
Withdrawn.
Speaker 177, Anna Holton.
Hello,
Yes.
my name is Anna Holton. Thank you for listening to me today. I'm a Fairview resident, and I oppose the Broadway plan as currently conceived. Please refer it back to planning staff for specific amendments. I was born in Vancouver and lived here 90% of my life. I rented for 40 years, the last 20 in a Kitts 3-story walk-up. Fortunately, I was able to buy a Fairview condo in 2012 upon selling my parents' home after they died. The Broadway plan will be a 30-year comprehensive area plan to integrate new housing, job space, and amenities around the Broadway subway. Why rush approval without incorporating required specifics where the plan is deficient? I have listened to the Broadway plan discussion since meetings began May the 18th. I opposed the Broadway plan for these 15 reasons. The Broadway plan adds high-rise density unsupported by any current housing data or census data, fails to address the housing affordability crisis, which is not based on lack of supply, promotes growth at 3 times Vancouver's actual 1% growth rate, relies on building heights and built forms not divulged, thus lacking citizen approval, rescinds 4 existing neighborhood plans created through extensive citizen consultation, upzones massively, putting pressure on existing rentals which will cause demevictions, creates conditions for huge land lifts not leveraged for social housing and nonprofit co-op housing, does not require sufficient below-market housing, does not include social housing or not-for-profit co-op housing, worsens the climate crisis by relying on concrete high-rises instead of wood construction, lacks specific targets for new parks in areas already woefully short of them, lacks new community centers or libraries for families and seniors who rely on them in the plans, lacks plans for those, fails to consider additional residents who will move into the planned major developments at Senac, 9,000 people, Molson, 7,500, and Jericho Lands, 14,000. Further, the new towers will hide the mountain views in a concrete canyon while destroying Vancouver's unique character and neighborhoods. And finally, both the Vancouver Tenants Union opposed the Broadway plan and the Vancouver Park Board passed a motion not endorsing the plan. Okay, so I had planned to talk to you specifically about parks, but the Broadway plan itself acknowledges that more parks are needed in the plan area, but it fails to provide the required specifics. This is an insurmountable problem. So why not include specifics in future parks in the Broadway plan? Then I wondered, how does the authority to create parks arise? I had to learn about local government to understand why, and this is what I discovered. The Vancouver Plan, Part 23, Parks, gives the elected park board the exclusive possession of and exclusive jurisdiction and control of all areas designated as permanent public parks of the city in one of 6 ways prescribed in Section 485.5, Sub 5. The 3 ways requiring action by council are real property may be designated as a permanent public park by council resolution or bylaw, by statutory appropriation, or a purchase made with funds borrowed with the assent of the electors. So there's activity or action required of council to create a park. Then I wondered, are there provincial legal requirements for the city's Broadway plan, which is an official community plan? The BC government website, Official Community Plans for Local Government, states the City of Vancouver has the authority to develop official development plans under the Vancouver Charter. Official community plans must include certain plan statements and map designations for residential development required to meet anticipated housing needs for 5+ years, present and proposed recreational land uses, and present and proposed public facilities, including schools, parks, and so on. As an official development plan, the Broadway plan must include plan statements and map designations for present and proposed recreational land uses, school parks under BC law. However, the Broadway plan's info regarding parks at pages 399 and 400 does not include map designations of proposed parks, so it should be referred back to planning staff. Council will need to provide specific instructions, read the plan statements and map designations for parks and schools. The Parks Board motion asks Council to amend the Broadway plan to provide specific minimum targets for inclusion of parks and recreation facilities to accommodate anticipated population group. I had a look at that memo that supported the motion by Parks Board, and there may be a typo or mathematical error in the figure the Park Board provided to Council. It said 5 new parks would be required, and it gave 13 hectares as a figure. I've emailed Commissioner Dumont seeking clarification of the Park Board's recommended park provision target. So far, I've had no reply. Vancouver Park Board did not endorse the Broadway plan. At its May 17th meeting, the Park Board learned its general manager does not concur with the plan submitted to Council. During discussion, the Park Board commissioners were also told Park Board staff do not support the Broadway plan because their input was seemingly disregarded by city planning staff. According to minutes of the meeting, the Parks Board unanimously passed a motion resolving that City Council consider including open space and recreation targets in the Broadway plan to ensure that parks and recreation service levels keep pace with growth and support equity and livability, and that was carried unanimously. And then the second part was that they request that City Council extend the shadow protection time in the plan to at least 5 p.m. to provide access to sunlight in cooler seasons. And that was carried by a majority of 5-2, with Commissioners Irwin and McKinnon opposed. Commissioner Irwin spoke in support of the Broadway plan. This may have created some confusion regarding the unanimity of the Park Board motion, but having watched the recording of the Park Board's May 17th meeting, I may be able to clarify what occurred. After the Broadway plan motion carried, Commissioner Irwin requested permission to speak to City Council. The Park Board Chair granted Irwin permission to speak on his own behalf, i.e. expressing his personal views. The Park Board motion involved two parts. Irwin voted for open space and recreation targets, but opposed the shadow protection extension. Perhaps that would explain why Irwin's answer gave an equivocal reply when asked if he had supported the Park Board motion. We not only have too few parks, but there are incursions on the existing parks we have. Green space is being eroded. The Park Board needs to balance competing needs and tries to maximize use of current parks. As a result, some park green space is being converted to fenced off-leash dog park areas in Charleston, Granville, and Heather parks, or to lap swimming pools in Mount Pleasant and Hillcrest Center. I was going to talk about the urban
You actually
design
have
panel,
about
but I don't have
4 seconds left. Sorry.
Okay. So anyway, I've talked about the deficiencies, but I have some ideas which I hope the questions will allow me to elaborate on.
I don't see any counselors with questions, but I think everybody really appreciates you taking the time to speak. Oh, wait a second.
I'm going
Actually,
to
sorry.
I just say one more thing? I'm
No,
going to send you.
no, sorry, excuse me. You can't. However, Councillor Hardwick has added herself to the list. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Before you add anything there, sorry, Anna. Anna, I've asked other speakers what form of development do you think is reasonable along the corridor?
Okay, thank you for asking that question. So that allows me to talk about reclaiming the public realm. I just want to reiterate that Brian Palmquist had suggested that the 30,000 new homes for 50,000 people could all be done from mid-rise density. Patrick Condon suggested wood frame low-rises, and other speakers have referred to European cities. Condon also recommended the city hire a consultant with expertise on incorporating not-for-profit and social housing into the proposed mix and how to leverage and capture land lift for the public benefit. So several times in the meeting, Chair Carr has expressed the need to reprioritize city streets as public space without cars. She mentioned a target of 11% was suggested with the need to move faster in this connection because of climate emergency. I would suggest that consideration be given to adopting Barcelona's superblocks idea. I can send you articles about it. I'll just briefly explain. Barcelona superblocks are 9-block grids that reclaim streets from cars and turn them into pedestrian first zones. In a superblock, traffic flows around the perimeter while their interior streets are reserved for pedestrians, playgrounds, public space, and minimal local traffic. City planners could amend the Broadway plan adding low to mid-rise wooden structures in Barcelona superblocks, or they could go to mini blocks, which are just 2x2 grids. Utilizing the Barcelona superblocks, street reprioritization could occur to add new public spaces. Low and mid-rise buildings are most suited for superblocks because low-built forms keep shadows to a minimum. Barcelona superblocks and mini grids can simultaneously reduce traffic and noise while reallocating streets for use by local residents and providing that much-needed enhancement to the public realm. In closing, I just want to thank you for your attention. Please, the failure to add specific targets for new parks is no mere imperfection, which can be tweaked later. Not including specific targets for future parks is a fundamental legal defect of the Broadway plan, which must be fixed before approval. That's why the Park Board did not endorse the plan and why the UDP also criticized it.
And that's it for Councillor Hardwick's time. But you
think
have
I
more
got that.
questions.
Thank you.
Councillor DeGenova?
Thanks so much. I just had some questions sparked by your comments on reclaiming the public realm. And I'm wondering, right now, in this plan, we'd be looking at rental. And rental doesn't offer, the same amount of amenities that we can put towards things like parks and green space and public realm, community centers, that sort of thing, as we saw sort of in Yaletown. So I'm wondering, do you think that if the trade-off was to have some more strata condo or, more affordable home ownership options along with the rental that generated the development fees and or the CACs or DCCs that would see us be able to deliver on these amenities, is that something you would want to see changed?
Okay. I'm not a city planner, but I've been listening to all the meetings. I think that the DCLs and the CACs and those sorts of things are too limited, and they're often also waived by City Council for developments. I don't believe that the high-rise form is the way to go. I believe that we should be having low-rises, new low-rises built with wood construction rather than using concrete.
So I'm just going to interrupt you to ask you about the ownership model.
Street.
Sorry,
I think you misunderstood my question. It wasn't about
No,
built
I didn't
form.
want me to talk about giving up the street amenity, the park amenities, and that sort of thing, so that we can have monies from rental high rises. I don't see that rentals can't be in low rises. Many of them currently are, and they can continue to be. We can develop new ones if we look to leveraging the land lift.
But if the only way that we can fund the amenities in the public realm that you speak of is by trading off some of that rental for strata condo, because strata condo does generate CACs, would you be comfortable with that? Would you be comfortable with trading off some of the rental for strata condo to generate
I'm not going to answer that question because I don't know the answer to it. What I want to remind you of is that Patrick Condon suggested that you need to get an expert in with expertise in how to incorporate not-for-profit housing and social housing, and also to leverage the land lift so that you can fund these kinds of things. The city residents have spoken, and they do not want a massive concrete canyon as a development in this area. It's going to destroy the neighborhood.
Yeah, that is Councillor DeGenova's time. Yeah, thanks, Councillor. And you do have more questions, though. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to ask, I've been to Barcelona, and I know that because they had a significant increase in population, that they really made huge efforts to green the downtown core, including vertical living, greenery and walls. Can you describe a bit more kind of the experience of what it's like on the interior? Did you have a chance to walk through some of those 9-block areas?
Actually, as a retired librarian, I've only read about it. I haven't been to Barcelona to experience that. However, I've spent quite a lot of time in Prague because my brother lives there. I've spent 6 or 7 months there in total, 5 at one point. And I can tell you that there are many parks in his neighborhood. There are low-rise densification everywhere. Below stairs, grocery stores. There must be 3 or 4 grocery stores within a 5 or 7 block radius of my brother's flat, and there's 3 parks in his area. So I know that there's different ways that we can conceive of cities, and it's a very livable city. And also right outside his door are trams going both directions. The tram stops there. When I come back to Vancouver, I think, oh my gosh, I miss the transit in Prague, and I miss the walkability and the beauty of Prague. And I don't want Vancouver, where I was born, to be destroyed.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just jumping in because I have limited time. So, and I haven't been to Prague, although I've wanted to go. In your experience in Prague, how old are those buildings? And did you experience any single
My
family home?
brother's building
Or,
is
sorry,
105 years old. It was built in 1905. It's a concrete sort of walk-up, and it has a small elevator, but the elevator is so small it only carries one person and a couple suitcases. And it stops at half floors because it's tacked on the back of the building. So basically, it's a walk-up.
Okay, and then sort of the main city in the urban center, did you experience that across the city? Like, is it, for example, did you see that they don't have single family areas in the same way that
There
we
are
do
what they
because they
call
have
Panelaks.
sorry, just to finish that question, but because they have
Sorry.
density more spread out throughout the whole city?
Prague is unique in that it protects its skyline and its views because it says that the density has to be outside the city. They say from standing at Prague Castle, looking around, they want to keep the view of the low rise of the center. So there are high rises out in the periphery. In Haja, H-A-J-E, is one place, and some of the other places where I have been to on the metro system. I've seen these conglomerations, but they're far out of the city. They're certainly not in the city, ruining the beauty of Prague, which is an unbelievably beautiful place. And part of the reason it's so beautiful is that the fronts of the buildings have great articulation and masonry. Vancouver, of course, being a much younger place, we don't have any of that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, that's it for your questions. Thank you for answering those and for speaking to council as well.
Thank you so much for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Great. We do too. Speaker 178, Richard Nantel. Is Richard Nantel on the line?
We're just confirming. One moment, Chair. Speaker 178 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 179, Luis Villegas.
Speaker 179 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 180, Randy Vogel.
Speaker 180 is not on the line.
Speaker 181 has withdrawn. Speaker 182, Tamara Heitner.
Yes, hi, I'm on the line.
Great. Go ahead. You're very clear. Go ahead to up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Hi, I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm opposed to the current Broadway plan. I very much believe that we have to protect the existing affordable rental housing, and I do fear that the current plan puts that at risk. I'm also concerned because a lot of people who live in the area don't necessarily want to live downtown, but it seems like we're building another. They want to live in livable neighborhoods, communities, places where there's parks and schools and a sense of neighborhood. They don't necessarily want to live in high rises. I recently had to move, and I almost ended up in a building where there was, it was all glass and cement. And even though the apartment I looked at was up on the top floor, it was noisy because you could hear dogs barking, echoing through the alleys, people on rooftop patios. It was not quiet. It was not peaceful. So I don't think that adding countless high rises adds to the livability of our city. People want a quality of life, and they live in Vancouver because it's not Toronto, because it's not New York. They live here because it is, a beautiful city. They're here to connect with nature. They live here because of the green space that surrounds it, and they want to be connected to that. Another point I want to make is that rents are directly related to price. The night of the last meeting, I took a quick look on realtor.ca, and there were 7 listings under $500,000 and 1,048 over $500,000. So that just goes to show that the affordability, the ability for people to live at, whether it's to purchase or to rent, is really compromised. And the rents are directly related to price. So somebody asked a question about, would you trade up some of that rental housing for condos? The problem is those condos just get rented out and become rental housing, but then the rents are directly related to the price. So I do think we need to incorporate far more nonprofit housing. And, you know, there's a lot of talk about there not being a lot of space in this city, but if you look at Main Street below 30th, there's tiny houses, like it's not built up. So I do think we need to spread out this concept of density. There is space in the city, it's just not being well used. The other thing I want to point out very importantly is this right of first refusal is an absolute joke. Developers don't comply, and it's left to the renters to fight. This happened to a neighbor of mine across the street. She was essentially run evicted. She moved to a new place, was supposed to have right of first refusal. I watched as they rented out every apartment in that building, and then the developer sells the building. They never came back to her, and she could have fought it, but then it's up to her. The onus is on her to file with the residential tenancy branch, to get a lawyer, to fight it. People are already exhausted. They've lost their homes. They're having to resettle themselves. You know, the fight gets left to the tenants. So, this is a real issue because I don't have confidence when the mayor says that people are going to be able to come back with the same rent. We've already seen developers take advantage of that and find unique ways to not adhere to those policies, such as providing the same rent by raising the rent and then providing a discount for 2 years or something of that nature. So there's all sorts of stories about this, and it doesn't happen the way it's supposed to. And then the last thing I have to say is that 20% affordable housing is not enough, and the city really needs to sort of look at what it considers affordable housing. It's often, it's a percentage lower than market rent, but market rents are going up and up and up and up. And again, it's all this speculation. It's building the city towards, growing it, and somebody made that point. Do we need to grow this city or make it a livable, like a thriving, livable city with the capacity that it has? And what is our focus? So I oppose the Broadway plan as it currently exists. And I think it really needs to be revisited to spread out that concept of density, to have that housing, but lower, either smaller, either low rises or mid rises, built across the city in a way that it maintains livability and provides an affordable, livable city.
That was perfectly timed. Thank you very much. You have no questions, but thank you for being so clear and speaking to council.
Thank you.
Speaker 183, Sandra Ho.
Oh, hi.
Yep, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for hearing me speak today. I am not in support of the Broadway plan as it's proposed. I'm a Kits resident, and I have serious concerns of what will become of the future of Vancouver. I am not opposed to density, but opposed to the way that density is being delivered. I do not believe it provides adequate rental protection and affordability, and I do not believe it supports climate change, and I think the process has been flawed. I heard speaker number 10 state that the Urban Design Panel did not approve the Broadway plan and that the recommended changes were not made, and that these recommendations are made by an unbiased professional body of architects, engineers, landscape architects, and urban planners. The UDP advises Planning Department and City Council on development and urban design policy and protects the interest of the public spaces we live, work, and play in. City Hall Watch stated that the live feed was not working on that day of the UDP meeting, so nobody was able to tune in, and that the video recording has not been posted on the city's website. The meeting minutes that I see posted online were minimal and would hardly mirror the conversations that took place. City Hall Watch requested the video recording through FOI, but had only received it yesterday, the day before the possible final deliberations of the Broadway plan. So the video recording was withheld, and then they decided to send it at the 11th hour. It just seems to me that it wasn't an entirely honest process, and makes me wonder, what is it that staff wanted to hide from City Council and the public? I'd like to mention some of these recommended changes that was stated is as follows. I am not comfortable with the aggressive manic interface between new density and old. Another said, adding 18-story buildings in low-density neighborhoods is misguided. Better to be less timid at transit nodes and less aggressive in existing lower-density neighborhoods. The plan area includes some of Vancouver's great character neighborhoods, Kit, Granville, Mount Pleasant. The plan may ruin all of these areas. And someone else said, I am disappointed about the lack of information about design for the disabled. The disabled and seniors communities are waiting to get more involved in the plan. We should also be mandating larger home sizes. What's allowed now is much too small. We also need more family units. In the UDP chair's summary, he stated, this is universal support for adding housing density at and near stations. Park space needs to be in the public realm rather than space left over at the edges of private development. Additional public amenities are needed, including childcare, community centers, and publicly accessible washrooms. Each transit node also needs cultural facilities. There needs to be a cultural facilities plan rather than just a budget. So my suggestion and alignment with the urban design panel members is to densify, but at a more human scale along Broadway near transit stations, but leave the shoulder areas alone, where there's currently tons of affordable rental homes and affordable rental homes and neighborhood character, and allow for low rises only if necessary, and create more parks and green spaces and community amenities. I think this would be a fair compromise. In closing, Broadway plans could result in mass demo evictions and much displacement of tenants in affordable rentals. Would it be better for council to resist the temptation to approve amendments to fix a fundamentally flawed planning process and instead hit the reset button? That's all.
Questions for you, but we really appreciate you speaking to council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker 184, Devin Hussick.
Hello, Chair Carr, Mayor, and City Council. My name is Devin Hussick. I'd like to start off by wishing you a good morning, evening, night, whatever it is already. I imagine that after so many hours spent in these meetings over the last few weeks, you might be struggling to keep up. I know I certainly am. And frankly, I'll be glad when this is over. You see, I'm sick of seeing notice cards, news coverage, posters, not to mention dozens of emails about the Broadway plan's various updates, open house events, and virtual meetings. Okay, so even with my aching joints, I do miss walking tours, but that's probably just 2 years of pandemic isolation talking. It's safe to say I've had the opportunity to make my opinions on the Broadway plan heard ever since I first went down my streets with city staff around 3 years ago. Naturally, over that time, like all things, my opinions have evolved and sometimes even conflicted with each other. In the middle of our housing crisis, it was tough for an average person like me to understand why your staff chose to drastically cut back the scale we originally proposed for the apartment zones. Yet the explanations make sense to me now. If eliminating 5 floors of housing on each of these future buildings and limiting them to 1 per block means development is focused elsewhere and existing renters, my friends, aren't displaced, well, what more can I ask for? However, horses can't survive, let alone function, if they're only beaten with sticks. You need carrots to thrive. And that's where the Broadway plan comes up short. I worry there's not enough growth being allowed in the areas where homeowners like me live. We should do everything possible to ensure the vast majority of development happens where the only people who have to move actually want to do so. Maybe it's because I'm not a realtor or a developer, but I don't see how a 3-story rental building with a 1 floor space ratio will ever outcompete a multi-million-dollar detached home or slightly cheaper duplex with a 0.75 floor area on a single lot. In my own neighborhood, the Fairview Slope, the 6-floor rental buildings being envisioned are hardly different from our existing strata homes, especially since we'll obviously have to have access to sunlight, which essentially means we'll only be 5 floors tall against a hilly neighborhood. My neighbors aren't scared of shadows, though, and you don't need to be scared of them either. Like me, we welcome more growth here, and there are many survey results to demonstrate that too. Plus, there are real consequences of being too timid, which I can see whenever I go a few blocks east and witness the results of Mount Pleasant's out-of-date neighborhood vision. Yes, it's led to a lot of great things that are enshrined in the Broadway plan, including wonderfully active laneways, unique cultural events, and a thriving village in the heart of the city. Yet the difficulties of that old document are institutional. New homes, as well as new businesses, are limited to busy, polluted arterial streets, often located on a steep hill, and of course, always sold to the highest bidder. I get it. A decade ago, no one could know how severe the housing crisis would become. But when things dramatically change in the world, we have to have the freedom to be able to adapt. The Broadway plan recognizes that a review every 5 years is needed to keep up with our fast-moving world, and that means the Mount Pleasant plan is failed by over half a decade. It didn't know of a world where there was a mural festival, let alone mass timber construction and passive house building. Nor could anyone expect that as a society we would fail to address climate change, that a pandemic would shake our institutions to their core, and that Europe would be gripped by a madman's war. I can't imagine what the next few years will bring. How many refugees will come into our doors? Will we turn them away, forcing them to live in the suburbs? Or drive thousands more to the streets in search of a mythical zone capacity? Vancouver has proven we can confront our problems like a real leader would. Instead, the world's tallest passive house is the green shining light on the hill of our first downtown. The world looks at us. It emulates us, not because we were once a city of horses and carts, or of a lit gasoline and manicured estate lawns, but because of how we are using our present to create a better future. The Broadway plan continues that legacy. It gives us the best shot we have of building a better neighborhood, a better community, a better city. I'm sure in 5 years, hindsight will show it has some small, unexpected flaws, but nothing could compare to the mistake of rejecting it, or worse yet, dismembering it with last-minute, unpublished amendments that lack the public consultation this plan has championed. I ask you, I beg you, to emulate our city's role as a global leader. Grasp your moment to be remembered as council who gave cities across the world a new standard to strive towards, rather than fading away into the past as nothing more than a bad memory. Thank you for your time.
And thank you very much for speaking to council. There are no questions, but really appreciate that. Great. So we're on to speaker 185, Naomi Singer.
(185) is not in the line.
Speaker 186, Jared Anderson. Jared Anderson, if you're on the line, you can go ahead. We can't hear you right now, so if you are on the line, sure if you're muted.
186 is no longer on the line.
No longer? Okay, thank you. Speaker 187, Helen Liu. Helen, it might be Louis. Sorry for that. If you're on the line, please speak up.
We're just confirming, Chair. One moment.
Mm-hmm.
(187) is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 188, Michael O'Shaughnessy.
Speaker 188 is not on the line.
Speaker 189, Michael Lang.
Speaker 189 is not on the line.
Speaker 190, Jill Atke.
Speaker 190 is not on the line.
Speaker 191, Alyssa Myshok.
Not on the line.
Speaker 192, Tom Armstrong.
Not on the line.
Speaker 193, Bill Ewan.
He was in person, Chair, but I don't see him here now.
Oh, yeah. Okay. On my list, it still says by phone, but that's fine. He's not on the line. 194, Jeff Andrus.
Not on the line.
Speaker 195, David Austin.
Not on the line.
Speaker 196, Stuart Smith.
Not on the line.
Speaker 197, Maria Roth.
Not on the line.
Speaker 198, Karen Ranaletta.
Not on the line.
Speaker 199, Owen Brady.
Not on the line.
Speaker 200, Kathy Poole.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Poole. I'm the Vice President of Children and Youth Services for the YMCA of Greater Vancouver, and we are in support of the Broadway Plan. The YMCA is passionate about the early learning and development of children. We believe every family that needs it should have access to the high quality, accessible, and affordable childcare in their community. The YMCA is supportive of development in Vancouver that takes into consideration the childcare needs of families. Vancouver needs to expand childcare spaces, especially as a part of new residential development. We are thrilled to see a commitment at all levels of government to support families and ensure children get the best possible start. We are particularly pleased to see the ongoing priority that the City of Vancouver has placed on early learning and childcare over the years. The YMCA is an important partner in supporting childcare expansion. We are the largest provider of licensed childcare in British Columbia, providing high quality care to over 4,000 children. In the City of Vancouver, we operate nearly 1,500 early years and school-age childcare spaces at over 35 locations. This will increase by nearly 100 more spaces by the end of 2022. Excuse me. We are encouraged that the draft Broadway plan would help incentivize the delivery of childcare throughout the entire corridor. Families need childcare that is in their community and readily available on public transit. The YMCA has been in early discussions with excuse me, the owners of the former Mountain Equipment Company site who are interested in working with the YMCA to bring a new integrated childcare facility to part of this community. We know that there's a need for more childcare in the communities we serve. We see it in every region of BC. In the City of Vancouver, the YMCA has 8,133 children excuse me, on childcare waitlist. We know childcare expansion helps children and families in the local economy. Not only does it enable more parents to remain in the workforce, it also employs professionals in the community. The YMCA is a large employer through many of our programs and services, including over 600 early years and school-age childcare professionals across Greater Vancouver. This is another important benefit to the City of Vancouver in the expansion of childcare, boosting local employment opportunities for childcare professionals. Partnerships between the YMCA and municipalities has enabled considerable growth in childcare programs across Greater Vancouver. We want to continue to be part of this important growth and support the development that makes it easier for families to find and access the care they need where they live and work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours. Very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to Council. Speaker 201, Derek O'Keefe.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and attention. I just had to hop off the bus when all those speakers were not on the line. I'm a renter, a parent of two, a partner to a hospital employees union member who lives in the corridor and works near it. Too much of this debate has been focused on the interests of landowners and developers and the fever dream fears of thinly veiled nativism, opposed to any and all plans for adding more neighbors. Whenever we have transit infrastructure added, with the support of federal and provincial funding, there should be lots of affordable, accessible housing added as well, with the support of federal and provincial funding. Instead of transit-based displacement, we need transit-based public benefit development. Hospital workers, for instance, should be able to walk or take a short transit trip to work. That's a basic building block in terms of livability, sustainability, and emergency planning as well. I feel like we haven't talked at all about how many nurses, cleaners, technicians, even a lot of the young doctors have been priced out to a long commute, and they have to come in to work at BGH and all the important adjacent healthcare facilities. A number of major changes are needed to serve the public interest rather than narrow profit-based interests. I just wanted to say I agree with CHFBC, Co-op Housing, who said the target of 20% below market or non-market is not nearly ambitious enough, and that the plan should include provisions to set aside sites for community housing developers as a first step to increasing the number of non-market homes. In my view, a much higher target for public housing is necessary. A target of 50% or more would tamp down speculation and also encourage the city to take seriously the eminently doable proposal of a mass build-out publicly owned rental housing. CCPA has done a lot of work on how this is possible and profitable over the long term for the public sector. The Broadway plan's target for below market or non-market is also too vague and potentially misleading because it presumably includes many of the existing tenants who risk being displaced for years but will be offered the right to return. I also agree with the Tenants Union, of which I've been a member since its founding, and their recommendations include stronger tenant protections, including the right of return at the same or lower rent. I know others are moving amendments to that direction as well. The real vacancy control tied to the unit and the right of tenants to organize and collectively bargain. The vacancy control proposed in the current draft of the plan is not actually vacancy control because it allows for resetting the rents at the citywide average minus 20% at the end of a tenancy. Real rental control could also help push down inflationary pressures on assets in the corridor, and Vancouver should push for the right of first refusal on apartment buildings for sale in key areas near transit hubs, as they have obtained in Montreal, in order to further the city's goals of social, public, and affordable housing. Finally, I wanted to say I agree with the dissenting opinion of the two Vancouver City Planning Commissioners who denounced the lack of universal accessibility requirements in the plan. We need more bike lanes, we need more but we also need more sidewalks, curb cuts, lifts, air conditioning installs, and much, much more. The lives of people are more important than the pro formas and profit margins. Please keep this basic hermeneutic top of your minds while debating and voting on amendments. At the center of the Broadway plan, last point here, is a city-owned block just north of City Hall, stretching from Cambie to Yukon, Broadway to 10th Avenue. It's currently a staging site for subway construction, but my hope is that when future city councilors, or some of you that get reelected to 2 or 3 more terms, when you look out the windows there at City Hall towards the North Shore Mountains, those views will be partially obstructed by beautiful co-op and public housing. That's possible, and it's in your hands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for taking the time to speak to council. You have questions, though, if you want, please stay on the line. Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, hi, Derek. I'm just wondering, the plan calls for 20% below market housing in the rental, and that would include dem-evicted renters having the right of first refusal. In Burnaby, where they have a similar law, 72% of the people who are dem-evicted are taking advantage of the right of first refusal. So my question is, do you think there will be enough affordable housing for both dem-evicted renters in the area now, as well as new lower income renters, like the ones that work at Starbucks or in food service at the hospital or in hotels?
Yeah, clearly not, and for a number of reasons. I would say one reason that I didn't touch on is that the plan doesn't actually deal with adding enough more density in some of the lower density areas along the corridor. It actually envisions no towers or very small buildings in some of the areas where they could add more housing. So there's that, and also the 20% below citywide average in 20% of the units. If amendments happen that make these more generous tenant protections or better guarantees for people to go back at the same rate or lower rate, that means there won't be more new units for new people to move in. And we know the city has been missing all of its targets on housing for people making under $80,000 a year, the type of people who clean the hospital or work in the service sector in the full corridor. Yeah, so that's why I emphasize public housing, because you cut out the profit margin and you can add more
Okay.
affordable units. Yeah.
Another quick question. So I asked the staff about the Cambie lot that the city owns right by the SkyTrain station there, and they're saying that that's reserved for jobs. Do you think that's a good idea?
Well, I saw one article about that site that suggested there might even be a new city hall campus or part of the city campus on the lower levels. Clearly there should be some commercial and different uses at the Broadway Canby hub, but why not put co-op housing on top of that? I think it would be a brilliant use of city land, and the kind of thing we should be prioritizing on any city-owned land near the transit station. The new ones are, in this case, an expanding one.
Okay, thanks a lot, Derek.
Great,
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was running from the bus. Thank you all.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young, over to you.
What about, since housing is prioritized in this plan and what we're hearing the most is from people is the need to, at the same time, prioritize community amenities, lack of green space, et cetera. What about maximizing park space on the city campus, so to speak, roof gardens, park space, public access, and public space, since we're hearing such a lot about that?
Eric? Eric, are you still on the line? Clerk, if you wouldn't check, please, and let me know if Derek O'Keefe is still on the line. Oh, yes. Well, I know there is an issue with the bus. That's true.
Speaker is off the line now.
Sorry,
Not online.
Councillor Kirby-Young. Speaker's not there. So I'm going to just move on to the last speaker on our list, Speaker 202, Jane Frost.
Speaker 202 is not on the line.
Okay, so I do have to go through the whole of the list again, which I will. Apparently, there are about 10 people on the line, but we don't know who they are, so the clerks need to check. So we're going to take a short, I think, clerk 5-minute break to allow you to check. However, if there's anybody with thoughts about how we are going to proceed after this, Councillor Kirby-Young, you're on the queue.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I wonder if I could propose a motion, because I'm aware that we still have to call through the speakers list, and then we still have, I believe, a third round of questions to staff, which I believe will be probably quite fulsome, following up after hearing from all the speakers from council. And I'm also aware that there's a lot of amendments and complexity on this report coming, and so in the spirit of providing council with sufficient time on an important topic like this to duly consider all of the amendments and the content, some of which I think are still coming in as we're going through this meeting, I did send in a proposed option for continuing the debate and decision portion, pending the conclusion of speakers and questions to June the 9th, which is our reserve date, commencing at 3 p.m. And I do believe that the clerk should have that language to bring up, and I have emailed it to council just now too, so council can look at that and consider it. But I think that the public expectation is that this is a big decision, and it's, I think, beneficial for council to be able to kind of take in all the feedback and review all of the content and the comments that we'll be getting back from staff, both in written form as well as going through questions today. And I want to make the appropriate space to have that wholesome conversation.
Thank you. Steph, if you could just comment, the language, is that language up yet? No. As it's coming up, Council, there is the language that I'm seeing, it's been sent to all of us, that subject to the conclusion of speakers and questions to staff, Council postponed debate and decision on item 1, Broadway plan, to June 9th at 3 p.m. Steph, can you just explain how you interpret the subject to the conclusion of speakers and questions to staff?
Sure, Chair. So if the speakers and questions to staff are not finished today, the matter would just continue with speakers or questions to staff or whatever status council's at with this item on June 9th.
And sorry, another question, just so that there's clarity for council. Would that include the concluding comments by staff that they have mentioned that they will be doing as well before we ask for questions?
that would include it in the questions to staff component. Yeah.
Okay, so following their presentation. Okay, does everybody have that? Yes, it's up. It's up. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. To the motion, Councillor DiGenova.
I'm happy to support this. I'm just looking for some clarity, maybe from you, Chair, maybe it's from the mover of the motion, if we're still taking our hour-long break. Um, we usually do, and I try and plan my parenting responsibilities around that. So I'm wondering if we're doing that or not. If you could offer me some clarity, I'm happy to support this overall. I wasn't sure if questions to staff, I understand, are proposed that we do those today if we get there, and then come back for debate and decision. I'm fine with that. I just was wondering if you could clarify if at 5 p.m. we'd still be breaking as we usually do.
We are still breaking at 5 p.m., yes.
Okay, I'm happy to support this. I also agree that
would
this
be
is
for an
something
hour.
I believe that the public has shown great interest in, and it's very important that in making this decision, we do so in a way where we can consider all of the answers to the questions that we may have and reflect on speakers' comments, which also gives us an opportunity to send in additional questions to staff. I'm not sure if I see them nodding yet. Yes, they're smiling so nicely over there. Hopefully not too many questions to staff. So I do appreciate this option. I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Great. I see no one else on the list to speak to this. I'm going to just test verbally. All those in favor of this motion put forward by Councillor Kirby-Young say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Passes unanimously. Clerks, do you still want the 5 minutes to check on the speakers who's on the line?
One moment, Chair, just confirming. Yes, 5-minute recess, please.
Okay, so 5-minute recess. We'll be back at 10 to 5, and we could listen to 2 more speakers, or 1 at least, before our dinner break. 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, Council, we have quorum again. Thank you very much for that break. I'm going to suggest a couple of things. We do have some speakers on the line, but they've also been informed they should call back after our dinner break. We have 2 speakers in chambers that are in person. And with your leave, I would like to just proceed by hearing the 2 speakers, which means I need a motion to extend to hear the 2 speakers in person. Thank you. And then we'll take our 1-hour dinner break. Great. Thank you very much. Speaker, I think 134 is the first one, is it? Or 178? 134 is here? Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Don Gardner, and I'm a member and I live in Mount Pleasant. I was a member of the Mount Pleasant implementation team. I'm also on an advisory for some social housing in the area. I'm strongly opposed to the proposed Broadway plan. I was just wondering whether the Broadway subway was a Trojan horse for massive development and not for easing congestion as originally presented. Were there not reports saying the subway should not be used for justification of major rezoning along its line? I've been struggling how to present a case that council may even consider, as it's much easier for you to approve the Broadway plan and boast about all the good things it promises to deliver. Something all the previous proposals around development and housing have failed to deliver, and often the unintended consequences have made things worse. Have any of you on council or the planning department walked the neighborhood streets and alleys where all this density is being planned? Just take a look, take a walk from City Hall to Main, along 10th and back along 11th. Look at all the variety of housing, all the heritage designations, the many single family homes that are now 3 or 4 in some cases, even without a laneway. Look at how other designs using several city lots have created even more housing. And this is happening along many streets across the city. How much capacity does current zoning allow for? How much is already approved and in development, and how much is yet to be developed? Are these all questions you should have the answers to? Did you know that during the development of the Mount Pleasant plan, a modeling exercise showed that a significant amount of additional housing could be added without the need of a single high-rise? Did planning ever ask the community or look at that modeling? We have been densifying at a pace faster than population growth, and affordability has gotten worse. So what are the pluses and minuses if you do not approve this massive increase in density? Has anyone done the analysis? And if not, why not? What would it mean to healthcare, infrastructure, environment, mental health, livability, etc.? Does council not need to be armed with all the options and information before making such a significant decision? Do the city residents not deserve to know that as well? And do all those people who spend hours and hours helping to develop community plans not deserve to be told why all that work is to be totally disregarded? And did you know the Mount Pleasant plan considered the subway when it was developed and then approved by council? The main premise for this mass rezoning is that housing is not affordable because of the lack of supply, both rental and non-rental, and this plan will provide an abundant supply of both. As presented, this Broadway plan is everyone's dream come true. But my first thought is what could possibly go wrong? And why have all those past promises of new supply making things more affordable not materialize? What paradigm, world-changing ideas has planning found to solve the problem they have not been able to solve till now? Is the plan plagiarized from some other city that has found the golden solution? And are there many examples of where this has been successful? The stark realities is you cannot build massive concrete towers as a way to affordability. especially when the cost of everything related to building is rapidly increasing. Land, material, labor, ever-changing and complex regulations and codes, to name a few. Plus, add in the increasing cost of money and all those costs to protect all those displaced by rent evictions. Has any environmental impact analysis been done on this versus other alternatives to density? Have you looked at the real estate listings for the new supply of housing in recently approved zonings? Is $18 to $2,000 a square foot the new affordable? So a 500 square foot condo will cost millions of dollars? And how much more will these costs be inflated? And the purpose-built rentals have also resulted in higher rents, not lower or stabilized. So I ask that you reject this plan and ask staff to go back and gather all the information you need to make an informed decision. I would ask that you have the staff go back and meet with the communities that have community plans to see how those plans could best add additional density to what they already have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You do have questions. First from Councillor DeGenova. Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova. No, that's a holdover from before. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. You mentioned the work on the Mount Pleasant plan and the fact that it considered the subway, and I wonder if you could kind of provide some perspective on what the response to the plan was with the subway. Like, what kind of decisions did that lead to?
Well, we basically went through and looked where the hubs were going to the stations, and there was higher density put there with towers. They were limited to, I believe it was 20 stories, 23 stories. And then the rest of the housing and development was low-rise, taking multi-lot and creating multiple houses on it, that sort of thing. So it basically spread the development across, but kept the community as it was, kept the schools, the parks, and all the other things, and allowed a much gentler introduction of density into the area. So there was never an opposition of density. It was just how it was done and how best to do it to keep a community and keep the community as a very unique and lively area.
Okay, that's really helpful perspective. So in terms of the limit to 20 stories, do you see significant differences in the proposed heights? Because it does suggest stepping back from Broadway as it moves into the neighborhoods, and depending upon the type of tenure, whether it's rental or strata. So do you see significant differences in height?
The problem, a lot of people go, oh, strata, we'll add some condos and to a mixed development, and that's going to give us money for CACs and everything else. Problem is that all of the development gets more expensive. Now you're adding a whole bunch of other costs on that. So who are the rich cats, if you like, that are going to afford those really expensive condos? If I'm a strata president, have been for a number of years. I deal with a lot of other strata presidents. If you look at the strata buildings, and the higher they get, the more complex it gets. If you mix residential condos with rental with social housing, you end up, because of the way the Condo Act works, you end up with a stratified condo, which is very complex.
Sorry. Yeah, maybe I wasn't. I don't think I was very clear on the question. I'm just wondering if where you see the specific differences in sort of the height, because the height that you described is not dissimilar, but there is more extension into the neighborhood. So is it the height on sort of the side streets, or like I'm just looking?
No, that was basically around the station. So if you take Kingsgate Mall,
yes.
So that was like 23 stories.
Okay.
Okay, so your setbacks go down even further.
But in the Mount Pleasant plan, you were viewing the height being more limited to the arterial.
Yeah, well, I mean, the rise came in after the fact, which was kind of disputed, and it came in at a higher height than was originally in the plan.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Hardwick, over to you for questions.
Thank you very much. How long were you involved in the Mount Pleasant plan? How many meetings, how many hours? Can you give us a sense of the level of engagement?
About 8 years and probably half my gray hair. How many hours? I mean, we spent weekends, we spent weeknights. I had meetings in our strata conference room with people from the community. We went to meetings with the city. It was a long process, and we spent a lot of time.
So how do you respond then to this Broadway plan and the suggestion that the existing community plans are history and this should supersede them?
I'd probably be beeped out for what I would really like to say. So I'll just say I'm totally disgusted that the city would even consider doing that, and that planning would be that ignorant to actually throw it out.
So given that, your suggestion is that this goes back to the drawing board with a more complete, or as they like to say, robust engagement process.
Certainly, and let's look at the options. Let's look at the data. You don't make decisions on one proposal. You look at multiple proposals and you look at the pluses and minuses. I don't see any of that in any of this. My background's consulting. I was always brought in when things were really broken in big corporations and helped them get things back on track. This is really broken. It needs to get back on track.
Great. Well, thank you very much. And I hope if that happens that you'll participate.
I would be more than happy.
Thank you.
And there are still some questions. Councillor Weeb, go ahead.
Yeah, as someone that sat in those meetings with you, we didn't always agree
no.
where we go. And I think that's but there was strong dialogue that took years to get to where
right.
I was.
And you sat in a lot of meetings, but I mean, we walked the streets too. Like that's the thing. You get out and you walk the neighborhood and you see, wow, look at that. Look at that. That's really nice. And look at what they've done here. And they've increased in some housing. Gee, that could be replicated. I mean, when the Marpole was going on, I spent a lot of time with the Marpole folks. And I brought them up here to walk around to see, because a lot of people were, oh, we can't do that in our neighborhood. Walk them through some of the neighborhoods where some of this stuff is done, and it's done very, very well. And they went, oh, that's not what our vision or how we thought this was going to go about. That's great. Yeah, we could see having that in our neighborhood. But there isn't that engagement. There isn't that show and tell. You got to get, I think there's a lot more openness to density if they can see how it's done and done right, and not that it has to be a big tower going up in the middle of nowhere, which is a lot of cities are abandoning because they're totally unfriendly to the climate.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, that is it for your questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to come in. Great, and we now have one of the other speaker in person, speaker 178, Richard Nantel.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Sorry, I had a tough day getting here and I just broke my reading glasses, so bear with me. I'm here again and I was here the other night too, and I'm here to speak against what I call the Kennedy Stewart Broadway plan. And I'm a lifetime resident, and I'm really taken back that we seem to have a council that represents more the development industry over that of lifelong residents, renters, and ratepayers. And I'd listened to a lot of great articulated discussions about why we shouldn't be doing this. But I think the biggest reason I have is the residents of Vancouver did not ask for this to happen. This is the mayor's idea, and to drop this on the citizens of Vancouver.
Excuse me. I'm going to have to caution you. You are making assumptions and making statements that can't be verified one way or the other. But the point is that you are speaking in very negative terms, not only about the mayor, but about council as a whole. So I ask you to refrain from those kinds of comments.
Well, I guess in a general sense, I've been here a lot of time, and there's been a lot of done deals. And the public, it seems like the public opinion of what's happening here is being ignored. And I will reserve my judgment till I see that vote. But, I think everything about this plan is wrong. Ignores public opinion, community-based planning processes. The people have talked about the zoning uplift. I think what you're doing is creating a blank canvas for the development and planning industries or the planning department to basically dump a lot of stuff on Vancouver without a public hearing process. And I think you're shunting the public and where you're going on this. So if you vote for it, I think you're not being representative of the people that live in this city. That's my personal opinion. Anyways, for maybe some of the Green members on council, I'll add this, that I watched the PBS program the other night, and it was quite interesting. If you were to lump all the concrete producers on this planet together as one country, they'd be the 5th largest emitter of carbon. They have the 5th largest carbon footprint of any country in the world, right? So why we're tearing down perfectly functional, affordable housing in this city and replacing it with the stuff that's concrete towers and filling our landfills with perfectly good and usable, serviceable housing is just beyond me, right? But anyways, you know, and the other thing that I think that's really bothering me about all this is that we already have enough zoning capacity in this city, like the gentleman before me just spoke. I feel like, and a lot of my neighbors feel like we're living in a permanent construction zone in this city. I mean, you got the subway happening right down Broadway Street. You got the Heather Lands that's just being approved. Fraser Lands in my neck of the woods that are still being developed. Now you have the Jericho Lands. Oak Ridge is going up in concrete towers and everything like this. And then you also have the Burrard Bridge lands being rezoned. I guess you don't have to go through a rezoning process on that. But we have tons of capacity. Why are we building all this capacity that far exceeds the natural growth of people in our city? And while you're displacing people that, and I've heard a lot of renters here, they've come here and they just don't believe that the mayor, I'm sorry, he's gone on radio and said he's going to protect everybody and that they'll be moved into existing or some sort of housing in the interim while all this wonderful stuff goes up around us. I just don't buy into this. I think it's a crock of whatever. And I think that, again, you know, to do this without a public hearing process and also to do it, like a lot of my neighbors have even said, here we're having the only time people that are working, how do they come here and argue against this? And a lot of people I've talked to, and I know a lot of people in this city, they don't bother coming to council anymore because they feel council and the process doesn't listen to the residents of this city and neighborhood groups. Everybody in this city seems to be on the grassroots level, seems to be opposed to what you're doing or where this is heading towards. So I strongly urge council, you know, like do the green thing, do the right thing, and do not go forward with this Broadway plan, especially months before a big civic election. And if there's people on this council, including the mayor, that feel that this is the right thing to do, maybe he should go to the people and get that mandate from the people. But to do this prior to a civic election without a pre-existing, you know, like mandate from the people, I think is totally disingenuous and basically reeks of a political decision.
You are out of time.
Thank you.
But you have some questions if you want to take questions. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you. Richard?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm a little upset about this, but a lot of people I know feel the same way. It's making my blood boil, but sorry, go ahead.
I have 2 questions for you. The first is, the Broadway subway's going in, whether you like it or not. What form of development do you think is appropriate from your perspective?
Well, I think that you can do things along the Broadway corridor. I mean, there's already stuff that's gone up around Cambie and Oak and stuff like this. I think the corridor itself might be open to mid-rise or higher rise buildings. But I think the biggest thing about also the Broadway plan that really concerns me is that it gives that blank canvas 8 blocks north and south of Broadway. And that's the part that really, really concerns me. If it was just Broadway itself, I might, you know, again, and I think that's why we have a public hearing process, is that we can do these things piecemeal as we go along and do them as we think, you know, like works for both the residents of the city and for that corridor. You are going to see some expansion around those SkyTrain stations, but I still don't think that, you know, this thing, especially if it goes out to UBC, the subway, it just scares me what's going to happen, that 16 blocks either side of Broadway. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. And with my remaining time, and I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Staff have said in their presentation that there has been a robust public engagement process around this, and that we should be very pleased with that public process that has taken place thus far. How would you respond to that?
Me and my neighbors and a lot of people, all this thing came on us. We didn't feel that there was a robust public engagement process. And I guess like I get back where Harry Rankin used to say back in the MPA days that sometimes public hearings and these sort of things are the glazing on already made decisions. And I hope that isn't the case, but I don't think that there's been a broad, especially during COVID, especially a lot of times, a lot of people, again, aren't coming to engagement processes because, you know, we've had a history in this city of done deals for the last 15 to 20 years, I think.
But the argument is that can be done online.
Yeah, well, a lot of people like me that are seniors aren't comfortable with the online process and all this. I mean, and besides, we've got all these community planning processes that are supposed to have been respected and done. And if a council basically throws those community planning processes down the toilet, so to speak, what kind of credibility does that give to council that basically you don't respect that public opinion in the first place?
And that is it for
Thank you.
your time, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Fry, over to you for questions.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to highlight on a couple of statements that you made, or just kind of concepts you mentioned, and just kind of expand on them. One, you said sort of a blank canvas, and then you also mentioned zoned capacity. So focusing on the blank canvas, how do you see this as a blank canvas? Because I see it as highly prescriptive, limits on the amount of towers that could go here, where. What do you mean when you describe it as a blank canvas?
Well, to tell you the truth, I do not trust the current council majority, or recently in the last 10 years. I do not trust the planning department, and I can't visualize and see what it's going to be. And I think all along, even 4th Avenue, if you got towers and all this, all the shadowing that's going to create downslope towards Kitts Beach and areas like this, I'm having a hard time visualizing what the end product's going to look like. And I just don't think it's fair to give that blank canvas for that amount of area and basically not go to a public hearing process. I think that I would rather see a slow evolutionary process where we do this that's more comfortable with the residents of the city.
Would you take more comfort in knowing this was a 30-year document and that it would still allow for public hearings and
Well,
rezonings?
I think that also ties the hands of the public and a lot of people going forward if they don't like what they're seeing and everything like this. Like I said, I just don't believe doing something on such a grand scale serves the public interest. And you've heard all the discussions about speculative land lift on properties, land assemblies, and all this. There's just so many negatives associated with this plan that you could drive a truck through it, right? I just, I think if anything, the public is being hoodwinked on this.
So I'd like to ask you about the zone capacity, because I hear that one a lot too. And what does that mean to you? Because I mean, certainly we
Well,
still
all along
really...
our residential corridors and all this, and I was involved in the city plan process way back in the day, and it seemed like the planning department only picked and chose what they liked about it and ignored what they didn't like about it. But people talked about the fact that along Dunbar and say Victoria Drive, you already have C1 zoning there. You're allowed to build 4 stories there on top of that commercial. There's tons and tons of existing low zoning in this city that isn't fully utilized, that you don't have to do major rezonings.
Okay, so that's my point.
Like
then how do you action that? Because it's obviously, if it's not being utilized, and we're
well,
expecting
you guys have been
100,000
actualizing it very well by doing spot rezonings all over corridors and everything like that. I mean, what I'm saying is I think that's less impactful on neighborhoods, putting it along corridors and all that. And if people that are immediately beside that are in residential neighborhoods, at least they can take the money and run and maybe buy a place within the neighborhood if they're given a little bit of a premium on that land to get the heck out of being in the shadows. But I think there's tons of stuff with Fraser lands. And like I said, all these projects that are happening all through Vancouver. There's tons of capacity there that's being built for the citizens of Vancouver.
Richard?
Yes.
When I'm speaking, you should stop speaking.
I didn't hear you, sorry.
So you're over time, or Councillor Fry is finished with his time. You have one more person, Councillor, to question you, but Councillor Kirby Young, it's 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm over here. Hi. Just one question then. Just because you covered a lot of ground, I just want to kind of get a sense. Are you saying that you would prefer that the majority of density happens on arterials, or you would like?
Well, it's also the kind of density.
Sorry. Oh, it's okay.
Sorry.
I'll leave it. Sorry, I didn't have a chance to finish the question.
No, I think, again, with community-based planning, there's certain kind of density that is already that neighborhoods are comfortable about.
Excuse me, Richard, when
Thank you.
I'm speaking, when a councillor is speaking, you're not to speak. Councillor Kirby Young,
I'm fine, Chair. It's okay. Thank you very much.
That's fine. That's it for your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, council, we have an hour dinner break, so we're going to return at 6:20.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing.
Hi, Denise. Can you hear me?
Hi, Elise. Thank you. I can hear you just fine.
Okay, thank you.
break. At this point, we are going back over the list to call out the names of any speakers who were previously absent. That's as per our process. I'll go through this list once. So we're going to start with those from the top of the list through. Speaker number 9, Helen Kyle.
Not on the line.
Speaker 11, Alda Pereira.
Not on the line.
Speaker 14, Kyle Simunovic.
Not on the line.
Speaker 15, Amanda Collins.
Not on the line.
Speaker 31, Jenna Durr.
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Great. Hello, Jenny, welcome, and you have up to 5 minutes to address council. Go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. Hi there, my name is Jenna Durr, and I'm calling in from the stolen lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, colonially known as Vancouver, and I am a resident here. I'm speaking somewhat tentatively in support of the Broadway plan, and I say this because, like many of probably the other speakers, I imagine, I live in Fairview, and I absolutely love my neighborhood. The green spaces and the friendly community are of the utmost importance to me. However, I also believe that accessible, affordable, and subsidizing housing units are desperately needed in Vancouver. I am a full-time teacher, and my partner is a welder fabricator. And every year, our rent is raised by the maximum amount allowed. We both have stable, fairly well-paying jobs, and we can barely afford to rent in this neighborhood, let alone buy a house here. Or an apartment. And although the pandemic has once again canceled the yearly count of people experiencing homelessness, we can likely assume that rates of homelessness and housing instability have only increased in recent years. So I support the Broadway plan if it accomplishes its goals of providing more affordable housing units in the area. Additionally, as much as we love our neighborhood and its charming smaller apartment buildings and houses and yards, studies have shown that denser cities can make a significant difference, a significant impact for climate change. Recent studies have indicated that residents of denser cities emit half the greenhouse gas emissions compared to suburban neighbors. The seventh generation principle is a Haudenosaunee philosophy that the decisions we make today should ensure a sustainable world 7 generations into the future. Other First Nations have similar ideas embedded into their worldview, centered around being a good ancestor and considering your descendants when making decisions. Many of us have heard of these principles, but I believe it's time we really start to live by them as an act of reconciliation, sustainability, and compassion for the future generations. So I know it can be hard to imagine a place that you've lived and loved for a long time changing, but I believe it's time we start making equitable decisions based on future generations and residents, and not simply our own current residents' interests. So I really hope that the Broadway plan can and will accomplish some of these goals, and that's why I want to speak in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very clear. There's no questions to you, so I appreciate you calling in.
Thank you. Bye now.
Good night. Speaker 36, Mark Shaper.
On the line.
Speaker 43, Barbara Neff.
In person.
In person. Wait, welcome. Go ahead, come to the podium.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm a retired registered nurse who moved to Vancouver in 1974, and I've worked for 23 or 24 years as a public health, community health nurse, and in other positions as well, as a director of long-term care and out at UBC. After I retired in 2013, I sold my house in Richmond and I went through a divorce, and I decided I would like to live in Vancouver closer to VGH, as I do see a physician there. I looked for a year at condos down in the Olympic Village, and they were so small, I could not see myself living in them. So I started looking at equity co-ops. And I don't know whether you people are familiar with equity co-ops. I'll try and do a quick run through. They're companies whose shareholders built or bought a building sometime after World War II. The shares give owners the right to occupy a designated suite in the building, own part of the common property, and gain equities as the shares can be bought and sold in the real estate market. I bought this for 25 to 30% below market value, put another 45,000 into renovating it, and many of the suites in my building have been extensively renovated. This building is at 12th and Pine, and there are several of them in the area. Maintenance is usually done by people in the building if they have time, so there's some saving in maintenance costs. And I wanted to just tell you a bit about who lives in the building. One owner was evicted many times. She's probably in her mid-40s, I would say, and thought she would be safe once she got into this equity co-op situation. One owner who was a community developer and theater costume designer who, while walking downtown, had construction materials fall from a height on her, and she suffered brain trauma and has struggled to recover. And she wanted me to tell you that affordability is a real issue for her. One owner works for a large retail company. Two owners are computer professionals with their own company. Two owners are in their 90s and are transitioning into assisted living. There's 2 retired nurses, of which I am one. 20 shareholders, 20 suites. I'm not going to go into everybody. In terms of engagement, I am concerned that COVID was happening at the time that this plan was being discussed by the planning department. We did receive 1 postcard in the mail. Most of our communication has been from developers interested in buying our building. I was really not terribly aware of it because I was trying to survive and see that my family survived the COVID pandemic. And I would say that you do need more face-to-face meetings with people to have an effective process involving people. Personally, I will gain more if the land prices soar and I move on. But I must express my concern that for-profit developers are really the ones, seems to me, kind of driving this. I think that there should be rent-to-own housing for workers. I think there should be co-ops. I think there should be nonprofit housing, and I think there should be some designated numbers around those things because they don't just happen. And I also want to express my concern that 3- and 4-story buildings are being torn down. Now, we have been talking about putting new windows in our building. We've had 2 different guys come around and say, oh, you don't need to replace these frames. This is good old wood. This is really dense. And if you paint it and keep it up, you don't have to replace that. And yet we're talking about tearing this old wood growth building down and throwing it in a landfill and putting up a concrete high-rise. Now, I realize that would house more people, but I really am more in favor of gentle density. I think there's huge swaths of land in Shaughnessy and Kerrisdale and other neighborhoods where you can take sections, little pieces off some of those huge lots, put them together and put up some townhouses where families could live, put up some low-rise apartments. You can densify that way. And I think there's ample room to do that. I think that's all I would like to say. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. And you do have questions, if you wouldn't mind staying at the podium. Councillor,
yeah,
go ahead.
It's great to have someone kind of speak between kind of the renter and owner divide. What is the ability for someone to enter a equity project like yours? What is?
You have to have 35% down.
35% down on the project, which is 35% market.
35% of whatever market value is determined to be. And then there are only a few lenders, but I suggest the city needs to be talking to those lenders, such as Canadian Western Bank, Van City will loan you money for the rest. You pay a little bit higher premium on interest, but maybe 1% higher.
Okay. You think, and security of tenure, everyone in that building, as long as you're paying your fee?
We're secure, but of course, if we get an offer, I mean, this is where we sit now, is do we maintain this building or do we wait for an offer for from a developer, you know, and I think most of the people in the building, I'm speaking generally because I haven't really done a survey or anything. I think most of the people want to preserve the building. But if I don't know what the rules are for strata, but I think it's 50% decide they want to sell, then we're going to have to look at that.
Okay, thanks for coming and giving that perspective.
Okay. That is it for your questions. Thank you so much for coming in. Speaker 47, Harun Khan.
Not on the line.
Speaker Celine Sauvage.
Not on the line.
Speaker Rupert Campbell. Number 68.
Not on the line.
Speaker 71, Craig Jorgensen.
Not on the line.
Speaker 72, John Barkley Donovan.
I'm online.
Great. Thank you. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you very much. Mayor, members of the council, I appreciate your giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is John Donovan. I live near 12th in Granville. I am strongly opposed to the Broadway plan. At this late stage in the proceeding, I do not intend to list my reasons for this opposition. My problems with the development or with the plan have been fully set out by earlier speakers who are frankly much more knowledgeable and much more eloquent than I am. Today, I wish to talk about the unfairness of allowing this plan to proceed. I completely agree with and adopt the comments made by the two gentlemen who spoke just before the dinner break. At the end of my comments, I'm going to ask you, Council, to reject the plan, send it back to staff with directions to them to reconsider it in light of the information which has been provided in these hearings. Then the plan should be the subject of a referendum at the coming election, or at the very least, much more discussion by residents. This is surely the largest issue to come before you in decades, both in terms of costs and impact on the residents of the city. It is huge. It pits the need for low-income housing in the city against the interests of people who have chosen to live, raise families, invest, and, in my case and others, with any luck, die in the several established neighborhoods in the plan, which the plan includes, and which, if the plan is carried through, will destroy. I am nowhere near able to tell you which interest should prevail, nor is the mayor. This issue should only be resolved by the residents of the city after all aspects of the plan, all of its pluses and all of its failings, have been fully disclosed and discussed. Sadly, most of the residents of Vancouver know little about the plan, at least in part due to COVID. The city has not done enough to explain it. It has not encouraged robust or meaningful conversation. On the contrary, my sense is that they have deliberately kept residents in the dark about what they're doing. There can be no doubt the staff have not drawn the public's attention to the fact that the plan does not provide for adequate schools or new parks, playgrounds, community centers, and all the other amenities which new residents in our town require. The plan to put 39 stories on the 6-story building of 1477 Broadway only came to light when copies of plans were found in a dumpster a long time before the city admitted that that was its intention. Earlier speakers have told you about the fact that the city refused to provide information to a resident about the plan to a resident, with the result that the applicant had to make a freedom of information application. That information was not provided until the very last minute before this hearing. This reeks. I'm uncomfortable. I know city staff report they've had a large number of engagements, and I put that in quotations, with residents about this plan. I do not accept this. Earlier speakers have raised concerns about the limited engagement they experienced. Speaking for myself, I participated in about 10 such engagements, in quote. So in not one was I asked to comment on the proposed density or building heights. In not one was I asked if I preferred to have my chosen neighborhood left intact rather than taken over with high-rise concrete towers. Nor was I asked whether I am comfortable with no new schools, no new parks, no other amenities for the people they claim to expect to house will need. It was clear that the density and the high rises provided for in the plan were already a fait accompli. They had already been decided upon. The engagement with me was meaningless, total waste of time. To approve a plan of this magnitude with so little public input would, with respect, be a travesty. With respect, you cannot do it. As I said at the outset, please send this plan back to staff. Please direct them to reconsider it in light of the submissions in this hearing. Please then hold a referendum for the city voters to decide whether the plan, modified or not, is desirable. The residents of Vancouver deserve nothing less. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. You have questions? Councillor Hardwick, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Why do you think that the residents of Vancouver should vote on this plan and it not be decided by the elected representatives here today?
Two reasons. One, the plan is just so big. In my initial draft, I said something about I wasn't anywhere near smart enough to decide how it should be resolved, and I don't think it should be up to any one person. This is a public issue, and it should be the public that makes the decision. Number two, I don't believe, as I think I've said, that the public has been informed about what's going on here, and that has to happen before we can resolve this issue. That's it.
So you have participated before in public consultation processes in the city?
Yes.
And so what do you think has happened to Vancouver's tradition of community-based planning?
I have to confess, Councillor, I'm new to Vancouver politics. I've fairly recently retired, and frankly haven't paid much attention. So this is one reason why I didn't want to go into the same kind of detail that some of your other speakers have done, because I just don't have the knowledge. I just know this feels wrong to me. I was a lawyer for 40 years. It just feels wrong, and hence my request.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. You do have more questions. Councillor Dominato, over to you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for calling in this evening. I just wanted to hear in your own words what the experience was in terms of that engagement that you did participate in. You said you weren't asked about specific elements of the proposed Broadway plan, but could you elaborate on what you were asked or how you were able to engage, just so we can better understand? Because we do have planning staff listening to this and hearing the public feedback, so we can maybe improve if we need to. So could you elaborate?
Only a little bit. My sensation when I dealt with staff, and there was 2 surveys and 1 or 2 meetings, like town hall kinds of meetings, and then some private communications as well. I felt the plan had already been decided. Anything that they wanted to know from me was like lipstick. It was just gloss, and that's not what I wanted to give them. I wanted to give them my thoughts, which I've now shared with you, and that's not what they wanted. So I have a hard time saying that there has been robust communication. I think that people should, instead of asking leading questions, which is what we were asked in the surveys, hey, what do you think? Tell me what you think about the whole plan. I think it would be great for staff to listen to the comments in the hearings that we've been having, because there's been some really good information come out, and staff has to hear that.
Great. I appreciate you elaborating on that, and I think that was helpful. So thank you, and thanks for calling in this evening.
Yeah, thanks. That's it for your questions. Yep, that's it for your questions. But I did just want to tell you that that a very large team of staff, all the staff involved in this plan, have been listening to every part of these proceedings in terms of the speakers and councillors' questions and all of that.
I'm glad to hear that. I'll be curious to see what they do with it.
Thank you. Speaker 74, Roberta Olenek.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Okay. I live in Vancouver and oppose the Broadway plan for many reasons. I will focus on just one reason today. Over and over again, we are told the Broadway plan is essential to addressing climate change by increasing housing density along the subway so that people can get out of their cars. So what I simply do not understand then is why we never hear the reason that so much of the new housing is to be provided by concrete towers 20 stories or taller. If it's truly the case that a key objective of the plan is to reduce carbon emissions, why the emphasis on the least green of all build forms, tall towers that require massive amounts of concrete? Concrete makes an immense contribution to climate change. Here, for example, are 4 points from a 2019 Guardian article. 1, if the cement industry were a country, it would be the 3rd largest carbon dioxide emitter in the world, with up to 2.9 billion tons, surpassed only by China and the US. 2, Taking in all stages of production, concrete is responsible for 4 to 8% of the world's CO2. 3, among materials, only coal, oil, and gas are a greater source of greenhouse gases. And 4, under the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, every government in the world agreed that annual carbon emissions from the cement industry should fall by at least 16% by 2030 if the world is to reach the target of staying within 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius of warming. Concrete also amplifies the deadly heat island effect. A 2021 Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report found that the single biggest contributor to heat island effects in cities is large, tall buildings, like those proposed under the Broadway plan. Towers create concrete canyons that block cooling winds and lock in heat. Temperatures in dense urban centers can reach as much as 22 degrees Fahrenheit above those in surrounding rural areas. Heat less extreme than that kills, as we tragically discovered during last year's heat dome in British Columbia. Add in the serious dearth of cooling parks and green spaces in the Broadway plan area, and the promotion of so many towers becomes even more inexplicable. I know the plan drawings show new trees along the new Great Street, but I wonder how many of those trees will actually survive in the new concrete canyon. Trees, like people, need light and air. And then there is a much higher energy requirement for day-to-day operation of high-rises compared to low-rises. And the higher percentage of building volume high-rises require for support structures and elevators and so forth. Thus, on a per-volume basis, high-rises provide less living space than low-rises. And detailed analysis show that high-rises are not even necessary to provide the housing that Vancouver will need based on realistic projections of foreseeable population growth. The plan allows for unnecessary development far in excess of that. Nor are high-rises needed to ensure the new subway is supported with sufficient ridership. In other words, options other than towers can do what needs to be done far more environmentally and with greater livability. Thus, I'm totally baffled why city staff seem so bound and determined to turn our city into a crowded labyrinth of concrete skyscrapers. On May 18th, the staff presentation did not in any way address the carbon footprint of concrete towers. And unless I missed something, Council did not ask a single question about this critical issue. There was not even any mention of heat mitigating measures, such as green roofs on the towers, nor of solar panels to power them, let alone of entirely towerless options. Please tell me why. Why is that? I want to know. And so do countless other Vancouverites, including those who attended the protest rallies on May 7th and 17th. Most of those who spoke on May 18th, I wasn't able to listen in to the other meetings, but most of those who spoke on May 18th in favor of this plan seem to do so because it promises more housing. While I cannot presume to put words in their mouth or speak for them, it seems highly probable that these supporters would be at least as happy if that housing was supplied in something other than climate-damaging, renter-displacing, community-destroying, shadow-casting, view-blocking towers. Certainly, this is a question worth asking them. References supporting my statements here, as well as additional objections I have to the Broadway plan, have been included in 2 written submissions I have previously made to Council.
And that,
thank you.
That is perfectly timed. You do have questions, so if you don't mind staying to answer them.
Sure.
Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Thank you, Roberta. So I appreciate your climate rationale in all that. You've obviously given it substantial thought and research. Have you considered the financial implications of the construction of high rises, the amount of money that they generate for both the developers and back to the city in the form of a variety of developer contributions? Have you analyzed that at all?
I haven't analyzed that. My background is in ecology, so financial things are not my expertise. The limited sort of understanding I have is that a motivation perhaps for building towers is that they make more money for developers because there's more stuff, more housing you can stack on a same square footage of land. But of course that has all the negatives of livability and can't be built with anything but concrete and so on and so forth.
Different kind of green. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate your comments.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you,
Welcome.
Councillor Hardwick. You have more questions. Councillor Boyle, over to you.
Yes, thanks so much. I appreciate your comment that those advocating for more housing might support that housing being spread more equitably around the city. And I'm wondering if we were to upzone every part of the city for 4 to 6 stories of apartments, would you support that?
I'm not going to blanketly say that something should happen everywhere in the city. This city is a series of unique communities, and the planning process here on the Broadway plan, and so much of the planning that seems to have been done in recent years, is ignoring the concerns of particular communities and trying to homogenize the city into uniform everywhere. I think the city needs to go back to not repealing the community plans as the Broadway plan proposes to do, and go back to consulting with individual communities. Some communities may welcome towers in certain locations, some may welcome 6 to 8 stories, some may not. It can't be a universal top-down plan all across the city.
Okay, and if that takes quite a bit of additional time to build that housing that's needed, you're not concerned about that?
Well, I see so many roadblocks in development, and I see, as Brian Palmquist has pointed out, there's all kinds of things that are already approved, all these spot rezonings that don't have shovels in the ground, and many roadblocks to development of laneway houses and so forth. I mean, there's lots of ways we can proceed. I don't think, and get housing that's already been approved, I don't think rushing through to is a good way to go for any reason. I mean, yes, we need good housing, but rushing through with the wrong type of housing is not going to solve the problem.
Do you have a suggestion of how we get more affordability out of that very low density housing? We ask about 20% proposed in the plan of units to be moderate income housing. I'm just wondering if you have thoughts on that.
Well, like I say, I'm not a financial whiz by any means. I would say that it's, as I understand it, it's very expensive to build concrete towers and cheaper to build lower timber frame, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. So that would make things more affordable. Of course, there'd be less land lift if we didn't have huge towers and the related speculation. So that will contribute to increased affordability.
Okay, my time's up. I appreciate that sort of wood frame, lower density in more places, but not uniformly. But thanks for answering my questions.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle.
Sure.
And thanks, Roberta. That's it for your questions. Appreciate you taking the time to speak to Council.
Okay.
Speaker 75, Olivia Edwards, in person?
Not on the line or in person.
Okay. Speaker 77, Dave Laviette?
Not on the phone.
Speaker 84, Alvin Locke?
Not on the phone.
Speaker 87, Ruth Cherry?
Not on the phone.
Speaker 90, Lily Christ?
Not on the phone.
Speaker 96, Matthew Schultz?
Not on the phone.
Speaker 100, Wendy Germain?
Not on the phone.
Speaker 103, Maynard Aubuchon?
Not on the phone.
Speaker 104, Valerie Porter?
Not on the phone.
Speaker 109, Kevin Liang?
Not on the phone.
Speaker 111, Joan Bunn?
Yes, I'm here.
We can hear you
Can you
clearly.
hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thanks. Okay, so thank you for having enough time to let everybody have a second chance. I'm so sorry I missed my chance on Friday. So these are my main points. Almost everything has been covered very extensively, but I oppose major aspects of the Broadway plan as being too drastic and not sufficiently helpful to those who need help most. First, councillors claim that the city survey showed very high satisfaction levels with the plans described as per the Shape Your City survey. This survey was based on staff-produced brochures using very glowing aspirational language, ignoring any downsides. It wasn't objective. The specific booklet called Draft Housing Policies mentioned no specifics on height or frequency of towers in residential areas. I quote, "The residential areas will have an eclectic mix of housing types from different eras, including heritage and character homes, multiplexes, low and mid-rise apartments, and towers." One word mentioned on towers, complemented by green and leafy streetscapes, quiet residential streets, complete neighborhoods, home to a diverse range of people, including low and moderate income households. What's not to like? Sounds wonderful. Other brochures featured plans regarding community well-being, public realm, heritage, sustainability, etc. And those were all very good, I felt. Small wonder the report was well received. Only a few pages in the summary booklet mentioned actual tower heights. Also, I'd like to mention that cherished views from street corners are nowhere considered. And I never go to Queen Elizabeth Park for a look. 2, the extra tall towers, well beyond what residents in neighborhoods had imagined or ever envisaged, are being justified because 20% of the suites will be affordable to median income Vancouverites. So let's analyze this. As you know, median doesn't mean average. It means the midpoint at which 50% are above and 50% below. This means 20% of the new apartments, no doubt smaller and lower down in the towers, will be provided as some help to the least well-off 50% of the population. 80% of new housing will be intended for households with incomes above the midpoint. In other words, 80% of the new tower housing will be intended for the top 50% of the population, with no limits on rental pricing. What will the cost of those enviable new 1 or 2 bedroom suites on upper floors be? I don't know, $4,000, $5,000 per month, maybe way more. 3 bedrooms at nosebleed cost, probably, if they have a great view. So $50,000 to $60,000 a year, maybe much more, requiring a household annual income of $170,000 or higher to keep within the livability guidelines of 30% usually given. How is this making our neighborhoods equitable? This is gentrification on steroids. Plus, some of the most desirable suites may well be rented to the worldwide rich who float around, able to afford a swell place to stay now and then during the year without having to invest in a new condo. This is not the Vancouver we want. Third, the environmental damage from all these concrete and steel towers has been mentioned many times and much more thoroughly. This is no way to get climate equilibrium. Vancouver calls itself the no-waste city because it has plans for recycling or reusing take-out coffee cups. Yet it will allow hundreds or thousands of safe and livable homes and rental units to be destroyed to make way for a visualized population increase that throws many existing residents under the bus. These big builds also take far longer than the quick construction times needed for, say, a 3 or 4-story walk-up or renovations that triple the living units in an older house. 4, the loss of large trees that currently dominate the Vancouver neighborhoods is being shoved aside. This constant iteration of the shop-worn phrase, green and leafy, as if rows of slender, new, mostly identical trees along the boulevards can restore the health and amazing bounty of our neighborhoods. Also, leafiness ignores the conifers, those towering conifers which fill horizons all across the town and are the best of any trees at removing pollutants from the air, as studies have shown. Almost all the conifers are on private land except for the major boulevards and are being put at high risk. Nor will new plantings compensate for the loss of the huge variety and size, variety of tree types and the diverse flowering seasons across neighborhoods. Even
And if you
trees that are not
could wrap it
immediately
up, you're
felled may
just
be
at the
damaged.
end of your time. Just wrap
Okay,
it up with a
I'm just
sentence.
saying those trees may die from root damage or inadequate groundwater. Trees in permeable earth must be preserved. So I hope that Council will, I think all the questions that have been asked are a good sign that councillors are indeed listening to the different positions.
Yes, thank you.
And
That's
the
it
information
for
given.
your time. You're well over, but thank you very much for speaking to Council. There are no questions. Speaker 114, Robert Heyman.
Yes, I'm here.
We can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
I didn't expect to come up, well, not fast, but I've been waiting a while. Yeah, I want to thank Mayor, councilors, and all those who worked on the Broadway plan. A lot's been said, and I'm probably repeating a lot, but I've waited this long, so I'll say it. I know a lot of work's gone into it, and I respect that, but I'm not sure if it's a solution, if this is the best solution for the citizens of Vancouver. I'm a resident, and I don't speak on behalf of any special interest groups. I was also trained as an architect, but I'm not as experienced as others who have spoken before me. Let me start off by saying that I'm well aware of the need to increase density. It's not my issue. Not just along Broadway, but throughout the city, especially the further north we get from 41st Avenue. I've lived in Vancouver since 1980 in one of these neighborhoods and fully support such increased density. My concern is not so much about density, but how this density is achieved. It's hard to argue that transit should serve density, and therefore density should be focused on the Broadway corridor. However, it's also simplistic to locate the majority of that density only at station nodes, because almost by definition, this results in a plan like the Broadway and thus the Vancouver plan. There are many professional opinions that residential living above 8 stories, some even say 5, is detrimental to neighborhoods, not particularly healthy to the residents the higher that they live, and not beneficial to businesses. Again, I'm not completely against high rises in the right context. Some of the best examples of high-density mid-rise development, as we've heard over and over again, sorry, all of a sudden I'm getting an echo.
Yes, just a second. Staff, is there some problem with the phone system right now? We'll just stop your timer just 1 second. Our staff are just trying to figure this out. Just 1 second. Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
It was just another person on the WebEx that we were hearing, but they've been muted now. You could proceed. I'm sorry, your timer, I did stop it, but somehow it really reset. You were at 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
Faster.
No, it's okay. You still have 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Go ahead.
Some of the best examples of high-density mid-rise development can be found in Europe in cities such as Prague, London, Rome, Paris, and Berlin, to name just a few. The difference between these cities and ours is that they've had centuries to develop while we're attempting to jumpstart our development over a period of decades. They provide the transportation as needed over these extended periods of time while we're providing it in advance and then trying to plan around it. I ask you all if this type of development is beneficial to the fabric of our city, then why are developments like those at Marine Drive in Cambie, Olympic Village, Yaletown, Burrard, and Granville Bridge areas, including Vancouver House, Cole Harbour, plus those in Brentwood, Lougheed area, Metrotown, admittedly not in Vancouver, not already serving our housing shortages? These areas alone have provided tens of thousands of high-rise units to our housing stock. If they've barely made a dent in our housing shortage, I ask, why not? Will additional developments of 20 stories and more along the Broadway corridor address the housing needs of those people who need it most? Young families, the homeless, and the elderly. I'll briefly give you some reasons why I don't think so. As mentioned above, high-rises don't address affordability. Even if they are made higher, as some councillors have suggested, they do not necessarily become less expensive. I can't answer exactly why, but look at some of the existing towers, such as Vancouver House, Shaw Tower, Gold House, a 45-story tower in Metrotown at $1.3 million for 900 square feet, et cetera, et cetera. High-rises don't address community needs. There are dozens of reasons and hundreds of studies that demonstrate how high-rise living is detrimental both to health and to the fabric of our cities. Number 3, not particularly good for business, especially retail. Such development will focus business around transit stations and density, not around, in fact, suck it away from current commercial areas such as 4th Avenue, Main Street, Commercial Drive, and Arbutus and 14. One of the more successful dense neighborhoods I've experienced. If you haven't experienced it, go for a stroll there. Number 4, high-rises destroy neighborhoods. Years and years of studies throughout North America have proven that high-rises undermine the fabric of neighborhoods unless developed carefully and slowly. What is good for New York or Tokyo or Hong Kong is not necessarily the answer for Vancouver. Our own West End is still one of the best examples of a community that has survived high-rise development, partly because of the 50 years plus it has taken to arrive where it currently is at. I agree that density must be increased in Vancouver. I agree that neighborhoods such as mine are not sustainable, but I do not believe that simply taking a transit corridor and placing density, which seems to equate to high-rises along it, is the answer. Vancouver's been very innovative over the last 50 years. Falls Creek South was once the envy of many cities. Falls Creek North was also successful, but not a blueprint for everywhere, as the last speaker so eloquently said. Successful maybe because of its uniqueness. Every community needs to be studied on the merits of what suits it best, not what suits a transit corridor. Vancouver is a very young city with very different projections for growth depending on who is talking. I'd like to find out more about how successful the developments mentioned earlier have been before we destroy our city with more of the same.
Okay,
Thanks
and
for your time.
that,
I'm done.
that was great. That was the end of your time too. But you do have questions, Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I was interested in your commentary about mental health and high rises. Were you aware that the Vancouver Foundation did a study a number of years ago on isolation and loneliness?
I wasn't aware of Vancouver. I know of other cities that have done studies.
And are you familiar with the other cities' studies and what the outcomes have been?
Well, I'm familiar with what Portland found and some others, but generally speaking, what I've noticed is that when you get too high, there's an inverse relationship to social connections.
Well, just reading from from Portland?
No, I'm just curious what Vancouver, you said there was a study in Vancouver, so I was just curious what it discovered.
Well, it looked at it across different categories, and a large number of the studies found that people living in high rises suffered from greater mental health problems, higher fear of crime, fewer positive social interactions, and more difficulty with raising their children. Those were the key takeaways.
I wish I quoted that study, but I didn't.
Okay. I think it's an important point. Thank you very much for bringing it to our attention.
You're welcome.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Hardwick, and thank you very much, Robert, for coming to speak to Council. Speaker
You're welcome.
Yeah, good. Have a good evening. Speaker 117, Chris Kyle.
Not on the line.
Speaker 126, Chris Fleurlage.
Not on the line.
Speaker 134, Dawn Gardner.
Not on the line.
Speaker 136, James Tang.
Not on the line.
Speaker 140, Margarita Dovgal.
Not on the line.
Speaker 141, Elizabeth Murphy.
On the line, yeah.
Did you say on the line?
Yes, correct. Oh, sorry. Nope, she's disconnected.
Okay, Speaker 142, Raj Gill.
Not on the line.
Speaker 146, Stefan Nielsen.
Hello.
Yes, Stefan Nielsen.
Yes.
Great, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Wonderful, thank you. My name is Stefan Nielsen. I live and I work in Vancouver, and I'm proud to speak in favor of the Broadway Plan as a member of the Executive Board of the United Food and Commercial Workers Local 1518. For those of you who don't know what our organization is, we are a union that represents 25,000 workers in retail, industrial, food, healthcare, and home support all across BC. Almost 2,000 of our members live in Vancouver, and about 15,000 live in the Lower Mainland as a whole. We are in support of the Broadway Plan for a very simple reason. When you talk about a jobs corridor, such as the Broadway Plan lays out, you're talking about our members' jobs, grocery stores, coffee shops, cannabis dispensaries, and the like. The Broadway Plan will not only mean more opportunity for our members to work with the 10 protections for our members who already live there, but it will be the best opportunity that our members have had to actually live where they work in a long, long time. And just based on my own experience, I've worked at a grocery store in Vancouver for 14 years, a lot of my coworkers cannot afford to live where they work. They spend sometimes hours a day commuting, and that takes its toll. It's hard on family life. It's hard on your personal life. You're so tired you can't participate in civic life. It makes it almost impossible. So when we look at the Broadway plan, it's densification that's done better. We support it, and I would urge you to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can stay on the line, you've got questions? Go ahead. First, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming in to speak. I've been really struggling with this. What would you say would be an average wage of some of your members or most of them?
Our average wage is, the majority of our members make between $15 and $22 an hour.
So what I'm afraid of is if we protect the tenants who are there now, which I think we should do, I'm afraid that they will schlep up the 20% of affordable units that your members might be able to afford, so that the new workers won't be able to afford the 80% that's expensive rental. I don't know, have you looked at those numbers? Do you have any comments on that?
Well, it seems to me that the 20% will, I think, be more. So I think there will still be opportunity for some of our members to be able to take those units and be able to live closer to where they work.
What do you mean it'll be 20%? You mean it'll be like 30% would be affordable?
Sorry, I mean the raw number of it, because of all of the new rental units that have been proposed. It seems like there will still be a surplus of them that some of our members will be able to access. I could be wrong on that, but that's.
I'm going to ask the staff about that. Okay, thank you. Thanks for coming in, and I hope there is some housing for your members.
Great,
thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Yep, there's more questions for you. Councillor Weeb, go ahead.
Yeah, mine's a follow-up. Recognizing that there's putting a lot of pressure on a significant amount of our affordable rental in the city. So for me, I'm just wondering, from your standpoint, recognizing that as people are displaced for 2 to 3 years, there's a chance not to be in the neighborhood and close to their work. Do you think from your union, your standpoint is that we would like to have housing put kind of spread around the city, around job spaces, so that we have these little villages and complete communities where more members will be able to find housing in communities close to where they work?
Sorry, I'm just, can you clarify that? You're saying?
I guess the question is, I'm hearing from people that are nervous that they're going to be pushed out of their neighborhood now, close to where they work, as this plan develops, and that there might be a better opportunity to put more housing across the city and in every neighborhood, so we can have complete neighborhoods where more people live and work close to where they live, close to where they work. Does that make sense?
I see what you mean. Although having the housing closer to mass transit, such as on Broadway, seems to make more sense. So that.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. And that's it for your questions. Really appreciate you calling in and answering the questions as well. Thanks.
Thank you.
Speaker 147, Cheryl Grant.
Hi there. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm Cheryl Grant, and I'm a local resident of Kitsilano, as well as I studied urban planning at UBC. I now live at Broadway and Maple, and my offices are located at Ontario and East 6th Avenue. I'm on the Strata Council of 70 residential units where I live, and I can tell you that very few in our building are familiar with the Broadway plan. I'm also a spokesperson for the Kitsilano Coalition. Today, I am speaking only for myself, and as time is limited, I am going to focus on the height and density of towers in the Broadway plan. We should not hasten to push through a plan that does not maintain Vancouver's character and overwhelms the fragile ecosystem of our local neighborhoods, which each is very unique. In 2014, a report from a leading think tank declared Vancouver as drunk on high-rises. ULI expert Dick Reynolds stated, "You don't need towers everywhere," and noted they just don't fit in some neighborhoods. And then there's today. The Broadway plan with heights of 12 to 40 stories or more from Vine to Clark, with shadows of streets and reducing the character and further eroding the affordability of Vancouver. New developments should create community spaces, including green spaces, and place a focus on mid-rise buildings. One of the callers on May 18th asked why the future population growth of Vancouver is only focused in the Broadway plan, and I would like to echo that same question. I would also like to point out, which is actually Councillor Hardwick's question, but I'd like to point out that other cities, including Portland, have projections of large population growth, and they did a study there which showed that housing over 7 stories killed livability. What council should take away from their learnings is high-rises are not the only answer to density. In fact, it's a very unsuitable solution in most cases. First, high-rises separate people from the street. People above the 7th floor are less likely to leave the building. Meaningful connections are not made by people who are below the 5th floor. That's actually from the Portland study. Second, high-rise scale is not the human scale. The Preservation Institute tells us that when you walk through a traditional urban neighborhood with buildings of 5 or 6 stories high, you can see the faces of people, which creates a sense of community, connection, and safety. The human eye cannot connect with buildings that are over 7 stories. It's overwhelming and disconnecting. Third, high-rises dramatically reduce chances of encounters. Basically, those who live in high-rises, especially those who have amenities in their buildings, reduce the likelihood of actually for the individual to go outside and encounter people outside their same socioeconomic strata. High-rises literally create silos, both physically, socially, and psychologically. I ask council to consider that last point, especially when they think about social and supportive housing and mental health of our local residents. There should be a focus on integrated housing on a smaller scale in Vancouver. As this plan runs from 1st to 16th Avenue, council also needs to protect residential neighborhoods from land assemblies, which are benefiting a few and harming the many. Across Vancouver, we've watched as land assemblies have demolished livable apartments and houses, including even newer build housing, to create costly row houses and buildings that do not benefit the community, but adds pressure on affordable housing and for renters. A woman who was also a speaker on May 18th said that she lives in a very livable cooperative on False Creek, and it's being slated for redevelopment, but not for additional co-op, but for additional market housing. According to Suzanne Crowworth-Leonard, co-founder of Making Cities Livable International Council, the construction industry is a powerful engine for fueling economic development. Tall buildings offer increased profits for developers. However, the higher the building rises, the more expensive the construction and reduces the affordability. And as we speak of the height of the building, which a lady just spoke to very eloquently about construction, the building adds to the climate emergency. High rises are not energy efficient. BC Hydro has stated high rises use almost twice the amount of energy per square meter as mid-rise structures. We are creating an even larger urban heat island in Vancouver. In addition to the impact on the environment is the health of the individual. High rises are documented to impact mental health. From one of our own, psychologist Daniel Kaplan writes in the Canadian Journal of Public Health, high rises deprive people of engagement with the peers, including children and the elderly, who instead stay at home. He believes this creates alienation, isolation, and with the height of the building, increases the isolation. As a council, I encourage you to reject this plan. We should not go blindly into believing high rises are a solution. A subway is a mechanism to support the movement of people, but it should not inform the enjoyment and livability of our communities. Please vote against this proposal. Send it back to city staff with a focus on building sustainable housing for the health and wellness of our residents instead of creating a second downtown.
Thank you so much. And you have questions from Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead.
So send it back. You acknowledge the subway's going through no matter what. So distilling that down, it's not either or, it's how much, how fast.
Well, in terms of is the subway, I'm living right on the subway track here. Like I said, I live on Broadway and Maple. We've even lost the front door here of the entrance to our building and our roadways for access. So the reality is, yes, of course, the subway is going through, and we're experiencing that across the city. What I'm saying is that you don't put all of the density, including the level of buildings of high rises across that density. We have to have mixed housing, and that's the number one principle in urban development. And a lot of people have talked about that from longer cities of a duration of London and so forth. You don't walk out of most subway stations into the mega towers that are being proposed along the Broadway corridor.
So then from an approach perspective, it's the difference between promoting growth versus managing growth.
You can promote growth. Growth will always continue to happen. It's how we build in that growth. And I think several people have spoken to that. We're trying to put all of the growth centered in one area without any organic growth within communities. We can have, of course, areas that have high rises and low rises next to us. And one of the areas I'm in, Kitsilano here, there are areas such as on 2nd and Vine, you have a few high rises that are also dabbled in with a lot of low rises, including older houses right through to 2, 3, and now you're seeing up on 4th Avenue and above on Broadway, 7-story housing. So again, it's the mixture is very important to density, and that's what creates and retains a community and will fuel the growth of Vancouver. The reason people want to move to Vancouver is because it's so beautiful, it's so unique, and it's safe. It's not a city of towers, and that's why it shouldn't be placed along the corridor to the level that's being proposed.
Thanks very much. And just finally, I didn't get your name or your speaker number. Could you?
In terms of my speaker number, I'd have to ask them to give you that one. My name, however, is Cheryl Grant.
Great. Thank you very much, Cheryl.
Pleasure.
Yep. Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. And thanks, Cheryl. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us and to answer questions. Speaker 148.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Speaker 148, Carolyn Ramsey.
Not on the line.
Speaker 149, Jens von Bergman.
Not on the line.
Speaker 150, Colin McGrath.
Hello.
Yep. Hello, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Great. Hi. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Thank you for letting me speak. I couldn't make my other times. Thanks for catching up. I won't. I'll try to keep this short, and I won't go into a lot of the things that the previous speaker and several before. I think I would reaffirm a lot of what they're saying. I think that really I'm opposed to this, and I think it needs a lot more work. I am not opposed to density in the city. It needs to happen, but there are more options than what's being proposed here. I think one of the other speakers earlier had said that maybe this should be put to a vote at the election, and that was an interesting thought. And I think I actually agree with that a lot, and I think it's something that should be stated. I mean, there's a lot of work to do on this plan. It's a huge plan, and a lot's been expended and a lot of cost, but there's clearly still more work to be done. I think one of my big concerns why I think the public needs to hear about and have more of a say in this is the lack of awareness. But I actually attended a lot of the feedback sessions, and I know there's vast amounts of feedback and there's been lots done, but my experience was I started to fill out the questionnaires on the feedback, and it became pretty obvious when I was about 10, 15 questions in that it didn't matter what I answered these questions. They were leading in such that it was going to be interpreted as whatever I said was going to be in favour of. And, you know, questions like, do you think we need more housing in Vancouver? Well, of course I do. But we never got to the essence of what were decisions. It was just very leading questionnaires. I went to an open house, which we had a group session, then breaking out into side sessions and then coming back together again was the format. In our side session, our breakout session, everyone was effectively asking lots and lots of questions, largely opposed with lots of objections. But yet when we came back into the collective group, the facilitator for us was like lots of positive results, and it was very much the same with all the other groups. And I was astounded that was the feedback from our session. And I kind of looked at that and thought that's, pretty dubious. And so I kind of look at that and think, I think more people need to understand, and I think more feedback needs to be done. I think that the other thing as well was when in that session there was a discussion on the affordability and the model of these buildings, and it showed if we built a 20-story building at all market, it could be 20 stories, and I don't remember these numbers. And if you put 20% affordable in now, it needs to be 28 stories, and there was all this math for all these different buildings. And they had said, well, there's a business model, and we've had a consultant figure this out, and this is what it's worked out, and this is why we have to have these towers. In our breakouts, people had asked, I was one of them, well, what is that model? How do we know these are the numbers that need to work? And they said, well, we've got a business model. It's confidential. It's been done by a consultant. Can we see it? No, you can't see it. It's confidential. It's astounding to me. And actually, I even wrote an email after in the feedback saying, can we see it? No one responded. But I don't know, maybe that's been released. And if we had it, I probably wouldn't be the one to analyze it. Others would. But it's just astounding to me that the entire model of building sizes is confidential and not shown. And I'm wondering, what does that look like? What's the land parceling factor in? What's the profit margins that these developers need to make on these buildings to make them work? Why do we need so little? And why does it be so big? And I guess under that model, I think the next point I'd say would make it even more challenging, but I'm not sure that model's sound. But I guess for the concessions being given here, there's not enough affordable housing. That 20%, why can't that be more? Some people have said 50. Maybe that's too much, but 20 seems exceptionally low for what's being given away. So I think that has to be examined as to that model in more depth, perhaps even publicly scrutinized. And that number needs to be adjusted, I think, given for what's being taken out of here before anything could be moved forward on this plan. I think the final concern I have is a lot of this discussion around displacing renters and they'll come in at the same rent. That's such an obscure assurance. Like you can come back at the same rent for a 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom, all based on number of rooms. But I think somebody said this earlier, I think. They said, what about $1 per square foot assurance? Because you might move out of a 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom 800 square foot or 900 square foot, and then you get to move back into a 1-bedroom. I've seen some figures like 500 square foot. Families can't do that. Lots of people don't want to do that. You are, in effect, getting a rent increase. You're just getting a smaller building at the same price. So I think that feels kind of disingenuous, and I think that needs to be much more refined, and there needs to be more accountability for that as well. So I'll stop there, and I ask Council to consider that and ask for more from the people proposing and let the public have another say.
That's great. You do have questions. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Colin. I'd like to pick up on one of your lines of inquiry, which was you mentioned that you were told that there was a business model that underlie all of this. Do you remember anything more about that?
Yeah, I could even, I forgot, I want to name, it was one of the staff members who was one of the leads. It was stated in the general session, the drawings and the presentation about the size of the buildings and how they need to be this big and this much to accommodate the affordable. And so that was just stated as a generalization. And then in the breakout, when I asked it, I said, well, can we see that model? What does it factor in? Does it factor in the land list to make it viable for the developer to buy? Does it factor in profits on the developer? Does it factor in, what kind of building costs does it factor in? And I'm sure people who build these things, there's way more complexity than the simple ones I'm asking. But that was the essence of the question, which many other in the breakout session said, yes, we'd like to see that. And the answer was, well, it's a very complex model, so it's actually confidential. And well, who wrote it? We can't say who wrote it. And well, can we see it? Well, it's confidential. Well, can we see it anyway? And it was, well, it's very complex, so it might not be understood and it would be misinterpreted. But the answer was, well, how about you try it on? Because I'm sure there's smart people beyond the small inner circle who did this model. But there was very little given away about the economic model for the requirement for these buildings to be of this size and why the affordable housing within there, how that fitted in with the model. That was the essence of the discussion. And I don't know if that model's ever been shared or not.
Do you
I
know what
haven't
a pro
tracked it that
forma
closely.
is in the property development industry, a pro forma?
I've heard the word, but I won't say I know. I couldn't describe
Yeah,
it. No.
I won't expand. So as a business model, though, the impression that you got was that that you needed to develop at this level in order to make enough money for the developers to be able to provide affordability at 20%, and presumably for the city to make enough money to support the infrastructure.
I assume that, yes, and and profit help, profit that's sustainable for the developer, and people have to make profit, so that's not. But what does that look like? And I think I was more interested when asking about how much you expecting the land lift to be. Like, how much do you think you're going to acquire this land for? And that would have been telling us to an acknowledgement that there are going to be massive land lift. if it was, and so that's what I was most curious about, is how are they factoring this in? And how are they building out costs for the land that they need to parcel and acquire?
Do you have experience in complex systems and finance?
I'm not I'm not a financial actuary or anything like that, but I am familiar with financial models and business models. Yes, and not to describe them, but I can understand the complexity of them and how many variables and things can be used, and also how things can be manipulated.
And that's the end of your question time, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Swanson, over to you for questions.
Yeah, hi, Colin.
Hi.
I'm just wondering if you've seen Appendix A or Appendix K of the report.
I have not. I haven't been able to get through it. Should I be looking at that?
All 670 pages you haven't been able to get through. Appendix A is kind of what you've been asking for. It does the finances. So I just thought you might be interested in looking at that. Appendix K, I mean.
Okay. K,
Just
yeah,
sort
you're
of-
okay. I'll write that down. I will look at that, and I'm curious about that, so thank you for pointing that out.
Okay. Thanks for coming in.
Oh, no problem at all.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are your questions. Appreciate you coming in. Speaker 153, Ward Stirrett.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Great. Thanks, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm speaking in opposition of the Broadway plan in its current form. I'm a fourth-generation Vancouverite living in False Creek and not representing employed or contracted by any individual or industry that has a financial interest in this matter. Focus of my remarks today will be on what's absent from the plan, comparison and contrast to other jurisdictions, and implicitly these represent suggestions for your consideration on how the deficiencies might be redressed as you consider amendments, revisions, or decide to send it back to the Central Planning Department. The Broadway Plan is a rejection of citizen engagement in neighborhoods. I think that the Broadway Plan rejects both citizen participation in neighborhood planning and replaces them with a failed central planning paradigm. 40 years of citizen input and co-planning, which the city committed to, will be subverted in the Broadway Plan as it seeks to unilaterally dominance over citizens in neighborhoods. Core existing neighborhood plans and the other community guidelines developed over decades are to be outright rejected. This further undermines the confidence and trust in the processes of City Hall and rejects true citizen input. The previously unavailable urban design panel meeting one of the participants said, the planned area includes some of Vancouver's great character neighborhoods, Kitts, Granville, Mount Pleasant. The plan may ruin all of these areas, as several other speakers have alluded to. Instead of incorporating 40 years of collaborative planning into the more comprehensive area plan, an entirely new and separate plan has been conceived. The separate plan has at its core a dominant objective of maximal density to support a new subway and profit for both the city and the developer community. Though the separate plan rejected previously agreed on neighborhood plans, it did hold a series of public engagements, which sadly, as others have mentioned, were marked by superficially brief and structurally flawed engagement processes that don't really meet any standard of objectivity. The in-group of planners interfacing with the housing production industry seems to be the sole architects of the engagement materials and the sole interpreter of the engagement data and conclusions, as the previous speaker mentioned. The Broadway plan lacks sufficient amenities to ensure livability, as many others have spoken about. Central Planning's Broadway plan lacks adequate public amenities commensurate to the hyperdensification that it would enable. Housing alone doesn't make for a livable or healthy life. This seemingly self-evident truth is underscored when we look at the World Health Organization recommendations for a healthy and livable urban environment. And compare the Broadway plan, utter absence of normal public amenities such as schools, community centers, pools, and parks. So it's on the area of parks that I'm going to focus now, as they're emblematic of the wider deficiencies of the plan and share the common attribute of diminishing livability. The World Health Organization sets 9 square meters of park and green space per person as a minimum for a healthy population. Vancouver has 3.3 square meters of park and green space per person, as noted in the letter from the Parks Board submitted earlier in these proceedings, or just 1/3 of the World Health Organization's recommended minimums. By contrast, in the east, Singapore boasts 66 square meters per person. Thus, Vancouver is just 5% of what Singapore has achieved. In the west, in Europe, Vienna has a globe-topping 120 square meters per person. We see that Vancouver is just 2.7% of what Vienna has achieved. I'll leave this topic with a response from a previously unavailable recording of the Urban Design Panel as he reacted to the Broadway plan. And comments were, you cannot have 50,000 residents without much more green space. I would like the panel to conclude it cannot support the plan without more parks. Another member of the UDP said, park space needs to be in the public realm rather than space left over at the edges of private development. The Broadway plan relies on inadequate tools of the market to try and achieve real affordability and livability. It's notable that cities with the most green space and parks also have built the most public housing units every year. As in the above mentioned, Singapore built 21,500 public housing units in 2021, 80% of which are lived in, or 80% of the public rather lives in such housing on land leased from the city for 99 years. Vienna builds 8,000 public units per year, 8,000 in 2021, and that supplies 26 of the public housing for an average of 30,000 newcomers per year. Of note, Vienna encourages and engages the residents to participate in even designing the buildings they will live in, choosing to build daycares and other amenities in the context of that design. Real affordability has been shown to cohabitate with livability, as we have seen in the early examples of Vienna in Europe and Singapore in the East, neither of which have been achieved by their success by relying on laissez-faire markets to accomplish these positive outcomes. Highly affordable housing, high citizen engagement in the planning process.
Sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there. You are well over time. Sorry about that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us.
Appreciate it.
Great. Speaker 155, Lucy Ferrari.
Not on the line.
Speaker 165, Julian Gollner.
Not on the line.
Speaker 171, Catherine McCauley.
Not on the line.
Speaker 173, Gordon McCauley.
Not on the line.
Speaker 174, Sarah Cranston.
Not on the line.
Speaker 175, Ted Ogmanson.
Not on the line.
Speaker 179, Luis Villegas.
In person.
Ah, great. You're here in person. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity to speak against this plan. No one believes towers are sustainable. We have 2 decades of proof that we can have both towers and affordable houses in the neighborhoods. Page 286 introduces building typologies, yet there are just 2 typologies in this plan: houses and the towers that will destroy them. The missing middle densities are still missing. Neighborhood patterns are not understood. There is no new village squares, no new parks or boulevards. There is no regard for human scale. The mountains will not be visible after this plan is done with our city. This plan will destroy the character of every neighborhood it touches. The first page should read, "This plan adds fuel to the bonfire of the housing crisis, destroys affordable rental, does nothing for 2,000 souls living on Hastings Street's sidewalks, and speeds up climate change." I offer 3 proofs that this plan is not sustainable. First, the obsolete UBC subway. We can build Olympic tram from UBC to Granville Island for the same price as the first kilometer of the UBC subway. 12 times cheaper to build and carrying 10 times more passengers. Olympic tram is a 120-time transit advantage over the SkyTrain subway. So what can we build for the remaining 11 kilometers? How about Olympic tram from the North Shore to Chilliwack, from Stanley Park to the PNE, from Granville Island to Chinatown and to Gastown? 63 urban stations would house 500,000 souls and co-ops. 31 ex-urban stations would house 750,000. Olympic tram will deliver over 1.25 million affordable houses hardwired to downtown. Proof 2, this plan is a strategic plan. This is not the cart before the horse. The process is unfolding exactly as intended. Approve a 39-story tower, signal the markets. Approve Broadway as a tower zone, signal the markets. In June, approve 1 tower zone for the entire city, signal the markets. Bend the neighborhoods to the will of the tower industry, signal the markets. This is a strategic planning, call it let's make a deal. A, start at the end. Build towers everywhere. Consider the bottom 20% of the tower space will not achieve high market values, and think strategically, sell it to government. Build the 80% on top of that, achieving great views and high market values. As this council swoons over delivering below market rental, government and developers make off like bandits with bags of money. This plan compensates developers with a strategic 20% solution. Proof 3, the sun ain't gonna shine anymore. Good urban design achieves high densities while allowing the sun through to the sidewalk all year long. Winter sun is precious in a northern city, but not to this plan. Solar access is restricted to half the year between the equinoxes, but then only between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. But then only in public schools and parks. But then not in Willow, Laurel, Macaulay, Arbutus Greenway, Carolina, Matthew, and Chocolate parks. This plan shadows 40% of the parks and creates shadow canyons for everybody else. What a great plan. Yet I expect 80% of this council will vote for this plan, like was the case with the 39-story tower at Granville and Broadway. Last elections, the voters spoke loud and clear for affordable neighborhoods and keeping towers downtown. 80% of council was handed a pink slip. 2 returned. Peering into the crystal ball, I see record numbers voting for affordable neighborhoods and keeping the towers downtown. My sense is that this last 4 council votes on towers shall decide your fate more than the fate of our city.
Great. Thank you very much, but don't leave the stand. You have questions? Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Well, thank you very much, Louis. I agree with you on the tram argument, but we are limited to what we're looking at here today, which is within our boundaries and on Broadway within the parameters of the plan. So that being the case, apart from your comments about towers, what's the solution?
Well, we talked, I don't know if it was 4 years ago or 1 year ago, and we were asking ourselves whether or not it was too late for Vancouver. And I think that it is too late for Vancouver to have a solution that is market driven. I think that government has to step in now, and government has to build massive amounts of housing. I don't trust the markets anymore to deliver, not under these conditions.
Broadway plan within the parameters of the corridor, housing typology.
Yeah, well, I think we talked about it for the Granville and Broadway Tower. I don't see a reason to get much higher than 5 or 6 stories on Broadway. Broadway is only 99 feet wide. If we go much higher than that, it's going to be shadowed all year long. There should be setbacks on Broadway, like there was at London Drugs on Broadway and Cambie, and that provided an additional 15 feet of space, and therefore they could build a little higher. But there's no magic bullet. There's no reason why Broadway all of a sudden has to be Manhattan. Right? We are a town that has a lot of potential and we have a lot of space, and we are living in the country that has the greatest amount of land in the world under a democratic government. So let's make that democracy work, and let's build this human scale density in a way that's going to benefit everybody.
Quickly going in my last minute, the business, one of the former speakers brought up the business model that underlies this Broadway plan. Have you considered the implications of that on the housing typology?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a 1-to-4. You are given, on Broadway and Granville, you were given 5 stories, but the plan gives 12 stories away. But if you give back 6 or 8 stories as 20% below market rate rental, then you get an additional 32 stories. It's a 4-to-1 deal, and it's a sweetheart deal for the developer. Sure, take the bottom, 6 stories that don't achieve anything in the market or not as well as the view levels, and then get 34 stories on top of that you can do whatever you want with. It's a pretty.
What about the city's piece?
I'm sorry.
What about the city's piece?
Well, and the city gets what the city gets. If you build 4 times more density and you create 4 times more revenue, then your CACs and your other development charges are going to be 4 times greater. Right? And then, the city also has this fig leaf saying that 20% of the tower height or area is going to be for below market rental. But when you look at the numbers in the plan, what they're hoping to achieve are very, very small.
But I'm so sorry, Councillor Hardwick has gone well beyond her time. So
thank you.
That's it. Yeah, great. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick, and thank you, Lewis, for being here in person. Speaker 180, Randy Vogel.
Not on the line.
Speaker 185, Naomi Singer.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, up to 5 minutes. We hear you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council, for hearing us over the past few weeks. I certainly applaud your stamina. My name is Naomi Singer, and I'm a resident of Heritage Housing Cooperative and the Fairview Slopes community. I've lived in various homes on West 8th Avenue for over 40 years, and I've lived in 4 different homes in a 3-block radius during that time. I've lived in my co-op since it was first built in 1986, when the city bought this property and invested in this sustainable and affordable form of housing. I've witnessed firsthand the evolution of this area from single family homes, large old Victorian homes, through to absentee landlord rental units, where I lived in several, and up to the multiple dwelling townhouses currently in place. I've experienced the gradual changing of this neighborhood, and I strongly protest the proposed development of the Broadway plan. It is too much, too fast. In keeping with responsible urban growth, the Fairview Slopes area has been carefully designed and developed over the course of decades as a townhouse-style neighborhood comprised of multiple dwelling housing. The current proposal disregards the spirit of the City of Vancouver land use and development policies and guidelines for Fairview Slopes regarding compatibility and streetscape, which urges that new developments consider, quote, the small-scale character of the buildings, the importance of compatibility and consultation between developers and neighbors, end quote. In no way does the ambition to create a second downtown fit this model. While much has been promised in the plan, I do not have confidence that the shiny new proposal will be delivered as outlined, nor the housing crisis solved. It will destroy our community and others along Broadway that have developed, as I said, over decades. My home, Heritage Housing Co-op, has been home to diverse families of varied income levels, a huge demographic, since 1986, and the ecology of our way of life can never be replaced or reproduced. Excuse me. If you want to know what we want, come look at what we have carefully developed over the past 37 years. I'm sincerely grateful that Councillor Boyle met our president a few months ago and engaged in open and curious conversation. However, fellow co-op members and I were subsequently shocked to learn that this councillor, and presumably others, had the impression that co-op land leases were being renewed as a matter of course. In fact, we have been struggling for years to get city staff and council to understand how cooperative housing actually works. My neighbors and I do not support the Broadway plan, and we do not want our housing co-op demolished and our community destroyed. We want our land lease renewed so we may continue to house a diverse demographic of citizens who are secure in their homes and are thereby able to contribute to our city in numerous ways. Personally, my housing security has enabled me to pursue a career in the arts. And as the artistic director of the Secret Lantern Society, I've been able to create an annual community festival now in its 29th year. This would simply not have been possible without the support of my co-op community. I do not want to lose this community, but it is certain that the Broadway plan will fracture our neighborhood and drive many co-op members away. The Broadway plan promises to relocate people during construction, but it is unrealistic to imagine parents yanking their children back and forth to new schools and daycares, not once, but twice during a multi-year redevelopment process. We do not believe that a new development on this property will ever be as affordable or livable as it is now. The co-op sector has a proven track record that spans 40 years in Vancouver, and co-op housing already delivers what the Broadway plan purportedly wishes to achieve: affordability, sustainability, and community spirit. I urge Council to refer the Broadway plan back to staff with much deeper community consultation and to actively include more co-op housing as part of the plan and in the city and in the city in general as a real solution to our housing crisis. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time. There are no questions for you, but appreciate you taking the time to call in.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, Speaker 186, Jared Anderson.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for the chance to speak today, and I apologize for missing my previous opportunity. My name is Jared Anderson, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. In fact, I actually live at Oak and Broadway. I know that this has been a long couple of days on this file, so I'll endeavor to keep it short. I'm strongly in support of the Broadway plan, and I hope you are too. Specifically, I like that KITS is seeing more density, especially around transit. The West Side cannot be immune from the growth of Vancouver, and the inclusion of a station at the corner of Broadway and Arbutus makes it a perfect location for additional residential capacity. Increasing the housing supply will make this city more affordable. I lived on the West Side for a period of time, but ultimately decided that the type of unit I could get for the price I was paying was not worth it. We need more affordability in the neighborhood. I know our city is beautiful, and I appreciate people are sad to see their views change a bit, but we can't keep people who are born and raised here housed in the city they know and love. The Broadway plan is a great opportunity for you and the city to achieve something so meaningful during your term as councilors. Please don't waste it. I support the plan as it is proposed, and I hope that we avoid making this process even longer by introducing amendment after amendment. Thank you for this time. I encourage you to pass the Broadway plan, because if it isn't passed, people in my cohort of young professionals will continue to be pushed out of Vancouver because we simply can't afford to live here.
Thank you very much for taking the time. Oh, we have questions, so if you want to stay on the line, please. Councillor Hardwick, on to you for 3 minutes.
Yes, Jared, you mentioned that you're a young professional. What field are you in?
I work in communication.
Just curious. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You as well.
And that's it for your questions. Thank you so much for taking time. Speaker 187, Helen Louie.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Go ahead. Yep, up to
thanks.
Yep, go
My
ahead.
name is Helen. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I also work for a local nonprofit affordable housing developer and operator. I am calling in to support the plan with amendments to the tenant relocation plan and with an amendment to allow smaller lot frontages and to remove the 2 towers minimum. I also think it would be a great idea to support bike lanes on Broadway, as other callers have mentioned. We need better and more affordable homes, but it's not because we're not mandating enough. Building better and more affordably requires that they aren't just ideals, but are actually feasible. And for nonprofit housing, that also requires more provincial and federal support and funding. But that is something the city cannot control. What the city can do is make plans that allow for homes to be feasible. Homes often don't pencil out because there's no give in the land use policies or regulations. I've seen countless projects become infeasible because changes happen overnight and suddenly rents are not covering the project costs, even with free land, even with provincial and federal funding. Yes, I don't have to turn a profit, but I still have to make rents cover the cost. Nonprofit doesn't mean that there's no math. Nonprofit homes require meeting fundamental pro forma analysis that we can't just manifest on a great story about nonprofit work. Homes have to pencil out in order to be built. So we're talking about a plan that needs to be feasible tomorrow and in 30 years. An analysis for what's feasible today is a snapshot in time because there are so many moving parts. For example, I'm seeing a monthly 1.5 construction cost escalation that's monthly. And then a recent tiny interest rate increase is now jeopardizing the feasibility of a whole bunch of new below market homes. So if we don't have if we don't have land use regulations that actually make homes feasible, then nothing gets built for profit or otherwise. As such, I would urge Council to reconsider the 2 towers per block requirement and the minimum 150-foot frontages. I'm not sure what the intended outcomes were for these 2 things, but I don't understand how they would supersede the priority to ensure that we can have homes of all types, especially in smaller and more creative forms. I understand that there are a lot of existing non-market housing. The reality is these will come to their end of life whether or not we approve this plan. The difference is what happens when these buildings are redeveloped. So that's why I would support the mayor's TRP recommendations, and I would urge you to consider them citywide as the Community Housing SCHF and the BC Nonprofit Housing Association had suggested. We must work hard to ensure that these protections are enforced. Needing a better way to ensure enforcement is not an excuse for a lack of a plan, especially when it's better than our current status quo, which offers nothing. If we don't do this, then we are telling tenants who are already there that their only means of affordability is to stay there forever, even if their needs change. And without a plan, we'd be telling them that when their building develops, their only hope is to assume that somehow we can stop this redevelopment even if the homes become unfit for occupancy. If we don't build market and non-market homes, and if we don't build rental, then we are making it so that everybody has to compete for the few homes that we have. And then when the few nonprofit homes that happen to pencil out do get built, it becomes some cruel lottery because hundreds of people apply and only a small fraction get in. Watching this and trying to do the work in this space and not getting actual support from the regulations and land use when it can be so easily done is heartbreaking. So if you want to see more nonprofit, public, and community housing that everyone keeps saying they support, then please actually champion their work and listen to them and help them create plans and processes that make their work possible. Please consider the recommendations from the community housing sector. And I hope that you will support this plan with the amendments to the Mayor's TRP recommendations and consider removing the 2 tower per block and minimum 150-foot frontage requirements. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. It's well timed. You do have questions, if you wouldn't mind staying on the line. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Hi, Helen. You mentioned you were supportive, but the issue of an amendment to allow smaller lot frontages. Can you speak to why you think that is important and why that's needed versus the 150-foot frontage that staff have articulated in the proposed plan?
Yeah, I was actually listening to one of the other speakers. I think he was from Fabric Living, who called in the last day. And it was because I heard those comments that's why I support requesting those changes. My understanding is that when the frontage requirements are too large, it makes it really difficult to actually pencil out a project, and it forces us to go after sites that are much larger, which likely could be existing affordable rental apartments. And it's just harder to, say, try and consolidate a few smaller lots in order to make a smaller, more creative, mid-rise or something, as opposed to being forced to look at something that's a lot larger.
And so do you think, like, related to that, that it also has an impact on built form in terms of, we've heard a lot tonight from people around sort of the visual and emotional impact or reaction to towers? Do you think that also creates more of a diverse, smaller, potentially more porous streetscape?
I think any time that you allow more flexibility for things to become feasible, then it allows smaller forms, medium forms, as well as larger forms. Anytime that I've had to work on a project, we always have to build the maximum of what is permitted, because that's what gets us enough rent to actually pencil out the project. So if you continue to add more limits as to what you can and can't do, what the maximums and minimums are, then it just further restricts our ability to find a creative solution to make bigger units, make the rents come down more. So
Okay. Is there anything else that we should understand or know about that? Because I know this is going to be a topic of discussion at council.
nothing else to add other than just, I think we just need to allow more flexibility so that we can get creative results.
Okay. Thanks for speaking. Appreciate it.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. That is it for your questions, but thank you very much, Ellen, for calling in and answering those questions. Speaker 188, Michael O'Shaughnessy.
Not on the line.
Speaker
Not,
one.
Hello?
Oh, is this Michael
Hello?
O'Shaughnessy?
Yep, it sure is. My apologies. I thought that you couldn't see my phone again, but it sounds like you can.
Great. Yeah, go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Excellent. So thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me, councillors. As you just heard, my name is Michael O'Shaughnessy. I rent in Fairview, and I'm speaking tonight to register my support in favor of the Broadway plan. But before I get into why I think you should pass the plan, I want to tell you a little bit about how much I love the place I live. I love Vancouver, and I love Fairview. I love being steps to Falls Creek. I love Granville Island. I love the cherry trees on West 7th. I love the shops on South Granville and the little matcha and tonkatsu cafe just steps from my place. But to be frank, councillors, the rent is too damn high. According to data released by rentals.ca, Vancouver is the most expensive rental market in the country. As of last month, a two-bedroom apartment, on average, costs of just over $3,100. That means that, according to standard housing affordability measures, to afford a unit with more than one bedroom, you would need a household income of $124,000 and $124,880. And, I'm not a finance guy, but I think that's around in the 95th percentile of incomes in BC. Anyone who's been on the rental market recently can tell you why this is. Quite simply, there are too many renters chasing too few vacant units with predictable results. We're not a city for the 1% yet, but we'll get there. Our pressing housing crisis is so bad that it has people who are blessed with good jobs and great careers feeling burdened by the cost of housing. Now consider, if those people are having trouble making it work, what happens to the people who actually make the city move? What happens to the people who work in stores and warehouses? The people who care for the sick in hospital? The people who teach and care for children? The people who drive trucks and fix buses? The people who operate the SkyTrain? You heard the speaker from UFCW earlier. These working people are relegated to the fringes, excluded from civic life, or driven out of the city altogether with poor transit access and long commutes. That is not acceptable, but it is the inevitable result of our housing shortage. In the end, for a city to be livable, it needs to be a place where all people can live. That's why I urge you to not only pass this plan, but to strengthen it with the following amendments. First, that Mayor Stewart's proposed renter protection plan passes, and that enforcement mechanisms against it be strengthened. Second, that the plan be amended to prioritize the intensification of remaining low-density areas in the plan area, such as Kitsilano and Mount Pleasant. While development will eventually touch the whole plan area, the initial stages should focus development pressures on homes for the few instead of homes for the wealthy many. I understand that you can achieve this by reducing the frontage required of new development. That said, I understand from speaking to people that it may not be possible to do this without referring the plan back to staff. If this is the case, and I don't know if it is, I ask you to pass the plan and find ways to strengthen it later. And third, I ask that Councillor Boyle's amendment on a bike lane on Broadway pass. I live right next to Broadway. I think it's a great street. I think it would be even better if active transport was built into it. The city cannot only be for the rich. But that's the path we're on, where renters and workers are relegated to the fringes except for the lucky few, and Vancouver becomes a gated community, closed to everyone who didn't win a metaphorical or literal lottery. I urge you to not only pass this plan, but to improve it. Build Broadway into a complete street. Make as many of the new units as you can non-market and affordable, as long as it doesn't compromise overall supply. Protect today's tenants, but also protect tomorrow's tenants too, who are in lineups 30 deep outside every apartment showing. And perhaps, most importantly, where apartments are banned, end the ban and build housing. We can't regulate our way out of this crisis, but we can build our way out of it. End the rental shortage, vastly increase the supply of housing, diminish landlords' market power, and give renters like me many more options, and therefore more leverage. You might have heard that this is a fight for the soul of Vancouver. You're right. The decision you're going to make is more than just a decision on the future of my neighborhood. It's a decision on what kind of place we want this to be. Do we want to be a city for the rich, or a city where the people who build and maintain the homes can also live in them? A city for everybody. We won't get there overnight, councillors. But in the end, I love Fairview. I think it's the loveliest place I've ever lived. And I hope you give many more people the chance to love it just as much as I do. I urge you to pass this plan. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very well timed. Did you have questions? Go ahead, Councillor
Okay.
Hardwick.
Michael, you said that you are a renter, but you're a young professional as well. What industry do you work in?
I work in communications counselor. As I said, I'm blessed to have a very good job. But what's important to remember here is that I am the kind of person who can afford to live in this city. But if I don't go to work, the city's going to keep moving. The people who actually keep the city moving are priced out, and that needs to end.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. And thank you, Michael, for calling in and answering the questions.
Thank you very much.
Speaker 189, Michael Lang.
Not on the line.
Speaker 190, Jill Atke.
Not on the line.
Speaker 191, Alyssa Maishok, who I think is here in person. Welcome, and that podium will change for your height. Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mayor Stewart, councillors, thank you very much for the opportunity to appear tonight. In 2007, as a new resident of Mount Pleasant, I eagerly signed up to partake in the Mount Pleasant community planning process with the City of Vancouver. That moment kicked off what has become 15 years of community engagement and my co-founding the Mount Pleasant Heritage Group, which references policy put forth within the Mount Pleasant Community Plan as a guide for our activities. Since the Broadway Plan was launched, I have found myself defending the Mount Pleasant Community Plan as a relevant and current planning document. I asked my husband, why am I still doing this? And he replied, because you care. The Mount Pleasant Community Plan, adopted by Council in 2010, is a transit-oriented design community plan focused on people, livability, and densification over a 30-year period. It is an elegant, easy read in 33 pages. In comparison, the Broadway Plan's 490-plus pages are full of spreadsheets and maps depicting a dizzying number of sub-areas multiplied by policy areas and underwritten with dollar signs. The Broadway Plan is a development plan focused on tall buildings and densification along a transit corridor over a 30-year period. The guidelines in the Mount Pleasant Community Plan establish 6 stories along arterials as a baseline, with 3 select sites for increased height and density. It also recognized the heritage heart of the community at Main, Broadway, and Kingsway, the oldest commercial center outside of downtown, which was to be retained at current height. Any new build within the heart was restricted to a height of 30 feet maximum. Since the Mount Pleasant Community Plan was adopted in 2010, over 2,300 new units in primarily mid-rise buildings have been built within a 6-block radius of the future subway station at Main and Broadway. This includes Catalyst's recently completed 100% below market, 10-story, 145-unit development at 6th and Main, with 50% of the units geared towards families. Additional mid-rises along the Broadway corridor, like the Red Door Housing on 8th and Quietsit at Fraser and Broadway, add to the unit counts, as do many townhouses and laneway builds that have knit gentle density into the RM4, RT5, and RT6 areas of Mount Pleasant. Based on the density that has been built since 2010, it is feasible that under the guidelines of the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, Mount Pleasant could add over an additional 4,500 plus units of housing in the next 20 years, or 20% of the total number desired in the Broadway Plan within the same time frame. Given that there are 4 subway nodes in the Broadway Plan, it would seem that this percentage is in line with Mount Pleasant's share of the required densification within the Broadway Plan. Construction will continue in Mount Pleasant regardless of whether the Broadway Plan is passed or not. There are currently a number of development and rezoning applications in the pipeline, and the Kingsgate Mall and Save on Food sites earmarked for greater height under the Mount Pleasant Community Plan no doubt are on someone's design board. Before I move on, I would like to return to the heritage heart, the area that under the Mount Pleasant Community Plan was to remain at current height. The Broadway Plan has renamed the heart the Main Street Village North and revised zoning to allow for 6 to 8 stories with additional height for heritage retention. Given the 6 to 10 story buildings that now encircle this heritage heart, any height added to the Main Street Village will eliminate its village identity and dwarf the heritage character. New buildings will bring with them increased rents, which will force our cherished small independents to close or move outside the community. The Main Street Village from 7th to 16th is only 2% of the area of Mount Pleasant. Keep the villages for the communities as our urban living rooms. Enable small independent businesses to thrive and for new independents to have a place to start out. Small businesses that serve the local community and enable a 15-minute city. On the subject of affordability, given my personal experience, I highly doubt that the Broadway Plan will bring a great affordability to the Broadway corridor, be it market or non-market properties. In 2007, we purchased our 900 square foot 1974 condo in a 3-story walk-up over asking at $370,000, which is $410 a square foot. The assessed value dribbled up until the independent was passed. Our assessed value jumped in 1 year approximately $80,000. We sold our unit in April of 2021 for $840,000, with one of the higher bidders putting forward a counteroffer of up to $1 million. This is for a unit in a 40-year-old building without in-suite laundry. The previous December 2020, Council passed revisions to 2 bylaws, the Zoning and Development Bylaw and the Rental Housing Stock Official Development Plan, which enables developers to replace existing rental on a nearby site in the, bless you, in the neighboring community, and move residents there and then redevelop the old rental site. I couldn't help but wonder if there was any correlation by this bylaw revision and the rather outlandish offering, which we did not accept. There's much more I could comment on and opinions I could offer, but my time is limited. I am starting to care less and less about what happens in this city.
And you are out of time, but you
Could I
do
take
have
2 seconds?
questions.
I'd like to acknowledge the Broadway Planning
Yeah, you
team,
do have.
especially Matt and John and Andrew, who have given us their time. We greatly appreciate it, and James Burton and Marta Fairveg.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, over to you for questions.
Thank you very much, Alyssa. You said you started in 2007. The Mount Pleasant Plan was approved in 2010, correct?
Correct.
So that's 15 years that you've been involved with this.
Correct. I started with the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. It sort of spawned the Heritage Group with myself and co-founder Danielle Peacock, who I met. And so we had looked at the piece of heritage within Mount Pleasant Community Plan and saw that within the developments as they came forward, that this was sort of the heritage and the significance of the community was getting lost. And so we kind of fell into this deep hole and yeah, I've been doing for 15 years, taking the history and heritage to the people, attending Main Street festivals. We have a great relationship with the BIA. So I've been doing this for 15 years, and I wasn't going to get involved in the Broadway Plan, but when I looked into it, I thought I couldn't believe that they could just push everything aside, all the good work that we did.
So having done all that work on the prior Mount Pleasant Plan that was approved in 2010, do you see a difference in the way that the planning process has been conducted by the city?
Absolutely, and part of that is because of our pandemic. I mean, it's really unfortunate that this had to happen because it is such an important plan. In the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, I know there was a former speaker who said that there were countless meetings, there were weekends, there were evening meetings, there were special interest meetings. It was, 3 years of meetings on weekends almost, every month, every other month. There was the implementation committee, which I joined, that went on to 2013. But it sort of built upon itself. So we went to a meeting, things were discussed, there were notes issued, and then the next meeting, it sort of built upon itself. So we saw the progress, we saw the development. It was very linear. In the Broadway plan, what one of our members have noticed is that things change from plan to plan. You read and the draft, and then the new plan comes out, and it's like, where did that come from? That number's changed, this number's changed. In the sessions that I've attended for the workshop sessions, I think I've done like 3 or 4 online ones. I did an early walking one before COVID. And I think it was really unfortunate because there wasn't a consistent group that would attend. So the first part of it was introduction by staff, which is required. So they would introduce the principles and then ask, questions. Who thinks of this? Who thinks of that? And it was maybe 2 hours. So there wasn't a group that was engaged throughout the whole process. There weren't large groups of people. I don't know how deep they went.
So I think I think I'm out of time. But
Sorry.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Over to you, Councillor Wheat.
Yeah, thanks for coming. It's great to see so many people from the committee. Do you think that from this phase forward, we should bring back a neighborhood implementation committees to kind of go through the implementation process, principled process of a plan like this, to ensure those neighborhood nuances are continued?
Absolutely. I think it's really valuable. It's valuable because you get a good cross section. It's difficult because, as we know, people with children are challenged to sometimes attend. I think, unfortunately, there are a lot of renters and young people who don't attend. But it does give a core group who does get engaged, and it provides interaction between developers and the community, and there are good things that have come out of it.
I agree. Looking back at the plan, and I have it in front of me, it seems to have a lot more nuanced approach to the historical places. It colors out every single one of the historical buildings. Can you talk about a little bit more why you feel that plan kind of showcased from the ground up a lot of what the community was about, compared to this plan feels like it's kind of being implemented on the neighborhood?
What I'm interpreting you're saying is that in the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, it sort of took the center and really said, this is...
Well, it seems like, from reading it again and from some of the speakers, that it's really kind of community, like the community ideas, you can see it surfaced in that plan significantly. Like it,
the heritage art.
Heritage components, the blocks that had what kind of trees, where the historical places were, the markers in the neighborhood. Like there was really an identity of place. And is that something you think you would like to see more in the Broadway plan? Is more of an identity of place to really recognize the different components of the neighborhood to make sure?
Absolutely. Identity of place is very important for us, for people who visit our city. It was a very community-focused plan, as you had mentioned. It was great because people got to talk about the special places. We unfortunately, Marta Fairveg and James Burton were brought in late in the process as heritage consultants, and we did have a stakeholder workshop with them in March, which was where we should have started in the beginning, because they started talking about these important places and started earmarking them, and what do people do and what's popped up, and it was very much about what's important to the community. There's an interesting fabric. They're an arts community. They're young people. There's creative people. There's such a mix in Mount Pleasant. And that needs to be mapped. That needs to be mapped before we can come and bring development in. We need to retain what makes our city as a whole special, what makes tourists want to go to Mount Pleasant and sign our petition and say, keep this space, please.
Thank you.
You do have more questions? Councillor Kirby-Young.
Hi, thanks for speaking to council. It's nice to see people in person. You mentioned the importance of sort of retaining the villages and giving small businesses a chance to kind of thrive or start off. So just to be clear, because the village concept is represented in the plan at a certain, capping at a certain height to retain the character, so you're fully supportive of village concept, those sort of kind of village commercial areas?
I'm very supportive of village commercial areas, but I'm not supportive of great development in them. We've through our association and working with the BA, we've gotten to know quite a few small business owners in Mount Pleasant. I have a very, very good friend. I'll promote her store, Much and Little Sarah. And she started there 11 years ago. She expanded to her second space. And about 3 years ago, her rent doubled. And she decided to go back to half a space, and she said, I could pass this on to my customers, but I don't want to do that. I love my customers. So, you know, she chose to stay in a community she loved, but struggled to find a way. COVID came, she turned around, went online, and she made it work. She said, it comes down to rent. My rent goes up. I'm done. It's important.
I understand that, but there's sort of a cap now in the village areas and the plan, you know, with details, but I'm paraphrasing and sort of broad strokes for time, suggests retaining the cap. And I guess that's what I'm asking around keeping the lower density and lower heights in the villages. This is specifically what I'm zeroing in on.
My experience has been that development will raise rents. New spaces are larger. Little businesses can't afford it. And the community needs a space. You know, I have to admit, I'm very nervous because in the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, you know, we talked about 6 stories, and then the development proposals came in, and they came in at 8, 9, 10 stories. And so it's bound to happen. And you lose the village character. You get more than 3 stories down there, and it's not a village anymore. It's just another sea of buildings.
Okay, are you talking about the 8, 9 stories that's more north on Broadway, where some of the residential was coming in, and the lower, or sorry, sort of the lower main area?
Yep.
Which is more into sort of the bridging, kind of the industrial, kind of residential side there?
Yeah, yeah. So that's what was, and also east and west, so, and going up Kingsway.
Okay, I was referring more to sort of probably south of Broadway in terms of that village, more of the commercial hub or the village character.
Yeah, so there's a new building that's built there. It's on 12th, and it's 3 stories. It was built under the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. So, you know, if new buildings can be built at 3 stories, then why do we need a big change? Okay. It's a great community gathering space, so.
Okay, well, I think that's what it's aiming for, so that's what I wanted to be clear on. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
Thanks so much. I'm wondering, I mean, when I look at some of the buildings like Rise Alliance built, and we talk about the iconic buildings, that's what they were called in the plan, you'll know this better. Do you think there's room for maybe some of those more iconic buildings if the trade-off was that we could also have, you know, in other areas, so in certain areas we had more towers in the villages, but it allowed us in other areas to have more of that low-rise feel. More of a trade-off in looking at specific blocks, but overall kind of including that density.
This is where I have to admit I'm in design and construction. Iconic and is a very
that's why I use that.
Yeah, iconic. We have the 2 other sites that are earmarked for greater height and density. If a building is carefully designed and is thoughtfully designed, and fits with the community, again, arts community function, affordability, absolutely, we need housing and rental, then yes, there's some places, but there aren't many iconic buildings here. There's some great local architects who do small stuff, but we don't need architects coming up and doing stuff in Mount Pleasant. There was one great building that was designed at 7th and Main, but it was turfed by the Urban Development Panel, unfortunately. So, yeah, it's a delicate balance, and it's a lot of work to make it happen, make it come together.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, so you'd be open to it as long as they were thoughtfully designed, iconic, and fit within the neighborhood feel and scope, and that was something the neighborhood was consulted on.
If the neighborhood were consulted, and the location is key, I could see something else maybe further down Broadway, not in the low story walk-ups, the walk-up areas in the RM, was it RM4s? Not in the residential areas. I think we need low rises there. We need low rises. We need walkability.
But you think there could be room for, in some of the other areas in Broadway, more of those buildings, even if they were office space? Like I think about near, Vancouver General Hospital, right?
Are you talking generally along?
I'm talking
along
generally
Broadway?
along
Generally
the entire
along Broadway.
If it's a trade-off, so that in the village area,
Yeah,
one of my colleagues says we can do that, and we can also maximize space and supply to meet that demand in other areas.
And so, sort of like the Heritage Density Bank, taking let's save this building, keep it small, and move that. Absolutely. I think we have to accept trade-offs. We have to grow. We have to, and it has to be done with care, and it has to be done with thought. And at the bottom line, it's about community and people. This is what this city is about.
Thank you.
That's it
Thanks
for your
for
time.
coming.
Yep.
Thanks for waiting.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova, and thank you so much, Melissa, for being here in person and answering all those questions too. Speaker 192, Tom Armstrong.
Not on the line.
Speaker 193, Bill Ewan.
Not on the line.
Speaker 194, Jeff Andrus.
Yep, I'm here.
Great, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Perfect. Good evening, Council. My name is Jeff Andrus, and I'm pleased to offer my comments of support for the Broadway plan. You've heard from a lot of voices over the past week or so I'll keep my comments brief and to the point. There has been a lot of commentary about the impacts of living in a high-rise. I'm a renter and have lived in high-rise buildings. It would be nice to think that we all get to live in single-family homes or even ground-oriented homes, but this isn't a reality, nor is it a responsible approach, as our planet continues experiencing warming at an alarming level. This beautiful city is bound by mountains and water, and so our housing demands require that we go up. From what I can see, the plan accommodates for density around transit and has been well thought through to provide housing exactly where it is needed. As someone who has had the challenge of finding rental housing and currently is looking, I can tell you that the plan will bring incredible relief for those who get to live in our beautiful city, around or very near to transit, in a walkable community that's well serviced by neighborhood amenities and a walk from the seawall. Specifically, I'd like to encourage Council to keep the proposed density around the station centers, and particularly in the Kits area. The West Side hasn't been subject to the same increase in density as other areas, and why is that? So many of the renters these days are young adults who grew up on the West Side. Why must we assume multifamily homes belong elsewhere? This is exactly where they belong. We will get one chance to develop this area of Vancouver, close to downtown, near to existing residential, and along a new SkyTrain line. It sure would be a shame to underbuild here because we were unable to look ahead to the coming 40+ years and how our city will develop. We are living in a housing and climate crisis. I urge you to vote in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have questions? Councillor Hardwick, go
Sure.
ahead.
Yeah, you commented about, did you grow up in Vancouver?
Yeah, I grew up in Surrey and then I moved to the West End when I was 17 years old, right after high school.
Oh yeah, and so you're a renter now?
I currently am a renter, but our apartment has flooded, so we're currently looking for a new place to live.
And what sector do you work in?
I work in marketing and public relations.
Okay, I'm just curious. Thank you very much for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. And thank you, Jeff. That's it for your questions. Appreciate you taking the time to call in.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Great. Speaker 195, David Austin.
My name is David Austin, Austin. I'm a long-term resident of Kitsilano, and my background is in major project development and regulatory approvals. There's a maxim in the project development industry that says, don't let your dogs become your pets. And that's a way of saying don't get emotionally attached to things that you're trying to advance. You have to be objective and critical. This plan is not objective and it's not critical. If this were being properly assessed, you'd be looking at the positive and negative direct and indirect effects, including environmental, economic, social, cultural, and health effects, and adverse cumulative effects. I'll get back to cumulative effects later on. You also have to look at the risks and uncertainties associated with those effects, including the results of any interaction between effects. You have to look at effects on current and future generations. There's nothing of the sort in this plan. You have to look at the greenhouse gas emissions, including the potential effects on the province being able to meet its targets under the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Targets Act. The information in terms of greenhouse gas reductions is very, very fluffy, and I think that's a kind way of describing it. There are no hard numbers, there's no objective analysis, there's no critical analysis. You're also supposed to look at the alternative means of carrying out the project. They're technically and economically feasible, including the use of alternatives and alternative technologies, and the potential effects, risks, and uncertainties of those alternatives. What am I reading from? Section 25 of the BC Environmental Assessment Act. There's similar provisions in the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. Regulatory bodies have similar provisions, and these are the types of objective standards that you use to evaluate for the purpose of making decisions on projects. This has not happened in this plan. This plan basically, in the discussions I've heard so far about moving flower pots, you have to look at it in a much deeper level before you get to moving the flower pot to the flower pot stage. If you look at this plan, where is the cumulative effects analysis of this project, the Vancouver plan, the plan to build on the former RCMP site near Oak Ridge, Pearson Hospital site that's being built on, Oak Ridge, and I can go on, including the Jericho lands, which include both federal and provincial governments. There is no cumulative effect analysis, and in particular, there's no cumulative effect analysis on sewer, water, and electricity. And I'd like to spend 2 seconds on electricity. This plan will have an impact on the electrical infrastructure in this city. Has anybody looked at that? The answer is no, because the City of Vancouver wrote to the BC Utilities Commission in the context of the BC Utilities Commission's review of the BC Hydro Integrated Resource Plan, and that's Exhibit E-6. And in that letter, the City of Vancouver didn't even know that this BC Hydro Integrated Resource Plan doesn't cover electrical infrastructure, what's called at the distribution voltage level. The City of Surrey, who wrote in and entered a submission, that's Exhibit C20-2, was smart enough to realize that BC Hydro's Integrated Resource Plan doesn't cover the electrical system at the distribution level. That tells me right then and there that the City of Vancouver, including staff, has not done its homework. City staff and seemingly council seem to be in love with this plan without having done a proper critical and objective analysis. The other thing is that there are some numbers in the plan. You don't get them there to page 4 until you get to page 483. 483 pages is nothing in terms of the projects and analysis that goes before regulatory bodies. And so what do you have on page 483? You've got some numbers. Total projects, $220 million. So there's, I'm assuming some of that covers sewer and water. Is that number quantified in any way? Is there any evidence of how it's calculated? Absolutely not. And the thing that's really telling is it's a 10-year number. This is a 30-year plan. So this plan doesn't look at the cumulative impacts, and in particular in relation to inflection points. So you could have you can have infrastructure that will sustain itself and not acquire a lot of capital investment until you get to a certain point. But the next increment of capital investment could be huge, whether it's relating to sewer, water, or electricity. That's not in the plan. So you go back to you're supposed to look at the.
Sorry, actually, I really have to stop you because you're quite a lot over time. However, you do have questions. So just one second. Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Yeah. David, I'm wondering if you could just walk me through maybe a little slower and dumb it down into layman terms about the electrical capacity.
Well, the electrical capacity, you've got generation, transmission, distribution. So your wires are the transmission and distribution. So those are the high voltage, those are the highways. Then at the distribution level, you've got your side streets, which is typically what you'll see in terms of the impact of densification in Vancouver. There's nothing in this plan about that. There's nothing in this plan about whether you're going to underground it. There's nothing in this plan about the cost of undergrounding it. There's nothing in this plan about whether this existing electrical infrastructure will be sustainable in an earthquake. For the most part, the BC Hydro transmission system and the distribution system are not and were not designed for the purposes of taking earthquakes into account. So you can get some pretty large increments of increases in cost because of that. And there is nothing wrong with that, but you have to look at what the bill is. And it could be that if you put some development in other parts of the city, the electrical, sewer, and water infrastructure could sustain it without having to have large capital investment in it.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure that the Vancouver building bylaws does put all new builds in with underground electrical. So that part's established. The bit you were talking about Surrey looking into, I'm just really curious. I want to follow up a little bit on.
Well, what Surrey has done is it's intervened in the BC Hydro's review of the Utilities Commission's review of the Integrated Resource Plan, and it's pointed out right off the top that BC Hydro's Integrated Resource Plan doesn't include any planning for the purposes of the distribution system. So they realize that, and they're saying this is a deficiency. City of Vancouver doesn't even know about it, according to this letter, that the BC Hydro Integrated Resource Plan does not include that type of planning for the next 20 years. So that is to me,
I'd be curious to see that letter if you have it handy, if you want to email it to me.
Sure, I'll email them both.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Yep, great. Thank you, Councillor Fry. And that's it, David. Thank you so much for both speaking and answering questions. Speaker 196, Stuart Smith.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Maybe you could speak up a little.
Yeah, sorry. How about that? Better?
Stuart, you're not coming through.
Okay, is this better?
Much better. Go ahead. Up to 5
Wonderful.
minutes.
Okay. I know you've heard from 200 people, so I won't take up too much time. I don't have a great big speech. My name is Stuart Smith, speaking in support. I'm going to be honest, I don't love the Broadway plan, but I also don't hate it. It's mostly just a status quo 20th century plan. Take the boundaries that Bartholomew drew in 1927 and tell the apartment people that they have to accept more neighbors. They have to squeeze in tighter and never ask the house people to do the same. Earlier, there was a speaker from Mount Pleasant who was offered the choice of would she accept more towers near VGH, where I live, in order to avoid this caller from having to look at such horrible monstrosities as, buildings that people live in. And I found that amusing, of course, because when you build the towers at VGH, I will be evicted. So you build the towers in Mount Pleasant over a heritage house, the caller will not be evicted. They will just have to look at something they don't like. But anyways, I just want to keep us focused on the big picture and think about what are good things in cities and what are bad things. So I made a little list. Good things in city are people. Good things in cities are homes, offices, retail, schools, and other workplaces. And of course, to have any of those things, you need buildings. So buildings are good. Buildings in cities are good. They give people the things they need to thrive. So the idea that we're all debating about whether or not there should be buildings in a city is frankly quite absurd. But of course, there are bad things in cities too, and those bad things are things like evictions and displacements. Cars are quite bad. Noise from cars, pollution from cars, car exhaust, tire dust, brake dust, and road dust, and death, disability, injury, and fear from cars are also quite bad. So whatever you do tonight, I would encourage you to just ask yourself, are you maximizing the good things, the buildings, the people, or are you maximizing the bad things? When people can't live where they want, you end up with the rich people taking the housing that exists, and the poor people either leave or they have to drive in from far, far away. Neither of those are really great options. Maybe I'll just finish on. There's a lot of comments about villages and small businesses, and I just I can't help but want to remind everyone that the thing that lets small businesses thrive is the same thing that lets lower income people thrive in this city, and that's cheap rent. And the way you get cheap rent is by getting desperate landlords. And the way you get desperate landlords is making sure that there's more buildings than there are people, so that the people who own those buildings don't have any power. And this doesn't really change if you prefer a non-market world. If we snap our fingers tomorrow and make all the land and all the buildings non-market utopias, all it really changes is you end up with a wait list instead of high rent. You still have to build as much housing as people who want to live in your city. So the Broadway plan isn't going to do that. It'll make a contribution, of course, but its main problem is that it does it in Broadway plan instead of in Shaughnessy. However, we must not make the perfect the enemy of the good. So I think you should probably support it. And I hope that you will see to extend the boundaries right across the city. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. You do have questions? Councillor Fry, over to you.
Thanks. Hi, Stuart. Appreciate your articulation of the good things. I agree with you. Homes and people are good things, although I would consider the list a little incomplete. I also think about other good things that we need to deliver, like parks and trees and schools and fire halls and
of course,
all that kind of stuff. So how do you feel that this plan measures up? We've heard a lot of people talk about that lack of those other good things, and we've heard the director of planning say that there's sacrifices. How do you think this plan measures up as far as those sacrifices? Should we be striving for more, or?
I mean, so to be honest, of course, I've not read all 400 pages of the plan. My skim of it is that it's just fine. My comment would be that these things are not in conflict. All these things just have one thing in common, and they all need land. And that sounds like it's a conflict, but it's really not. If we are going to reserve a lot of land for houses, well, then we're going to have to fight over the land for those other things. The minute we relax that, the minute we admit that we actually have a lot of land in the city and the region, we have tons of land for all of those things, to have lots of fire halls and lots of parks and everything. We've just chosen to say that there's a little line down 16th, a magic line, and everyone belongs on the north side of that line. So that, to me, is where the conflict comes from, not any sort of inherent, oh no, there's 1 hectare, too few parks or fire halls or whatever. I'm not trying to say that stuff isn't important. I'm just saying we're fighting the wrong battles. The battle is getting out of this zone and getting south of 16th. As long as we restrict our attention to north of 16th, then we've already lost.
Yeah, I mean, that is the plan we're contemplating. No, of course, is north of 16th, not south of 16th.
Yes,
So.
I agree. I'm just saying, it's hard for me to say that they're doing the best they can within the constraints they've been given. They've been told, the planners have been told, you can only look at north of 16th. So they've done the best they can. And if people want to criticize some specific number of park space, that's fine. But my answer will be the same. The way you get more park space is going south.
Yeah.
And I don't
so
mean
one of
people
the
going
things
south.
this
planning,
plan contemplates is private green space in building this sort of street wall podium style. Do you have any thoughts on that as a built form, or versus say the tower in the park kind of model that we see in the West End that has more generous kind of public viewable green space rather than the sort of private stuff. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah,
I
I
know
mean,
you didn't read the
I've
whole plan.
never really, yeah. I mean, I don't have a strong opinion. My feeling is that if you are a building owner or landowner and you want to have a private lawn, then you should go ahead and have a private lawn, whether that lawn is at ground level or on the third floor or sixth floor of a podium. I honestly just don't think it's any of my business. The idea that the public benefits from seeing a splash of grass in front of someone's house, I would strongly dispute that. I don't benefit in any way when I live next to a
I am
hospital that
so
has
sorry, but Councillor Fry is over his time
Sorry.
for questioning. No, it's not
Sorry.
your fault at all. Yeah.
It's my fault. I know. Sorry.
Let's not put
Thank you,
any
Stuart.
blame. People are just enthusiastic. Thank you very much, Stuart, for both speaking and answering the questions.
Thank you. Bye.
Speaker 197, Maria Roth.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great. Hi. Thanks. Good evening, Chair Carr, Mayor, and Council. My name is Maria Roth, and I'm a resident of Vancouver and live in a non-market co-op on leased lands. First, I'll just apologize because I haven't been able to follow along with all of the discussion, so I may be covering issues that have already been well explored. If you look along the Broadway corridor, you're going to find co-ops that are on freehold land and others that are on leasehold from the city. 5 of the co-ops that are on city leased lands have leases that are expiring in the next few years. And those co-ops have been informed by city staff that their leases will not be extended, and that if the Broadway plan goes through, they will be torn down, and that when the members return to the new co-ops, they will not have additional units that will enable co-op expansion. These are all co-ops that are only 35 years oldish and are in good condition. As a side note, co-ops have more low-income households, families with kids, and roughly double the number of seniors, members with disabilities, and single-parent-led households than across the rest of the city. My first ask is that I would like the city as landlord to assume the same accountability as private market developers. Extend the amended tenant protection as proposed by Mayor Stewart to leasehold co-op members as well. This should be the default, which members can override by special resolution as allowed under the Co-op Act, should there be an alternate chosen. My second ask is that there needs to be a robust and objective framework developed for planning co-op renewal when and if redevelopment is needed. This should be led by the co-ops who know their buildings and membership and community so well, each with decades of knowledge gained from managing and governing their affordable housing, and done in collaboration with our parent federation, CHFBC, who has their own deep expertise in asset management planning, redevelopment, and the strategic use of swing sites. I encourage you to reach out to Tom Armstrong at CHFBC for his feedback on these additions that I've mentioned. Next, I have some questions about existing policy, equity, and inclusion in the Broadway plan. The Vancouver Housing Strategy sets as a target 50% of new homes serving households earning less than $80,000 per year, with an overall goal that housing in Vancouver support residents of all incomes now and into the future. But I fail to see how this will be accomplished with the disproportionate reliance on market rental, which is tied to variables not connected to local incomes. Based on 2016 census data, new market rental will not be affordable to 90% of female-led single-parent households, single female households, and 2 senior households. And it will only be affordable to the top 20th percentile of single male households. In the absence of vacancy control permanently attached to the units, which is what we do in co-ops, and the inability of individuals to up or downsize as their housing needs change over time, the net impact of the Broadway plan as is, I think, will push more people into lifelong core housing need, should they choose to stay in Vancouver and remain dependent on the current market rental system. I would like Council to put into place policies and regulations to protect both existing and future residents, and make equity pencil out, which it currently does not. The affordable housing crisis that we find ourselves in has been decades in the making. In the short term, I strongly support looking at immediate solutions that are low risk, high gain, and very much needed. And there have been many good ideas brought forward online and some of the discussions that I've been able to drop into. What I would like to flag as a short-term item on my list is the urgent need to upzone across the entire city. And I know that this is outside of the Broadway plan, but they're interconnected. Prioritizing denser housing that is not on heavy traffic arterials or at noisy and polluted bridgeheads, but around the corner in quieter locations close to existing parks and ideally for families with kids close by public schools that are not at capacity. Couple this with ways to prevent speculative land lift, as well as explicitly support ongoing participation by non-market housing providers and non-market developers in building new housing to maximize the delivery and care of affordable housing in the Broadway corridor and across the city. Not that long ago in sustainability conversations, the building industry was saying energy savings of 10% or 20% were all that could be done. Now your target is net zero. We have set ambitious goals with our physical buildings. Let's do the same for the people who will be living in them and our future communities. Like so many others, I would like us to set much higher standards for affordable housing through this plan. I'd love to see us explore a Vancouver edition of a 100% affordable housing overlay to tamp down speculation, or we could do a local moonshot for 80% non-market to 20% market. And if we redevelop non-market sites, let's aim to replace it with 100% non-market. More importantly, I think that just the act of doing this and setting some high standards will allow us to crowd in innovative solutions, partnerships, and funding for the kind of housing we all need, similar to the transformative changes we are witnessing in the climate and sustainability sector.
And if you could just wrap it up, you're right at the end of your time. Thank you.
Okay. I'd just like to end by thanking you all for your hard work and the informed, long discussions that are to come. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that and you coming to speak. Thank you. Speaker 198, Karen Ranaletta.
Not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 199, Owen Brady.
Hello?
Yep. Hello. Oh, is this Owen Brady?
Yep.
Yep. Great. We hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Chair Carr. I think the best way to describe the Broadway plan is that it is visionary, but it is too compromising. An emblematic example of this is the concept for making Broadway itself a great street. The problem is not that there is no room for a bike lane. The problem is that we want it to be a great street for patio dining, while also ensuring that trucks can whiz by as fast as possible. We need transit-oriented neighborhoods where people can live comfortably car-free. That means they need to be able to safely visit shops and restaurants by bike. The plan for greenways is visionary. Imagine being able to walk out your door to a quiet, green, linear park. Apartment dwellers, many of whom already don't own cars, deserve to be able to live on such streets. But when the time comes to make these changes, block by block, or more likely spot rezoning by spot rezoning, will we be able to embrace this vision, or will taking away street parking under this process simply not happen? The plan envisions only about 1.7% growth per year over the next 30 years, up to 1.7%. That will be slower than it grew in the 5 years to 2016, which was about 2.1% annually. It's also slower than many suburbs have been growing. That said, other less dense areas of Vancouver should absolutely be doing more of the heavy lifting to accommodate growth than Broadway will. But let's not pretend that 1.7% annual growth is some massive figure. The best thing Vancouver can do for the climate is let more people live here, especially near jobs and Skytrain. From my conversations with planners at open houses, the plan will continue with individual spot rezonings. Even though nobody seems to like them, they drive us apart. The process basically ensures a housing shortage despite a lot of busy work, while also giving the appearance of special treatment or even corruption. A better approach would be to pre-zone with requirements for public benefits like below market rental and to adjust those requirements annually. It's great that the typical tenant would see their rent decrease when moving back into a new apartment under this plan. I also think incumbents, if their current rent is lower, should be able to move back into a new apartment at the same rent. To compensate, allowed density in these areas will need to increase. Not building more housing, on the other hand, would mean zero below market homes get built and existing apartments get renovated and priced at higher and higher market rates, just like today. The city has a bad habit of creating plans that are not even meant to be viable. A year or so ago, we were hearing lots about how half of the city was getting rezoned for 6-story apartments under the SRP. The last time I checked in on the secured rental policy, 5 of the 6 proposals for new apartments were still on arterial streets, and only one of those was more than 4 stories with below market apartments. It's similarly unlikely that the Broadway plan will deliver the growth envisioned nor the corresponding benefits without changing the processes the city follows. We have been awaiting this plan and action on the housing shortage in general since before the last election. For many, the housing shortage is what that election was about. I encourage Council to approve this plan this year with amendments effective to achieve and expedite its vision to help create affordability for current and future renters. Thank you for your time and attention.
There are no questions for you, but thank you for your time in speaking to Council. Very much appreciated. Speaker 202, Jane Frost.
Not on the line.
Okay. Council, that completes my go through of all those who missed their turn first time around. I do have to inform you that that those who there were some speakers who called in after I had already called out their name for a second time, and they were told by staff on the line that they missed their turn and they left the call. However, one speaker didn't, chose to remain on the line. So if you want to hear from that one speaker, sorry, what? There's three? Oh, there's now three speakers who are on the line. Sorry, staff, if you could just explain, all three speakers missed their second turn, is that right? Okay, all three speakers missed their second turn. If you wish to hear from these speakers, we have to suspend the procedure bylaw in order to hear them. That would be a motion to suspend the procedure bylaw to hear the three speakers who are still remaining on the line. That would mean no other speaker could, pardon me? I've
Move
just
to
been,
suspend.
sorry, excuse me. I'm just getting clarification from the clerk. I've just been informed. Is it three that are on the line now? Oh, there may be somebody in the public here in person, so let me just have the clerk check. Meanwhile, I'll explain further the procedure here. You would need to have a motion to suspend the procedure bylaw to hear from X number of speakers, which would be a 2/3 vote. There's no debate on that motion. And I'll let you know how many there are in just a second.
Can I ask a clarification question after?
Yes, absolutely. Just one second. I'll just advance you. But let me just get the clerk to inform us of how many people there are and what numbers. Actually, Councillor Kirby, why don't you go ahead and ask your clarifying question? It'll take a moment. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm wondering if Council has a motion to hear from the couple of speakers that are on the line. If others who missed their turn also call in, would we also be hearing from them in terms of being equitable for other folks that might try to call back in?
If you leave it open-ended without specifying to hear the ones who are currently on the line or in chambers, others could call in, but you would have to specify in the motion the restriction if you choose to do that.
Okay.
And Katrina, clerk, how many do we have then? So we have three people on the line and one in person. And these are all people who missed their second turn. Councillor Kirby-Young, are you there to ask a question? No? What? Yes, I've already said there's no debate on suspending the rule. I don't have a motion on the floor. Councillor Swanson?
I move that we hear the four speakers who are lined up.
No, you have to move to suspend the procedure bylaw to hear from the three speakers on the line and the one in chambers.
Okay, I move that.
There's no debate on this matter. I will first just call and see if there is consensus. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Okay, that means we will do that. So we have 4 more speakers, and I'll get the clerk to tell me who those speakers are by the order in the number. 15. Mm-hmm. Okay, what we're going to hear from speaker 15, who is in person, then 117, then 140, then 141. So speaker 15, sorry, I'm just going to, Amanda Collins? Yes, great. Okay, you want to come forward to the podium?
Thank you. Hello, my name is Amanda Collins. I am here today because I strongly oppose the Broadway plan, specifically for the Fairview Slopes area. First and foremost, I live in the Fairview Slopes area. I've always dreamed of living in this neighborhood. My partner and I, we moved here 1 year ago after looking for almost 2 years. We are both hardworking individuals. He's an immigrant. I come from a middle-class family, and we worked multiple jobs to be able to afford to live in Fairview with the beautiful views. It is one of the neighborhoods where you can still see a view. And for that, that's what Vancouver really is. We always talk about, aren't we so lucky to see the beautiful views? Now, with this proposed plan of stories that include 12 and 20-story buildings that effectively will take away the views in Fairview on the slopes and will take away our view as well. This has a significant impact to us because obviously our net worth is tied up in our home, and having these views taken away will effectively reduce our net worth. And also our building is unique as well because it is a heritage building and it was designed by Arthur Erickson. So it has a unique aspect that is truly Vancouver. He built this building because you could see all of his other buildings in Vancouver from this spot. With this as well, not only will it destroy everything in our views and our neighbors' views, but we'll live in perpetual shadows. Having it being a heritage home and a 5-unit strata, we aren't able to add any windows because of the heritage aspect, and so we will live in darkness if towers are built around us. So I'm just asking to please take another look at the protected views of Vancouver. Take a walk around the Fairview neighborhood. Look at how beautiful it is and how you can see the views of Vancouver just walking on the street and the neighborhood. I also would like to say that our neighbors are people from various different backgrounds and income levels, and effectively with these plans, everyone will be pushed out in favor of developers. You will have the people that are in co-ops and low income being pushed out. You will have us being pushed out because, again, okay, there's an opportunity to get bought out in a neighborhood. And to me, that's not right. Everyone in the neighborhood would effectively be displaced. And I don't think that is what Vancouver is about. The other aspect is with regards to density. I know the argument is we need more density. In taking a look at Fairview's density, we have 102 persons per hectare based on 2020 figures. I'm sure that's higher now. According to my own research, TransLink stated the requirement for the Broadway line was 50 persons per hectare, so already Fairview is more than double that. In reviewing where City Council lives, based off of reviewing personal websites that I've seen online, it should be noted that the Grandview Woodlands area, which is inhabited by quite a few councillors here, is only 64 persons per hectare, and Hastings Sunrise is even less at only 43 persons per hectare. Fairview, again, is 102 persons per hectare, nearly 240% more dense than the Hastings Sunrise area. Why are we already taking apart density that exists instead of putting density in other places where it should exist? So that is why I'm here today to speak about my opposition to the Broadway plan, how it affects me personally, how it displaces my current community and neighborhood, how it takes away the true Vancouver views that we have, and how we already need to put, obviously there is the need for density, but put it where we require it more instead of displacing where there already is quite a lot. So those are my two major reasons. My other additional reasons would also have to be the shadows. And I know that one of the speakers near the start of all of these conversations talked about and did modeling with regards to shadows. Every day I have a raven come onto my balcony, and it's pretty magical to have a raven fly onto your balcony. And then we have some hummingbirds, and we have this beautiful nature with shadows and the destruction of the trees around us and the beautiful neighborhoods and the community that's built. It's just heartbreaking to think of, you know, that people in a community will just be displaced for developer profits, and that the only people that get to enjoy the views are the ones in the penthouses at the top. And again, the shadow issues. So in summary, that is, I see my time is now up. Those are my reasons for the opposition to the Broadway plan.
Thank you for paying attention to the clock. But you have questions. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Hi, over here. Sorry, I didn't catch right off the bat. You said you're in a heritage building in Fairview?
Yes.
On the slopes?
On the slopes, that's correct.
Okay, and then you referenced concern about being pushed out or displaced, but presumably you're building in strata, and is it heritage? Is it protected?
It is a heritage designated building, and it was converted into a 5-unit strata building. But I mean, we're going to lose all of the worth in our home. So I'm sure a developer could build on top, as they've done at other heritage designated spots.
Okay, but you do have I guess my question is, you do have heritage protection.
Yes.
And that would still apply for your specific.
My specific spot.
Okay, so your concerns are more on the shadowing and the density then?
And also the views of Fairview and being able to see the city views from everywhere. I won't be able to sell my home for what I paid for if this goes through. I won't be able to. Like, and my whole life's net worth has been put into my home. Right. As many Vancouverites, I'm sure, has been. And then, yes, my other concern is being like my neighbors, who I know quite well now, living in the neighborhood, them being displaced as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. If that's it for your questions, thank you for coming into council chambers. Okay, so speaker, I think next is speaker 117, who is Chris Kyle.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Hi. I worked and lived the Broadway area for pretty much my whole life. I grew up there when I was even 1 year old. I have spent some time in Richmond. So anyway, I definitely support the plan. I think it could be more ambitious, but for this city, it's pretty good. I do think it could be a lot better. I submitted the comment that I think it's a mistake to put things like casinos on the street, because people are going to stop and drop off people at a casino. And given that you're taking a lane or two off Broadway, that's already going to make it pretty tight. Plus, you have people stopping on the street. It's really going to impede traffic. So I do think there are better places to put things than on Broadway. I think it's also a mistake to focus, because I know you have like basically a very small region around the SkyTrain, but if you look at the Vancouver Job Survey, I mean, the whole working area is quite a bigger circle. I think you should densify a bit more and make it miniature downtowns around each station, instead of just having like 6 buildings around each station that are tall and everything else is like medium density. I saw that councillors are commenting about the 150 and 100 square feet minimum to build. I think it's fine to have 100 in certain areas. I mean, in the end, you want people to have more housing. Vancouver has like 2% in population growth a year. Plus, we're about to take in a couple 100,000 refugees. And honestly, there's going to be more refugees as time goes on. Plus, immigration targets are only going up. If anything, I think you should overbuild, because, I mean, the worst thing that can happen in overbuilding is that prices go down. And I don't think anyone is, I should say, very few people are against prices going down. So if you build more, it's not really going to be much of an issue with building more. And in the end, most of Vancouver, people, as you can see from what people have been saying, people don't want more housing in their neighborhood. You already get a ton of opposition on Broadway. Anywhere else is going to be the same. If you're going to make people on Broadway upset, you might as well build as much as you can here, so you don't have to deal with all the other people. And in the end, if we're talking about affordable housing, if you build now with very large buildings that are designed to last a long time, you're going to have buildings that are 100 years from now that are still running, that are still like 200 unit plus buildings that have all the amenities that people are going to love, and they will be affordable. Rent in a building that's 50 plus years old is much cheaper than a brand new building. Even if the building isn't affordable housing today, it'll be affordable housing tomorrow. So if you build these large buildings, they will last. The last speaker has a 5-unit building. I know from experience, 5-unit buildings don't last because costs just keep going up until people have to knock it down and sell and build something else because 5 units cannot maintain a strata. What else I was going to say? Oh, yeah, I do think you need much better connections in walking along Broadway. In the end, between Broadway and the Greenway on 6th, there's not a good walking connection. I know staff are saying go down Fur, but honestly, anyone getting off the Granville stop is going to go down Granville, and it's a nightmare down Granville. There's no light. People are going to be crossing the streets, especially in winter when it gets really frozen and slippery. People are going to fall, and probably people are going to get hit by cars. So I would greatly encourage you to increase walking infrastructure throughout the Broadway plan, simply along the slope so people don't slip and fall when it's snowing. I do think that building FSR should be much bigger throughout the Broadway area. I mean, again, you can build more, and no one will be against you building more except for the people that live right beside it. But they're already against it, so you might as well build as much as you can. And actually, because in the end, Broadway is supposed to be a second downtown. I mean, back when Gregor Robertson started this process, that's what he said too. Broadway would be a second downtown. Right now, you are expanding Broadway quite a bit, but it's not a second downtown. It's a sub-downtown. I would take from, let's say, Brentwood and Surrey Central and really go to town with Broadway and make it a place that is a second job center for all of Vancouver. That way, when you actually build more bus routes and more SkyTrains, you have a place to send them all to. Because in the end, if we talk about the next 50 to 100 years, we're probably going to get more bus routes and more SkyTrains. I assume there's probably going to be a SkyTrain down Arbutus someday, or at least some kind of tram. And we're going to develop the UBC land quite a bit more too. So we're going to have a lot of people coming from UBC and going east, and they're going to need somewhere to work. Okay, I'm done.
Great, thank you. If you're done, you do have questions. Just stay on the line. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chris. You commented that you know this from your experience. Do you work in the property development industry?
Property management. In fact, I think my company manages one or two of your buildings. Not you personally, but some of the other councillors.
Okay. And so when you say we are going to do this, is that we as an industry, we as a city, who is we?
Oh, no, I don't work in property management anymore. But when I say we, I mean like we as a city or we as a people. I'm not in property development.
Okay, thank you very much for clarifying. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Great, that's it for your questions. Thanks, Councillor Hardwick, and thank you, Chris, sorry, for calling in. Really appreciate that, and yeah, have a good evening. Speaker 140, Margarita Dovgal.
Yes. Hi. Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep, we hear you clearly. Go ahead.
All right. From increasing much needed housing supply in the midst of what I think many of us recognize as one of the worst housing crises in the world, to doing things like securing protections for renters, I really fully support the principles and the suggested parameters of the Broadway plan. I'm a child of Eastern European immigrants. I'm also an orphan. I lost both of my parents before I hit age 20. I've gone from living under the poverty line and experiencing pretty severe housing insecurity to now having a more or less comfortable middle-class lifestyle. And yet I doubt that home ownership is anywhere in my immediate future. Today I live in South Van with my partner and our small dog. We rent. We're both UBC graduates and public policy professionals, and we've struggled to find housing that enables us to grow our family and afford to save for our future. And in fact, our experience as renters in this city has been typical for those of our generation without significant means. We've been excluded from the stability and confidence in our own housing situation that those who got into the market in time get to enjoy. I suppose that means that instead of worrying about the height of my neighbor's hedges or the setback used on neighboring developments, I get to instead worry about what happens when my landlord decides to sell the home that we live in. And of course, Vancouver is a world-class city. We absolutely has a special character to it. Some of that, including the beautiful density that we see on display in the West End core, is what attracts newcomers from all over the world, like my parents who came in the 1990s. They lived right on Barclay Street. But character is also a term that I've used, I've seen her used extensively in these sessions by those who support the status quo. We have a character as a multicultural coastal port city with temperate weather and green all year round. But we also have a characteristic underclass that lives on the city's margins, driven out by a planning system that places the interests of current homeowners above the interests of everyone who shares the city, including renters, workers, and those who are vulnerable. I was born right at St. Paul's in the downtown peninsula. As poor immigrants with multiple systemic barriers, family supporting employment was out of reach for both of my parents. And as it turns out, so was stable, secure, and affordable housing for our little family. I don't think we ever exceeded $18,000 or $20,000 annual income when I was a child. And of course, it was impossible to find anything like that in the urban core. So we moved to Metrotown, then New West, then North Surrey. In Wally, we found bullet casings in our building laundry room. We lived in a notorious scummy landlord slum called Quantum Park Manor. And after spending most of my childhood on the BC housing waitlist, we were finally offered something in South Surrey. So that's where we moved, far away from the friends and social network that help immigrants feel a sense of connection and belonging in their community. I've lived in, just before the age of 17, 10 separate apartments between birth and going to university. And then after university, my first year at UBC, I lived in a series of basement apartments. I was renovated 3 times. My mother passed away. I acquired her dog. I had to leave the city and move to Ottawa because I couldn't find anything that made sense for me. But I was privileged. I got to return, unlike many of the young people of my generation who want to give back. They want to be a part of the city's future. But they're being pushed out by an approach to housing that privileges the wealthy. And now I'm 25. I've lived in another 7 homes. That's 17 in total since I was born in this city. I'm not a policy expert in this field. I work in and around energy and climate policy. I also work in Indigenous economic development. But one principle that I've learned, I was doing my master's at a top global university, is that greener cities require housing being built in proximity to rapid transit, and they require building up and not out. That achieves the goals of inclusivity and sustainability that the City of Vancouver says are important to it. These are the goals that residents over many successive municipal elections have given as a mandate. And I think some of the most exciting changes happening in and around housing and land right now are actually being done outside. They're bypassing the broken processes that have made it impossible to build enough housing to match local demand. For example, Sanuk, which is being championed by the Squamish Nation. So I think something like the Broadway Plan is a start. Ultimately, the idea of predictable long-term growth surrounding this plan would mean the world to my generation, but it's only a beginning. So I urge Council to approve this plan. It's time that we show those who live and work in this city that you're ready to see them. You're ready to help them find a place to belong. And that would be something special. That would be a reflection of the values and character that make a city inclusive and equitable. And I urge you to take this step to showing this generation that you care about the type of city Vancouver becomes.
That's great and perfectly timed. You don't have any questions? You were very clear. Thank you so much for taking the time to call. And we are now, Council, on our last speaker, Speaker 141, Elizabeth Murphy.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Thank you. I am opposed to this plan, as are many in the planning and design profession. For example, the following are excerpts from recently published comments from Ralph Siegel, City of Vancouver's former chief urban designer. The plans propose significant densification extending north and south of Broadway from 1st to 16th does not take into proper account 2 critical factors. First, the plan area encompasses 4 well-established neighborhoods, Mount Pleasant, Fairview, Fairview Slopes, and Kitsilano, which together already provides a significant stock of rental housing, 19,600 units, about 25% of the entire city's inventory, much of it affordable, and 4,000 non-market units, social, supportive, co-op units, which is 15% of the city's inventory. Second, the plan embraces the false narrative that housing unaffordability will be solved by major upzoning of present residential densities, along with substantial housing height increases over expansive areas, that ignores one of the most critical causes of our housing unaffordability crisis, namely land speculators, investors, and property flippers, skewing the real estate property values. In reality, such a strategy would be a dream scenario for land speculators and property flippers who would profit from the ever-increasing land values triggered by this proposed major densification of the plan areas north and south of Broadway. These huge density increases would put the existing rental stock at risk. Should Council be so unwise as to approve the plan as presented, a flood of transactions will be unleashed, leaving their values ever higher, making delivery of affordable housing that much more unviable. The effects already evident elsewhere would be magnified should Council fail to send this plan back to the drawing boards with an instruction that expansive densification of areas north and south of Broadway be eliminated or significantly cut back to absolutely minimize displacement of tenants. Essentially, the existing RM, FM, and RT zoning should be retained, perhaps with carefully crafted amendments that provide for compatible new housing. Interestingly, the mayor's announced tenant relocation compensation program to soften the blow for displaced tenants is now being cited by staff as serving to put a constraint on the pace of rental development so generously incentivized in the plan. One wonders if the need for such a comprehensive program brings into question the fundamental premise of the Broadway plan regarding these flanking neighborhoods. Approval of this Broadway plan would make the city complicit in triggering further escalating land costs that would seriously skew rental housing development pro formas, making delivery of affordable housing much more difficult. But such an outcome is entirely unnecessary, the remedy being to focus densification directly on Broadway itself while basically maintaining the existing zoning of the stable, well-functioning neighborhoods of Mount Pleasant, Fairview, Fairview Slopes, and Kitsilano. This would include the present RT areas with their canopy of existing trees or understood gentle densification, ideally with accelerated permits. This would advance more affordable ownership and rental units in the long term. We seem to have forgotten the greening of our environment maintained by this form of development versus high-rise concrete apartments requiring lot assembly, underground parkades with the loss of mature trees that contribute to air quality. The Broadway plan needs further close examination as to whether its approval would set this important area on the proper course over the next 30 years that addresses the needs of all residents, present and future, as well as the complex challenge of housing unaffordability while taking into account this corridor's unique context, diversity, and character, its soul. Further, I would add that the UDP that stated that a majority of the panel are concerned about adding significant density in the existing lower density residential.
Betty, excuse me, Betty. I'm sorry, you just have to stop because you do have, I'll stop your timer, but you have 15 seconds left, but we just lost quorum.
Okay. No worries.
Sorry.
Councillor Carr, it's a point of privilege. It's Rebecca.
Yes.
Or sorry, it's Councillor Lai.
Yes, Councillor.
I do want to flag that we are all disconnected, I think, from WebEx for a good minute or so.
Oh.
Oh, so, okay, you're all on, but you didn't hear the last minute?
I would say approximately that.
Yeah. Okay.
We're back.
Does anybody remember what the last point was that Betty Murphy said? We all, in chambers, we were hearing the whole thing, so we're not
We've
going to be
missed
help.
it. We've missed most of it, I'm afraid. I think I got dropped for one.
I think we missed most of it, Chair.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm terribly
Jane?
sorry, Betty, but if you could start all over again.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you for accommodating, and hopefully we have fixed that glitch, whatever it is.
Yeah, everybody's back
Jane
on.
now?
Everybody's back online now, so let's hope that that doesn't happen again. Yeah, our apologies for that, but
Oh, no worries. No
go ahead.
worries.
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Thank you very much. Okay. I am opposed to this plan, as are many in the planning and design profession. For example, the following are excerpts from recently published comments from Ralph Siegel, City of Vancouver's former chief urban designer. The plans propose significant densification extending north and south of Broadway from 1st to 16th Avenue does not take into proper account two critical factors. First, the plan area encompasses four well-established neighborhoods, Mount Pleasant, Fairview, Fairview Slopes, and Kitsilano, which together already provides a significant stock of rental housing, 19,600 units, 25% of the entire city's inventory, much of it affordable, and 4,000 non-market units, social, supportive, and co-op units, 15% of the city's inventory. Second, the plan embraces the false narrative that housing unaffordability will be solved
Sorry,
by...
Betty. I'm sorry. I just got a message, and I can see all of the people online for council are disappeared again. So I am so sorry, and I just got some messages. Just hold on for a second and see if we can't.
Yeah, no worries.
Just a second. I'm sorry. Council, we're just going to have to take a few minute break to actually see if IT can figure out what's going on here. Terribly sorry.
No problem.
Yes, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. We do have council back. I do have just one second. Excuse me, IT. I have a message saying others can't hear me. Is that a problem? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, I can.
We can hear you.
Okay. All right. So we'll ignore that message, and just if you could again start from the top. I'm terribly sorry.
No worries. Okay.
I think I've got it memorized, however.
Okay, thank you. I'm opposed to this plan, as are many in the planning and design profession. For example, the following are excerpts from recently published comments from Ralph Siegel, City of Vancouver's former chief urban designer. The plans propose significant densification extending north and south of Broadway from 1st to 16th Avenue does not take into proper account two critical factors. First, the plan area encompasses 4 well-established neighborhoods, Mount Pleasant, Fairview, Fairview Slopes, and Kitsilano, which together already provides a significant stock of rental housing. 19,600 units, 25% of the entire city's inventory, much of it affordable, and 4,000 non-market units, social, supportive, and co-op units, 15% of the city's inventory. Second, the plan embraces the false narrative that housing unaffordability will be solved by major upzoning of present residential densities, along with substantial building height increases over expansive areas. Ignores one of the most critical causes of our housing unaffordability crisis, namely land speculators, investors, and property flippers skewing real estate property values. In reality, such a strategy would be a dream scenario for the land speculators and property flippers who would profit from the ever-increasing land values triggered by this proposed major densification of plan areas. Oh,
I am really sorry. I'm getting messages from counselors saying that they've lost their sound again. That's Counselor Swanson who said that. Perhaps I could just, again, apologies. Could I hear from
Chair
other
Carr,
counselors?
Chair Carr,
Yes?
just coming from those of us on WebEx, we can hear you.
Yep, we've been able to hear the speaker the whole time.
Okay, Counselor Swanson, are you okay?
I'm good, yep.
You're actually now good? All right. Okay, continue where you left off, Betty. I'm sorry.
okay, no worries. Okay, so I'll just start that sentence again, if I may. So in reality, such a strategy would be a dream scenario for the land speculators and property flippers who would profit from the ever-increasing land values triggered by this proposed major densification to the plan areas north and south of Broadway. These huge density increases would put the existing rental stock at risk. Should Council be so unwise as to approve the plan as presented, a flood of transactions will be unleashed, driving their values ever higher, making delivery of affordable housing that much more unviable. The effects already evident elsewhere would be magnified should Council fail to send this plan back to the drawing boards with instructions that expansive densification of areas north and south of Broadway be eliminated or significantly cut back to absolutely minimize displacement of tenants. Essentially, the existing RM, FM, and RT zoning should be retained, perhaps with carefully crafted amendments that provide for compatible new housing. Interestingly, the mayor's announced tenant relocation compensation program to soften the blow for displaced tenants is now being cited by staff as serving to put a constraint on the pace of rental development so generously incentivized in the plan. One wonders if the need for such a comprehensive program brings into question the fundamental premise of the Broadway plan regarding these flanking neighborhoods. Approval of this Broadway plan would make city complicit in triggering further escalating land costs that would seriously skew rental housing development performance, making delivery of affordable housing much more difficult. But such an outcome is entirely unnecessary, the remedy being to focus densification directly on Broadway itself while basically maintaining the existing zoning of the stable, well-functioning neighborhoods of Mount Pleasant, Fairview, Fairview Slopes, and Kitsilano. This would include the present RT areas with their canopy of existing trees where well understood gentle densification, ideally with accelerated permits. This would advance more affordable ownership and rental units in the long term. We seem to have forgotten the greening of our environment maintained by this form of development versus high-rise concrete apartments requiring lot assembly and underground parkades with loss of mature trees that contribute to air quality. The Broadway plan needs further close examination as to whether its approval would set this important area on the proper course over the next 30 years that addresses the needs of all residents, present and future, as well as the complex challenges of housing unaffordability while taking into account this corridor's unique context, diversity, and character, its soul. Further, I would add that the UDP stated a majority of the panel are concerned about adding significant density in the existing lower density residential areas away from transit mode. Please refer this plan back to staff for more work through a neighborhood-based process. Take into consideration the actual average population growth requirements of 1% per year and how that can be incorporated into the context and scale of each neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we are very grateful that we enabled you to complete that the presentation. There are no questions, but I very much appreciate the fact that you stuck it out to the very end and through that technical set of glitches.
And you too. Thank you, Chair Carr.
Okay, Council staff, we are now, we've completed our speakers. Staff do have a presentation. I understand it's approximately 15 minutes. Is that correct? And you would like some time to set up? Yeah. 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minute break. Staff are going to set up their presentation, and we'll come back and hear the presentation. And at that point, Council, you can decide if you want to start with questions to staff. We can also make a decision to just move all that third set of questions to the 9th of June. Online staff is ready to go. So Matt, I turn it over to you for staff closing comments presentation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mayor, members of Council. My name is Matt Shillito. I'm the Acting Director in the Special Projects Office in Design and Sustainability. First of all, I'd just like to thank all of the speakers who have addressed you over the last couple of weeks for taking time out of their busy lives to participate in this process. We've been listening closely to all of the speakers who've addressed you and have obviously offered a wide range of opinions on key aspects of the Broadway plan. And on behalf of the team, I really do appreciate the opportunity to offer some closing remarks. In the interest of time, I'll focus on just some of the key issues that have been raised, where staff feel that some additional clarification would be useful.
Matt, can I just interrupt you for 1 second? Will you be, it's almost 1:45. Will you be done? Actually, can I just, at this point, staff, I'm not sure if you'll go, I just would like a motion to extend to hear the
Move,
staff
Councillor
presentation,
Boyle.
just a second, to hear the staff presentation and to refer questions, our third round of questions, to Thursday, June 9th at 3 p.m. Is there a
Councillor
mover?
Boyle, I'm happy to move that.
Thank you. And that's great. All those in favor, just say aye. Any
Aye.
opposed, say nay. Great. Thank you. I'm sorry, Matt. I just was a little worried.
No problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to address a number of issues where we think some additional clarification would be helpful. And they are the nature and extent of the public engagement process that's been undertaken in preparing the plan, the measures that the plan contains to ensure the protection of existing renters, the suggestion that the plan's objectives could be achieved purely through low-rise forms of development, the relationship between high-rise forms of development and greenhouse gas emissions, the approach taken to the delivery of parks and open spaces, and the interest shown in exploring the introduction of protected bike lanes on Broadway. And then finally, I'll close by emphasizing that the plan is intended to be a robust and flexible framework to guide growth and positive change over the long term, and that it can be refined and adjusted through implementation over many years. Turning to the public engagement, the planning process included an extensive program of public and stakeholder engagement using a variety of in-person and online engagement events and activities. This was designed to ensure that we heard from the widest possible range of voices, including groups that are often underrepresented, such as young people, renters, families with young children, and those on low incomes. Contrary to what has been suggested by some, and despite the constraints imposed by the pandemic, many in-person, neighborhood-based events were undertaken. Just a few examples include 14 open houses hosted in Kitts, Fairview, and Mount Pleasant, 13 neighborhood workshops in Kitts, Fairview, and Mount Pleasant, 4 rental roundtable events to learn from current renters about renting in their neighborhoods, a series of events at Mount Pleasant Neighborhood House to reach out to specific communities, including new immigrants, families with children, Indigenous families, Arabic speakers, and Chinese seniors, door-to-door visits with over 100 business owners and operators along 4th Avenue, South Granville, and Main Street, and neighborhood pop-ups held at local businesses, libraries, community centers, and public spaces. Most importantly, the plan has evolved considerably in response to public feedback in many important areas. For a summary, I would point you to the table on pages 37 to 41 of the Council report, which outlines the key messages that we heard through engagement and how the plan responds to them. Turning to the protection of existing tenants, we have heard concern from many speakers about the impact of the plan on existing rental buildings in the area and on the rents that people pay. The plan addresses this most critical issue in 3 ways. Firstly, it adds significantly to the supply of new rental housing and focuses that supply in the centres where there are relatively few renters today. Secondly, the plan carefully sets heights and densities in the existing apartment areas to enable renewal of the aging stock incrementally, but not to promote redevelopment. And thirdly, the plan introduces the strongest renter protections in Vancouver's history to ensure existing renters can stay in their neighbourhoods. In addition to the current tenant protection policies, which provide compensation, moving expenses, and assistance finding alternative accommodation, the Broadway plan protections include offering renters the choice to return to a new unit at rents approximately 40% below new market rental. And in most cases, these rents will be comparable or less than their current rent. Additional discounts for tenants on very low incomes, so they pay no more than 30% of their income on rent. And a temporary rent top-up equal to the difference between a tenant's current rent and the rent in a new unit they have moved into during the construction of the new building. Turning to the low-rise alternative options, a number of speakers have asserted that the housing supply and affordability challenges that the city faces can be adequately addressed through low-rise development up to 6 stories. Unfortunately, the extensive economic testing carried out to inform the plan indicates that this is not the case. This testing shows that additional height and density is required to make rental and affordable housing economically viable across large areas of the plan. And the same is true for job space. Some examples of the minimum viable heights and densities are shown on the slide. So limiting development to low-rise forms would mean that the plan did not meet key elements of its guiding principles, which call for a focus on market and below market rental, social and supportive housing, and increased job space integrated with the new subway. The heights and densities proposed in the plan have been calibrated in part to address this reality. However, while we can't ignore the economic analysis, it certainly isn't the only input to the plan. The plan also responds to the pattern and character of the existing neighborhoods based on careful urban design analysis and has evolved significantly through the process in response to public feedback. Some examples of this include focusing the tallest buildings on major arterials in close proximity to the subway stations, limiting heights to 4 to 6 stories in the villages, reducing maximum heights in the existing apartment areas from 25 to 20 stories, limiting tower forms in the existing low-density residential areas to within a 7 to 8 minute walk of a station, adding more variety in building types, including ground-oriented options like multiplexes and 4-story apartments, and introducing design guidelines to limit the impact of taller buildings on neighborhood character. Turning to high-rises and greenhouse gas emissions, we've heard from some speakers that high-rise buildings are not environmentally sustainable as a result of their operational and embodied emissions. This is not the case. In terms of operational emissions, over the last several years, limits on emissions from new high-rise buildings mean that they have been drastically reduced, including the most recent changes approved by Council this month. Emissions from new high-rise buildings will be reduced by 90% compared to similar buildings constructed in 2007. And with respect to embodied emissions, the new regulations approved again this month by Council provide a pathway for a 40% reduction in embodied carbon by 2030 through use of new concrete mixes and mass timber construction. Furthermore, high-rise forms help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions per capita by enabling more people to live and work in compact, complete communities close to transit, which is the basis of Big Move 1 of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. Turning to parks and open spaces, we've heard clearly from speakers and throughout the process the demand for public amenities to be provided to support growth and livability. A particular focus has been on the desire to see more parks and public open spaces. The built-up nature of the plan area, high land costs, and limits on city funding all contribute to making the delivery of new parks and open spaces challenging. Nevertheless, the plan responds with a creative strategy involving renewal and expansion of existing parks, provision of new parks, including through land acquisition, significant new public space delivered through major developments, such as at the Great Northern Way campus and VGH, smaller plazas and public spaces provided through the Streets as Better Public Spaces initiative, delivery of privately owned public spaces through development, and a network of new greenways and blue-green systems. Should Council wish to go beyond the current proposals and establish a park provision target for the plan, staff recommend that this be added to the priority implementation strategy with a requirement to report back on the options and the full implications. To be practical and affordable, These options would need to include types of open spaces that are not currently included in the Park Board's park ratio calculation. With respect to bike lanes on Broadway, a number of speakers have asked that the potential to incorporate protected bike lanes be considered further. Staff certainly agree that protected bike lanes would have the benefit of providing direct cycling and micro-mobility access to Broadway businesses, but note they would have implications that would need to be carefully managed. There are essentially two options for incorporating bike lanes into the Great Street design for Broadway. The first is to reallocate the curb lanes for bikes, rather than widen the sidewalks as currently proposed. And that's shown on the top image on the slide. And the second would be to reallocate the middle lane in each direction, which would allow for wider sidewalks, but reduce the number of vehicle lanes to 3. And that's shown on the bottom of the slide. This latter option would impact traffic movement, including goods movement, buses, and emergency vehicles. And there will be a number of design issues to resolve relating to bus stops, truck turning, parking, and loading. As Broadway is part of the major road network, approval would also be required from TransLink for any such changes. In terms of costs, it's estimated that introducing bike lanes on Broadway would increase the cost of the Great Street measures from around $63 million to around $80 million. A temporary solution such as that introduced on Beach Avenue could cost as little as $2 to $5 million, but a lot more work would be needed to determine the impacts to parking, loading, and other street functions. Should Council wish to explore this further, staff could certainly report back in more detail with the options and the full implications. Finally, turning to the nature of the plan and the steps ahead. Preparing a comprehensive plan for such a large, varied, and complex area, including almost 500 city blocks, across 3 established and much-loved neighborhoods, has been a major undertaking. And it's involved balancing a wide range of competing interests and objectives. Staff believe that the plan we've presented to you is suitably bold in its response to some of the city's most pressing challenges: housing affordability, economic resilience, and climate change, and that it fully embraces the opportunity presented by the new subway, while ensuring that Kitts, Fairview, and Mount Pleasant will continue to be cherished places for both current and future generations of Vancouverites. No plan with this scale and time horizon should be seen as a fixed blueprint. Instead, it provides a robust and flexible framework with clear direction on the appropriate use and form of new development, together with supporting policies that aim to ensure that growth and change leads to more complete, equitable, and sustainable neighborhoods. The priority implementation strategy includes a broad program of work that will refine and add detail to the plan in a variety of ways. Among many others, these include preparation of zoning bylaw amendments, master planning of the large and unique sites, further study and implementation of active transportation measures, detailed parks and public realm planning, further assessment and protection of heritage assets, partnerships with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and further planning, design, and implementation of public amenities and infrastructure of all kinds. Should Council approve the plan, staff will begin work on this implementation package. But implementation of the plan cannot be accomplished by the City alone. It will require ongoing partnerships with the host nations, community-based groups, service agencies, residents, businesses, and senior levels of government. And there will continue to be opportunities for those living and working in the area to be involved in all aspects of implementation. Finally, staff are committed to monitoring the plan and reporting on a range of metrics, such as delivery of affordable housing and job space and active transportation improvements, at least every 5 years. This monitoring process will enable us to assess whether the plan is meeting its guiding principles and inform any future changes that may be recommended to Council. Thank you very much. That concludes our closing remarks.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young, are you on the list? Go ahead.
And it's just this for procedurally, because we will have limited time for questions next week. We have others. Can we send them in now, and will staff be able to provide some responses in writing that could go on the public record? Just recognizing we'll have limited time next week.
I will leave that to the city manager to answer, or to staff to, actually, Teresa O'Donnell.
Yes, that'd be quite helpful. We'll do our best to get responses to all the questions.
Okay, Council, you all heard that there is an opportunity to write in further questions, although we still will have a third round of questions as we moved many days ago. Great. So that is it, I think. There's no one else on the line. So at this point, the Standing Committee is now recessed until Thursday, June 9th, 2022 at 3 p.m. Thank you, councillors, staff. Thank you, planning staff, for your patience in going through this whole process and your leadership on this. Have a good evening.
Good night, Chair. Good night, staff.
Chair.
Good night, everyone.